The link anyway, because Christine sent it to you. Yo. I'll send you it. Welcome back. Right, what I need everyone to do, let me just get this shared up around the place. Let's have a look. Shifties is live. We are live.
We're live, baby. Good morning, people. Good morning. From St. Louis.
8 a.m.
We're live. It's 8 a.m. on a so-called Blue Monday, but we ain't blue.
There's no Blue Monday about today. No way. Let me share this up. 1 second then. Okay. Yeah, legend. See you at lunchtime. Okay. Those of you that are already on the stream, please do share this. Invite your friends. Get this out there. We're live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. I've just about to switch co-host. I've got the legendary Danny B coming on. I'll be interviewing her first before she transitions into that co-host mode with me. I still haven't had any caffeine yet, so bonus. We're at £2,125 raised so far for the campaign, which is just amazing. Obviously, on top of all the money we raised last year. Brilliant. But please like, comment, share. Let's get this going. We've got some ads running against the stream throughout the day as well, thanks to our sponsors, Cromwell Stoves. And we'll be hearing from Steve Whitney later, Premier Plus, St. Neots Initiative. And we've got over 70 prizes that have been donated by the business community. 70 prizes. So if you donate £5, £10, £50, doesn't matter. If you donate any donations that go on that Shifty Speak Up fundraising page on Just Giving, on the 4th of February, you go into a prize draw. You could win spa trips. You could win hampers. You can win all sorts of amazing things, all donated by businesses. Golf days we've got in there, £100 restaurant vouchers. I've seen some crazy stuff. When there's some time in between speakers, I will be sure to let you know. But there's 70 of them. Good morning, Marquis. Thanks for joining me. Morning. Come on, Danny B. Yes. Right. So let me get you acquainted. Right. I've just got to get Danny set up. Right. Well, I'm going to run a quick ad. So this is some of the people coming to speak up today. The ad. It's about 3 minutes long. Whilst that's going on, please like, comment, share. If you're on LinkedIn, go to on the live stream. Even if you're watching this on Facebook, I don't care. Go on LinkedIn, comment on it, and just tag people in it. Just tag people that need to see this. We've got some amazing guests coming on today. Awesome. Right, back in a mo. 2022, I'm speaking up for mental fitness for business owners.
I'm speaking up for young people who need somewhere safe to stay in 2022.
Hey everybody, Barbara Fernandez here, and what I am speaking up for in 2022 is the benefits of comedy for mental health. Whee! Whether you do it as a comedian like myself, or whether you go to watch it and enjoy it, it really works, and it's cheaper than therapy. Bye!
In 2022, I'm speaking up for normalising conversations around mental health.
In 2022, I'll be speaking up for everyone that doesn't believe in themselves.
Good morning, I'm speaking up for everybody that thinks that they are helpless.
In 2022, I'm going to speak up for resilience in business and for mental health.
I'm speaking up for people who are trying to find positivity through adversity.
My name's Lee Smith. In 2022, I'm speaking up for forgotten industries and how to maintain a positive mindset.
Hi, I'm speaking up for positivity and resilience and raising funds for our charity, CPSL Mind.
I'm speaking up for deeper connections.
In 2022, I stand for positive mental health and well-being and being a force for good in our local communities.
I'm speaking up for believing in yourself. You're incredible.
Hi everyone, it's Rachel Hales here from Get Synergised. I'm going to be speaking up at the Shifties Live-a-thon, and I can't wait. I'm going to be speaking up for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. Look forward to seeing you there.
Live-a-thon 2022, I'm speaking up for suicide awareness.
Hi, my name is Courtney, and I am speaking at the 2023 Live-a-thon with Alex, and in 2022 I'm standing up for disabled rights and the inclusion of disabled people.
I'm standing up for men's mental health.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I'm speaking up for those who want to keep trying.
I'm going to be talking about young people and their mental health and their mental fitness, and some of the ideas that I've got about how we as a community should get behind them, get involved, and help them to feel supported, connected, and inspired during these challenging times.
Hi, I'm Claire, or you may know me as Beth, and I am speaking up for mental health in our education system. Also for the wider support of the families affected.
Hi, my name is Janine Hornsby, and I am very proud to be a guest at the Shifties 24-hour Speak Up Live-a-thon, helping to raise £10,000 for CPSL Mind. I'll be talking to Alex about the biggest cowbag in my life. Her name is Linda. She is the most judgmental, critical bully I have ever met. She has something negative to say about everything that I say and do. Linda is, of course, not a real person. She is what I have named my inner saboteur, that negative, self-deprecating voice that we all have in our heads, telling us that we're not good enough or that we're frauds. So join Alex and I at 2 p.m. on Monday the 17th, where I'll be speaking up in 2022 for self-love and banishing our inner saboteurs.
In 2022, I'm speaking up for a work-life balance while running your own business.
Oh yes.
Sorry, just in my hair.
I've just got to focus in on you as well. Can you focus on us? You just have to like drag your finger on the focus on
No
Danny.
pressure,
Focus on
Christine,
Danny.
no pressure.
Just drag it a little bit, the other bit. And then and then let go. That's it. That's focused. That's set. Hey.
Well done, girl.
Technician. Oh, look at this. Oh my God.
Oh, cheers.
Caffeine.
Well, mine's decaf. Can't handle the caffeine these
Do you know
days,
what?
man.
I've been craving this.
Whoop, whoop.
Sweet, sweet nectar.
Oh, mate.
Oh.
That's what you need. First one of the day. Although for you, it'd be first one of the...
I don't know what
Yeah.
it is.
How many hours?
I don't know. I didn't play football yesterday. I don't know how I did it.
I don't know how you did
I
it.
tried to get sent off. They wouldn't send me off. No.
I did see you. I messaged you going, go to bed, Alex.
Yeah,
Go to bed.
Yeah, no.
This is a really cool setup you've got here, man.
Yeah, I know. It's
Yeah,
all right.
look,
I'm
you
really
good.
proud of myself. I mean,
Yeah.
the roof's a bit.
Well, don't point that out. I didn't even see it. Look up, man. Looks
but
good.
Acoustics, it's all right.
Yeah.
Like,
Come in here and lay down some tunes.
Oh yeah, definitely. Danielle, you look beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I have tried this morning. I have tried. I've been out for a walk already. Got my steps up.
So, what we've got quite exciting one because you're with me to at least 11.
Yeah.
See how we go. But instead of we've got this kind of 20 minutes now before our first guest, which is Gary Sutcliffe from CPSL Mind, to kind of set the scene. But I think it's a good opportunity to set the scene for the year rather than the day.
I love that. Yeah.
Because it's been right now. So this is where I'm at, right? So I had, where did we start? So at 6 a.m. we started in terms of guests coming on, and the conversation has been stitching together really nicely around forward motion, acting with purpose, just giving people your time, but with a subtle hint of protect yourself.
Oh,
which is
man.
like
Yes. And do you know, it's so hard to do when you are a person who gives naturally. It's tough to protect yourself. It's tough to kind of safeguard your mental state, your mental health when you're supporting other people. But we do it, and we do it givingly, and we do it lovingly, and we do it without question. And I think for those people who are highly empathetic, then there is even more of a need to safeguard yourself and to put in boundaries, especially because you need to have something to hold back for yourself.
Yeah.
And when you are constantly picking people up, inadvertently, you don't do it on purpose, that's just the type of person you are, you can find yourself being kind of empty sometimes.
Yeah.
And they call it, what is it? Is it empathy void or something along those lines? I have to find out what it is, or compassion tired or something like that. But it's difficult because you want to give. I mean, I was in a Waitrose the other day, and literally some rice nearly fell on my head from a woman reaching up and grabbing some packet rice. Yes, packet rice, people. Life is too short to be boiling rice sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And she nearly dropped my head. And we 25 minutes later, this woman has told me about her whole life and how difficult things are for her and how difficult things have been for us all for the past 2 years. And it was in Waitrose, you know, in the middle of Waitrose.
Wow.
And we had a connection in that 20 minutes that left me feeling really kind of happy that I've imparted some kind of knowledge that might be able to help her.
Yeah.
But also, again, I've given something. And all I went to do was go to Waitrose. Do you know what I mean? So I love the fact that you've picked up on that need and to understand our boundaries and to understand that.
Is that a lesson, do you think we have to all learn the hard way?
Yes. I think
we're not going to listen, are we?
No. And
if you're listening to this and you're in that mindset that you just, you will get hit by it.
Yeah, you will.
So actually, it's a better question. What is the best approach when they inevitably realize it?
Being aware, that's all. Because like I said, I would never have wanted not to have had that, interaction. That's who I am as a person. So I can't not be who I am. But also I understand that in and of itself needs me to retrospectively put some time in and go, right, okay, well, I've just had that. How am I feeling about it? All right, actually, that one weren't too deep. It was all right. Do you know what I mean? And carry on with your day. So yeah, I love the fact that, you're kind of bringing up that need to take that awareness.
Yeah, no, it's not. Well, I didn't bring it up. It's these amazing guests that come on and incite their wisdom on us, or their poetry, or their, whatever's going on.
Yeah, but it is that one human interaction, that one human connection that we all share, right? All of us share that. I think what we sometimes lack is the understanding that within those human connections, we have the capacity to give and do something really powerful with our outlook. And actually, it's interesting because you said something the other day, which I found really interesting, Alex, when we were in the house. No, it wasn't anything like that. Actually, it gave me time to kind of think, because these past 2 years have battered me, absolutely battered me.
Yep.
Like they have an awful lot of people. And I used to be, or I would understand prior to Vid rearing its ugly head, that I was the most optimistic person you'd ever come across. I was always glasses half full all the time. And actually it drained me. We won an award last year for giving, for doing our courses online for free. We really did hold up the community in terms of mental health.
You did phenomenal things.
Thank you. We did amazing work, but it drained me. I had nothing left. And back end of last year, well, maybe July last year, I felt it a lot. I felt it very profoundly. Took to my bed, watched an awful lot of Narcos, banging film. Sorry, I know it's right.
No, it is good.
But I love that. But, and for me, it was complete escapism. It wasn't anything to do with real life. It kind of, and I stayed there for a while, but I was hibernating. I was, withdrawing my strength. And you said to me in Bohemia a couple of weeks ago, but last week on Monday, I think it was with Paul. And you said to me, Danielle, getting that mojo back.
Yeah.
Get that fire back.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, I didn't realize that outwardly it had affected me so much.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It was like every time I spoke to you when you were in that mood, it was like asking my nan if she was all right. It's like you never ask your nan if she's all right. You tell, well, my knee's going.
Exactly.
No, I'm joking. But
But yeah, it was, and it was like, gosh. And I did some reflection on that. I really did focus. And another friend of mine, Jolene, I love you, my darling. I love you. She said to me, Danielle, instead of thinking about everything all of the time, you're overwhelmed when you're busy, you've got stuff to do. Break it down to an hour at a time.
Yeah.
An hour, not a day, but an hour. And I swear to goodness, best piece of advice that I have ever heard. One step. And then I started to go, right, okay, let's get this back. And this for me is just amazing. So, looking forward, not looking backwards, staying present and understanding that, your impact is the first step in that. 2022, let's bring it.
Oh, I love this. Yes. It's a lovely comment here. Lynn, always putting your own oxygen mask first. By looking after our own mental health, we can continue helping others.
Absolutely.
Fundamental.
Always, yeah.
Do I get a coffee when I come late? No. You only get a coffee if you come on time. because I'm on we've got a tight schedule here, really tight schedule, but I look forward to seeing you.
Bring your own coffee. Fine.
Yeah.
It's all right.
So,
actually.
okay, fine. So let's set the scene then for mental fitness. I've been chucking that around for a couple of years and it seems to be catching on. What does mental fitness mean to you?
Working on it. Like your physical fitness, right?
Yeah.
You've got to work on your physical fitness. It doesn't just exist.
What elements are there?
Elements are routine, finding something you like doing.
Helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's like fitness. Ask me to run. I ain't running for toffee. Like seriously, my husband's a runner. I love you, babes. But not me. I'm a lift, heavy weights in the gym kind of girl. But again, that's a way in which to maintain my physical fitness. Eating well, sleeping well, making sure that you are being aware of the things you've got to do. So in terms of mental fitness, there are categorically things you can do to keep yourself mentally well. And they might be things like staying off of social media all the time, information diet, absolutely, and kind of safeguarding your input, safeguard what you're consuming, right? Reading, doing things that makes your soul sing, connecting with nature, doing work that you really enjoy doing. And Max says, did someone?
I know, yeah, he loves running.
Sorry, not Mac. Is it Mac? Mac,
Todd,
each to their own, man. Todd, each their own. I'm not knocking it. It's just not my vibe, man. It's not my vibe.
The information diet thing. So I said to Jam, I was really surprised. Obviously, I did my digital detox, and then the following Friday when I got back, I got a digital well-being report on my phone every week that tells me spent time on how many unlocks and stuff like that, and it says this week you spent 60 hours. More than the previous week on your phone, and I'm literally just stopped me. That's normal for me. It's normal for most people, I think. That's probably about the average. I don't know what the average is,
I
but
don't know what the average is.
It's probably about 6 to 8 hours a day for a lot of people. If you are someone who has to spend most of the time communicating through social media or through email or whatever, but I was just like, wow, that's a lot.
That is a lot. Do you remember when we did the social media day, and we talked about people whose job this is? How do they safeguard themselves when they say job to be on socials? It's their job to be pushing that agenda for their clients, also for themselves. And there were some fantastic tips from those guys, and that's what they do for a living, right? So it doesn't surprise me. You're right. 6 to 8 hours. I mean, I've got an app.
You have that,
on my
phone.
What?
Do you know there's over 1,000? Do you know there's over 1,000 apps that are designed to stop us using apps?
That's saying something.
That's weird.
Yeah, but I guess it's in order to help us make our own decisions because.
But you must be able to bypass it.
Of course I can. And sometimes if I'm in mid Instagram post and it says you've got 1 minute left on your, I'm like, forget that. Like I'm in the middle of doing something, so I'll get rid of it and I'll carry on. But I think, like you said, when it shows your consumption, for me, it's actually, I've been on there for an hour. My Instagram's set for an hour a day. And I try to stick to that. If I'm doing something, then obviously I'll bypass it. But it's to remind you, it's that whole...
it's a problem.
Because it's designed to keep you scrolling, right? And to jump down rabbit holes. And so from that point of view, But so lots of things can constitute somebody's mental fitness. And I think it just depends on the person, the individual, what you're doing, what your outcomes are, what your goals are. But always be aware that it's something that needs constant work.
Yeah.
Constant work.
And that's fine. It's not there's no end. There's no finish line.
No, and I think in today's society, when we're constantly being told what to do by things, you should do this or you should do that, and you should do this for this long, and it becomes very kind of prescriptive, and life isn't prescriptive.
No.
So actually, does it feel good?
Yeah. That's all that matters.
Yeah, does it feel good? Does it feel? Are you feeling that this is a positive? And if it is, continue doing it, maybe. And for some people, that might be scrolling on Facebook, or because actually, for some people,
positive engagement.
Engagement. But if it doesn't make you feel good,
that's basically the measure of everything.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Todd's said removing the Cokes from TV was the best decision for my mental health I've ever made. Yeah, so he has no TV. Yeah, absolutely no TV.
Wow, yeah.
So I'm like that. I don't do TV.
That's brave.
I don't do it. Unless I watch, I might watch something with purpose, i.e., like you say, there's a really good series or something. Like I was addicted to Money Heist. I loved Money Heist. That was great.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't turn the TV on for turning the TV on for sake. Yeah,
Yeah, you do it with,
I won't do that.
With intention.
Always with purpose.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm turning it on because I did that. That's one downside of digital detox. I was sat in the cabin, and you know, I've already walked the dogs. I've been for a run. You know, we've chilled out. We've done there was nothing else to do. Walked to the pub and back.
Yeah,
you know, and it's like 2:00. So you're okay. Well, I turn the telly on.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, 4 hours later, I've watched, you know, every bloody game show there is on terrestrial TV, which is just as dangerous.
Well, no, I guess. But then again, I'm always kind of going to advocate for whatever works for the individual, right?
Yeah.
Because I will sit, like I said before, when it all went a bit tits up for me, excuse my language, I needed that. I needed the escapism of the constant responding.
But it's only in that moment.
In that moment, yes. Yeah. But then I love TV. My husband and I were talking about that the other day. Like, I'm a big film fan. I love TV. I love talking about it. And when I'm on my courses, I'm talking about it from a mental health point of view and also from a physical first aid point of view. So it's kind of involved in my life and I find it interesting. But then I'm in a band, I sing, I read. I think I've got
You've got all sorts.
I've got all sorts going on. But I love television and I love what it can provide for me.
That's the thing. I love gaming.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a gamer.
I'm crap at gaming. I'm
well, no,
crap
I've heard all the stories.
Really bad. I wish, although we've got The Witcher, my husband plays The Witcher. We watched The Witcher. See, I watched it on TV and was inspired to get the game. And he'll be kind of playing and I'm going, go left, babe. You got to go left. Go collect that stuff because it can make an elixir or, you know, so it's quite fun for him and I to game together.
I think gaming is one of the most underrated education tools that we have in the world.
Yeah. What about FIFA though?
FIFA's not that good. FIFA teaches you gambling.
What about and teaches you that you can lose it? Like,
well, yeah, you get rage.
Yeah, my son plays FIFA, and I'm like, babe, how are you enjoying this? This doesn't look like you're enjoying it.
I broke many doors. And pads. In fact, this pad. Oh, there's a pad up there that's broken because of FIFA, for sure.
I was I was training the other day on a physical first aid course. See, we talk about a lot of things on my courses, and we were talking about gaming and TV and films and stuff. And I was talking about FIFA, and one of the guy was saying, I've broken off controllers from FIFA. And I'm like, what, as an adult? He's like, yeah. It's like, how am I supposed to tell my son off? He's 14. How am I supposed to tell him off? When you grown-ass men are like breaking stuff.
Oh, it's designed to get us raging. I've not seen us in football stands.
Don't, I know.
Brings the worst out of us.
Yeah, it does. I was speaking to a guy the other day, about that.
Nice release. A bit of anger every now and again.
Oh, well, anger is a very necessary emotion. It's just what we do with it that counts.
Well, yeah, there is that. But no, I think games like gaming or approach to gaming, gamification of life is great. FIFA, I have issues with these games mainly for the gambling side of things.
Yeah,
the whole
packs and stuff. Yeah.
I've got no issue if I buy something. I know what I'm getting. That's fundamental for me. When I'm buying a pack on a 0.01% chance of getting a Ronaldo or a Charizard or whatever.
Yeah.
That's teaching kids gambling.
Oh, it is. When Sebastian, my baby, sorry, he's not listening to this. He's 14. Yes, he's my baby. They're always my babies. And he used to play a game called something Monsters. And the game was designed to bring you back. So like you'd open an egg or something and then you'd have to go back within 16 hours, because it hatches or something like that.
Yeah, it's like a Tamagotchi, but like on a game.
Yeah, and I was like, he's got to now go back.
Oh, yeah.
To go and get it. So he'd be like, Mom, and your sweaty little finger. He's like, 6.
Gotta get on.
Oh, yeah, I've got to go. And I'm like, no, you're not getting on, because my children are under strict time restraints. We've got all sorts of kind of barriers on their tech and stuff. And he hated it. And I was like, he's only 5 or 6 or however old he was. And it was kind of a bit, didn't really like that.
No, I think there are different types of games that can benefit, and they don't all have to be like rubbish. Like
RPGs, I love them.
Yeah, they are the best for it. MMOs, which is like massive multiplayer online. Like so there's a guy who works here, Elliot.
Yes.
Met.
Yes.
And when we recruited him, so he's on a Kickstart scheme. When I shared his story, I don't know, maybe someone from the Kickstart scheme won't be so appreciative of it, but anyway, I listened for a while about, we'd had normal chats at interview, and I didn't show him this until 3 months after he'd been here. All I wrote down was Guild Wars.
Okay, that's an
It's a game. He was a guild leader.
Oh wow!
So
that sounds big. I don't know what it is, but it sounds really good.
Like I was World of Warcraft gamer for a long time. Like when I say I gamed, 380 days game time. Like I was like heavy in. And when you're running a guild, you've got to recruit, you've got to market, you've got to plan, you've got to strategize, you've got to lead, because you're taking like 40 gamers into like this raid boss. You've got to wipe out for weeks on end, and you've got to pick everyone back up. That's life.
Yeah, it's hard.
And that is, and those lessons, and I'm trying to explain to young people that actually gaming is you lean into those skills. It's a bit like the stuff we were talking about with Cat Bud, obviously with drug dealers. They can't put the skills that they've learned from marketing, negotiation, the things that are life skills they can't write down on a CV. Trying to inspire young people to say, actually, if you're a gamer, celebrate that, but make sure you understand how it links into.
It doesn't. It's life experience, isn't it? And it's a very valid point you make there. But maybe not FIFA.
Maybe not FIFA. So let's have a little look on the comments here, because if people were here, you got a good time. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Like, really appreciate it. Like, a massive appreciation. And I'll do a check after the next speaker. I'll do a check on the fundraising, but before the speakers, we're at £2,125.
Nice. Wow, that's amazing.
Like super amazing. Luke, I'm trying to have a 9:30 p.m. cutoff point for my phone. I think that's a great thing to do. Absolutely. Lynn, welcome back, Lynn. You joined me for the start and you come back. Appreciate it. I love TV, but need to stick to good dramas and ditch crap game shows. Yeah. TV genuinely makes me happy.
I'm exactly the same. Although I'm a bit of a, I don't like really kind of, and this is going to go down like lead balloon, right? But those reality TV shows with the Love Islands and I'd start to think psychologically, and I'm like, don't really like where this is going. So don't like those game shows, Lynn. I'm with you there, but good quality dramas, life experiences and stuff.
I remember when Big Brother first came out as a social experiment.
I'm with you there, Alex. But I think it was brilliant.
And then they went all.
Then they went. Then it just went disgusting.
You saw my post about The Apprentice.
Exactly right. But then my husband and I used to love watching. Come Dine With Me. Yeah. Come Dine With Me when it first came out was very interesting. I'm a big foodie. I love food. I love cooking and seeing what people would make. But then they decided to go and look through people's drawers and
it got weird.
Stuff like that. It's just like, stop. We're not stupid. Well. I'd like to think, do you know what I mean? And but the more people watch it, it's sensationalism. It's, it's clickbait. It's that whole clickbait. It's all clickbait. So I don't like none of that. But good quality TV dramas, Downton Abbey.
Come on now.
Banging. Oi, don't knock it, mate.
I don't know. I'm not going to knock it. Mr. Whitney, my son William was so good at FIFA when he was in infant school. I used to play him. He used to score own goals on purpose to make the game competitive. Great memories. Thanks, guys. That was lovely. Love Island with Danielle, my idea of heaven.
Oh wow!
Look at that. Mr. Whitney. Right, I'm going to get our next guest on. Yes. So we're going to cut to a 3-minute ad break. This is going to be, we're going to move over to our lovely friend Ali over at CPSL Mind to tell us more about what CPSL Mind do and why they're proud that we're supporting this. Please do, before I go, like, comment, share, tag your friends, donate. If you do donate, you're in for a chance of winning over 70 prizes that are donated by business. Honestly, they're crazy. Really over 10 grand's worth of prizes.
I've seen some of them. I'm in the spa weekend.
I know, right? So you could donate as little as a £5 and you'll get on that. So please do continue to support this. And we'll be back in 3 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind. And I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Live-a-thon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it, especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the fifth one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Live-a-thon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Live-a-thon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, this is a behind the scenes business. Yeah, it's like
just see my butt.
there's some technicals. No, I can see it. It's not too bad actually. It's not a bad view. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are
You're
you?
right. I'm very well. How are you? Good, good.
Am I sitting here?
My life.
Yeah, look at that. Oh dear, Alex.
Oh, that's all good.
This is live TV, guys.
TV.
Live
It
streaming.
Sorry. We're coming.
But it's actually, yeah, it's not too bad because I've got some books with me today that I wanted to talk about as well, Alex. So yeah, I think part of the we will get to you.
Yes, no worries.
So I bought some books with me to share today, and the reason I bought them with me is because, as I mentioned before, TV is not everything. TV is not just my life, although I do love TV. Do you like TV?
I love TV. Yeah.
See, yeah, not the man.
Especially this time of year.
Exactly. Yeah. But I do also read, and I read to kind of help with a couple of things: fiction, non-fiction. If I'm feeling a bit low, then I use some books for inspiration. I haven't bought one book with me, which is The Daily Stoic. My husband reads that book every morning. It's an amazing book.
It's called The
Daily Stoic. So it's kind of Stoic philosophy, but done it. I'll grab it at lunchtime and bring it in. But it's a book that is for one day, one page.
Right. Okay.
So it's old Stoic philosophy. So it could be Epictetus or Aurelius.
Yep.
And it's a kind of a moment in time, but then it's translated for our use for today.
Okay, yeah.
So it's because it's only one page a day, it's really easy to kind of dip in and out of.
Too long to read. Yeah.
It doesn't take too long to read. So I bought some books with me today.
Look at that one.
Yeah, this one is pretty good. Am I allowed to show this stuff on streaming? Am I?
Yeah,
I?
I want to read that.
Yeah, really good. And it's great, isn't it? No, I definitely didn't read this. Will Smith did. I didn't. Yeah, write that one. That one's really good. And it's kind of autobiography. Also, self-help it comes under. It's got some quite good stuff in there.
Yes, heard of that one.
The things you can only see when you slow down, Alex. Do you want to borrow this one? I think he needs to. But we'll have a look at the other one because I've got for later on.
Fine.
Danny B's library.
Okay, right. We're back. We're back in the room. Well done. Well done.
It's okay. Thanks.
2 books done as well.
I know.
Thanks. Yeah, we're good.
Thanks.
Brilliant. Welcome.
Good morning. Welcome.
For you.
Thank you.
If I do that, that means that I'm going to get closer. It's code. Right, so you're the first one who's turned up with notes.
I know.
I'm very impressed.
I'm really nervous because I haven't got notes.
No, I haven't got any notes either.
Just, we'll see how we do. Key points.
So can we first just introduce yourself, please? And I don't know this organisation that you're talking about.
Never heard of us. No, it's fantastic to be here. A lot warmer in here than it's outside. So I'm Gary Sutcliffe, the fundraising manager for CPSL Mind. Started working for CPSL Mind in July.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fun. And maybe a little bit more about yourself. More importantly, how did you find yourself in a role so important and such a fundamental role for that charity?
Yeah, so I've been in fundraising for 16 years now. We're in 2022, aren't we? So back in 2006, started in fundraising. Always wanted to do it from when I was, growing up. I'd been doing it in my spare time, like lobbying governments and marching on Parliament. I thought I could do a job of this to get into a charity. So I started working for 2 big national charities up until last year. And then as I was working for them, I really wanted to work for a local charity. Because when you're out there fundraising, I was coming across people that were saying national charities are great.
Yep.
I want to give the money where it's spent locally. So delighted to go for this role last July and delighted to get it. Love it. Only 6 months in.
So I heard marching on government. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Okay, right. So this is when,
We like this.
Oh, yeah, we talk about this a lot.
So let me remember this. So take you back to what we're 2005, 20 years after Live Aid. It was Live 8. Me and my brother and my family, real passionate anti-poverty campaigners. I've got the white wristbands, make poverty history. And yeah, just the lottery of life. I just thought it was just so ridiculous that there were kids in the world growing up without food, without water. And it could be done. Big fan of Bob Geldof.
Yeah.
He just inspired me, still does. A lot of what I do is try and, he has a certain way about him. I'm not sure I've got that kind of brashness, but I love the, the spirit.
Definitely got energy, man.
I thought, I'm going down to Parliament, and we went down there, and it was brilliant. Yeah, not sure what much difference it made, but yeah, it was just fantastic.
Made a difference.
It did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
build
just
these little things, whirlpool effect, right? Yeah, it's
hear our voices and people care. So
experience.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, and then look back, still do that in the spare time, and then to find a job where you can kind of channel that energy. And ultimately my whole philosophy is trying to make a difference to someone's life. And, I get up in the morning, nice early start, not as early as you this morning, but nice early start this morning. And ultimately just trying to help someone like you. So
that's amazing, man. That's absolutely amazing. So we're trying to stay, now I know you've got some notes, so you can lead us if you really want. Like, I don't want you to waste your preparation.
No, it's just
for me, and I'll start with something that allows us to continue our mission today. And as you know, our mission today is really to start really focus on present and the future and give everyone something to be excited about for the future, and try to just combat this narrative of Blue Monday. Right?
Crazy.
That's why we're red now.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't ask. Oh no, you were supposed to choose. Rachel chose red. What colour do you want?
Green.
Green.
Green's my favourite colour.
That was Jam was in green as well.
Yeah, green's my
there you go.
favourite
Sorry.
colour. Thank you.
Really important stuff,
That's really
about
key.
to say, what have I forgotten? I was like, oh my gosh.
There was these little things, But so in terms of within your sphere, your frame of reference, to quote Danny, what are you excited about in 2022, both for CPSL Mind and you personally?
That's a great question. Well, first of all, I've been driving in this morning. I just to kind of counter that narrative. I don't know. You're probably been outside. We've got a moon on the left of the car, the most beautiful moon.
It is full today as well.
Isn't it beautiful?
Beautiful.
Sunrise on the right. So that contrast of the yellow coming up on the right of the car. I was driving along, looking forward to coming here. I thought, how can it be Blue Monday?
Yeah.
You know what? I used to work in travel, ironically, so I know the concept.
You did this, did you?
I did not personally. But we used to feed off it.
Yeah, of course.
And sell holidays.
I saw the ads yesterday. See it all coming through.
Yeah.
How crazy was it? And we used to, it's ridiculous today. I've been paid for 3 weeks. And now sitting here 10, 15 years later, I see how damaging and knowing what I know working for CPSL, how damaging it can be. I'm just looking forward to more mornings like this. So personally, I do love the change of seasons. So how can you be down on a day like this? So I'm looking forward to a bit warmer weather. Love spring. Personally, what am I looking forward to? I've got an allotment.
Oh, nice.
And
Wicked, man.
This helps my mental health. It just helps. It's great with the kids. And I just can't wait to get back up there again. Went up there a couple of days ago, frozen wasteland. Can't do a lot at the moment.
Oh, no.
So I can't wait for those warmer days when even just to start plotting some seeds in there or start putting them on the windowsill and then put them up there. Bit of a disaster last year because, the rains come and wash it all out and everything. So looking forward to that and some warm weather. And then at CPSL Mind, as I say, relatively new, 6 months. Fundraising, kind of like what I do in getting the community involved, is relatively new as well. So I'm really looking forward to, we've got a new start a community fundraiser. So I'm looking forward to working with her today, looking forward to getting her up to speed and then getting out and doing more things like this, getting out in the community. I think there's a big appetite for fundraising in the community. We have Steve, the guy that's doing the walk for this thing.
Oh man,
Steve's amazing guy.
More Steves out there, I'm sure there is, and
100%.
Stephanie's, and make sure I get the gender balance, and just supporting people doing things for us, because I think that all this is about mental health is so key and prevalent, and giving people that platform to raise funds for us.
Yeah.
So really looking forward to engaging with more people.
Excellent.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, love that. Love that.
So I'm interested in your personal thoughts towards. So you work within a charity. It's a bit like Danny in the sense that you guys live and breathe this subject every single day. I'm not distant from it, but I'm third party in this conversation, if that makes sense. How do you feel about the narrative around those words, mental health and mental fitness? How do you feel like that's developed over the last 10 years?
So I'll speak personally, and so it's something, I've got the fundraising background, but I didn't have the knowledge as much of mental health. I mean, I was with dementia charity before and an international development one, and you learn, and that's what's so fascinating about my job, is I learn every day by the people I meet, the fundraisers I support, their journeys, and then the services that we provide. And that combination, I learned so much. So I think the key, and obviously I have training as well, so all that combined gives me this ongoing knowledge. And I think the key thing I've learned over the last 6 months, and mental health used to be something, especially in Britain, it was kind of not really talked about, was it? It was, stoicism, and especially from a male perspective as well, stiff upper lip, and it was shoved under the carpet or whatever. And I mean, I've got a phrase here that we all have mental health.
Amen. Preach. Where are my words?
And you're going to be saying it all day, and you've probably been saying it all night.
No.
But that just struck me. We have health. Yes. I've got a bit of a sniffle at the moment. You hurt your leg when you're out running, so that's your physical health. But that's just really got to me that we have mental health as well, and it needs the same attention. The same care as our physical health to look after it. And whatever it is, and whether it's your books or your allotment or your running or whatever. And that, really, really, really struck me. And I think it was the Harry and William did a program a few years ago as well, watching that, and they brought that again to the attention, didn't they? And they showed people living with depression, and there was, a guy just sitting in the room looking out the window. And at the time, I didn't understand it, to be honest. But I say those combination, and I've been lucky enough to do some mental health first aid training.
Oh yes,
yes. Comes with the territory.
It's a thing.
It's so interesting, isn't it? And that there's so much behind this, and it is. Like if you pull a hamstring, you go to see, you know what to do about that, or you get a headache, you take some tablets or whatever. But those feelings in your head, and the treatments, and so that I'm still learning more. But that was a real eye opener for me.
So sorry, obviously, so I'm an associate for Mental Health First Aid England. Hi guys, and I love the fact that you mentioned about the fact that it's education.
Yeah,
this information is there for everybody, and yours is there.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's quiet. He needs the caffeine.
I've been crazy.
He does need the caffeine.
I'm so sorry.
Welcome, Alex.
I'm sorry.
But that whole education piece around this knowledge is there for everybody, right? And it's everybody. And like you said, I like to say that there's no health without mental health.
Yeah.
You cannot be healthy without your mental health, right? They are categorically intertwined. You can't have one without the other. And the lack of knowledge for everybody in that is, for me, the biggest barrier that we have, because by going on that training, I'm lucky enough to deliver that training.
Amazing.
I understand, and you understand how impactful that can be. My mission is to make sure that information is accessible by all.
Yeah.
Because that's where the disparity is, I think, at the moment. Yeah. So we have to kind of, educated around it, and those that haven't yet had the privilege of.
Do we not have that in all aspects of health?
Yes, there is a lack of education around all aspects of health, and it's the accessibility to that information that's the problem. Yeah. As a social enterprise, I run a social enterprise organisation. Our organisation is born out of making sure that the education, the education that is accessible by some is accessible by all.
Yeah,
that's my thing, is to make sure that there isn't this disparity between two sets of people.
Well, I got it through my role, but without that, wouldn't I?
Exactly.
You wouldn't have it
before. I wouldn't have it. And
so it came up when so we had Kevin in from Real Fit this morning, who's a PT.
Right, yeah.
And Jam and I were chatting to him about, so not just the first aid side of things. You've got a broken leg, or you've got a, did you say broken mind? No.
Yeah, well, yeah, can do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, but we also said, well, actually, like therapy and counselling, it's like getting a PT.
Yeah.
So from a fitness side of things, you know, you get a PT because you know what it's like.
Yeah.
I'm useless in a gym.
Yeah.
If you walk in a gym, you've never been in a gym before, you'd be bloody useless. But you get a PT to help you. If you're, you know, making some transition in your life, or you've had some trauma, or you've not dealt with something in the past, or you're, you know, you're acting up a bit weird, weird to you.
Coping mechanisms.
Whatever that trigger
Outward
is.
behaviour,
We're going to normalize the conversation and say, well, actually, I'm having therapy right now, and I'm proud of that.
Yes.
You know, that's like having a PT, isn't it?
Yes.
I think the key thing for me, and where I brought that into my personal life as well, I was talking to a friend maybe just before Christmas who was going through a really tough time, and there was still an element of me of trying to be me and talk him out of it. I'm not talking about or encourage him. Do you know what I mean? Like, and just say, you know, it'll be fine, or come on. And then when I went on this course, and it's a 2-day course,
Yes,
and I only
it
did it, or I did it 2 hours, or you know, I did a variation of it, and it didn't. You know, they quite bluntly said, "Didn't monkey's what I thought. It was what his reality was." You know, so I could encourage and cajole, and I'm, you know, very energetic, and they think, well, that's not having no effect. It's getting into his reality. And again, that was another eye opener. And this is how we saw it. It was, you know, post COVID and everything, how we saw the situation. And that's the key, isn't it? And that helped me. And next time I spoke to him, yeah, exactly. To kind of see it from his point of view. It doesn't matter what I think.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
One of the most powerful takeaways. Alex and I have talked about that for years. If everybody understood everybody else has an individual frame of reference, then that's for me the key to world peace, honestly.
Yeah.
Because if we could understand another person's experience, which may mirror our own, their experience is going to be profoundly different to mine, even though the circumstances were similar.
Absolutely. That's what they said about COVID. We're all in it together, and we clearly weren't, were we?
Well, what I used to say on my course, which we delivered throughout COVID, was that we're all in the same storm, but not in the same boat.
Yes, I think that's such a good one.
That's a great analogy.
You know,
it's a great analogy for exactly what we're in.
Yeah,
and it's and then, you know, then that's the opportunity to actually, you know, tie those boats together and support each other is where the next step comes, and that's the beauty of it.
Which we're getting there, aren't we? I say
I
for
think
my personal journey, I say it's come on leaps and bounds, and I think COVID, I mean, it's been awful, obviously, but possibly one positive to come out of it is we can now hopefully tie boats together.
I think well, put on again. I have to protect myself here because, and I said this to Jam as well. Are we just, because we're in this world where this is normal, because we do have, everyone is mental health first aid trained, and those conversations are normal. We've had it here recently. We've had two employees come out recently and proactively speak to one of our guys. Having Jamie around helps.
Yeah.
His "Are you okay, mate?" is constantly asking everyone every day. Is helpful, and it's normal, and then immediately triggers us to react and be proactive in our conversation. Are we blind? Is that normal for everyone? I feel like it is. Like my friends, my family, people around me, I have very open conversations. My son, who's 18, we have a lot of deep conversations around how we feel and whatever else, and we've had that took a while for us to get there.
Yeah.
But I'm not one. I personally, I think maybe you two are much better qualified to comment on this. Have we advanced well? Like, I don't know.
I have, yeah.
What in talking and that? I think we have.
Because 5 years ago I wouldn't have done.
Yeah.
So.
I think yes is my answer. It's probably been personally, it's been slow for the reasons I've said. If been sitting here 10 years ago, I wouldn't have half of what I've got now, if any of it. So I think yes, we've definitely come on. And the key thing that, as well as talking, I think it's about listening, isn't it, as well? And I think we've got better at that. And I will quote one of my little statistics because this is amazing. That when you're at school, you spend a lot of time learning to read. You spend a lot of time learning to write. A lot of time learning to speak. I've got a 4-year-old, so he's going through all those things. And you spend about half an hour of your school learning to listen. Something ridiculous.
Like actual active listening.
6 months. Yeah.
Really?
More than half an hour. But yeah.
It was half.
Yeah, you got that right. Yeah. Half a year. And then you use it 45% of your life. And again, I was like, So as much as it is, I think we come and talking, how good have we got at listening? Or, you can be in the pub with your friends and everyone's chatting over each other and things like that. So I think we need to get better at listening.
Yeah.
Maybe got the talking bit right, but there's obviously two sides to that, isn't it? And it's the listening. So yeah, I think we're heading in the right direction.
No, that's good.
It's evolution.
You on board with that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was speaking to my mum. My mum's a mental health social worker.
Okay.
She's been working in mental health adult services for 20 odd years. And I said to her last night about a situation that I'd heard of, and somebody said, "Oh, this person suffered a breakdown." And actually, when there was some more delving into this, it wasn't a breakdown. The language we have around mental health has to be very clear for me. And this person lost it. And people lose it all the time. They will continue to lose it all the time for a number of reasons. Yeah. And so I think that there sometimes is this really heightened idea of what mental health crisis is, which is categorically sits over here. Yeah. But then there is the other life experiences that we all go through where we might have a dip, in our life and our circumstances where we react negatively to that. But that in itself isn't necessarily a breakdown. Those two things do not correlate. Yeah. So for me, it's about the language and the accessibility and the education around mental health and the conversations that need to have more work attached to it. So when I kind of spoke to this person about the fact that, I said, it don't sound like a breakdown to me. It sounds as if they've lost it, and I've lost it.
Yeah,
and we all do.
Yeah.
So I talked about the fact that I remember I was in Soho with some friends of mine about 20 odd years ago, and I'd split up with my then boyfriend. I'd got a new job and I was moving house, and he dumped me. Like very publicly in a bar. It was not very nice, like properly upset I was. I mean, it was, and I was there and I was at my party as well, bang out of order. And I lost it, publicly, loudly, messily, in the middle of a street in Soho. It wasn't pretty. That wasn't a breakdown.
No.
Do you know what I mean? I went home. I was quite inebriated. I went home, woke up in the morning, I went, oh, did that happen? Yeah. The lucky thing for me, that wasn't around.
Yes. You've still been living it now.
Exactly.
You're on YouTube now.
Yeah, exactly. But I said, and I explained that to that person, and it was kind of the same kind of story. So for me, it's about understanding that, yes, we all have mental health. There's no health without mental health. Life happens, good and bad. How we react to these bad things might be good one way, but might not be another. But there are a set of people, and it could be any one of us at any time of our life, who are living with profound mental illness and mental health challenges. And we don't all have the same story. Does that make sense? So, when we're talking about that language around talking about it, we are talking about it a lot more. But there still has to be some information about what is serious mental illness and mental health challenges and life challenges and building that resilience between the two.
Because when they hit that's really, that's such an important point, I think, that we've raised, because it's so easy to react in that way, and that's really challenging for everyone involved: the employer, the friends, the partner. It's and like from CPSL Mind's point of view, the reactive element of the charity. How many people can't you help? Because of that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
because they believe it.
Well, how many are diagnosed? Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that must be such a challenge, because, but I feel like I'm having a breakdown because someone said I'm having take that scenario.
Yeah.
That person really just needs to be accepted for their situation. Someone to go, I'm going to get angry with you. Let's get angry with you, and let's get sad together.
And time.
And allow it.
When we're talking about mental illness and mental health challenges, and you're big on your course, ultimately it's about, does this challenge affect the capacity for me to live my life? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, can you get out of bed in the morning?
Yeah.
Can you go to work?
Yeah.
Can you have a relationship with your family and your friends? Can you brush your teeth in the morning? So there's these kind of things that we need to be aware of as well. And I think that the work that CPSL Mind do, especially here locally with the Good Mood cafes, etc., that they have, which ultimately is,
nice.
and please do tell us more about
that.
The Good Life Cafe is about kind of community and focus and support and empowerment. Empowering people to make choices that are good for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, so in my 6 months, I've seen everything you've said, and I've seen the services, how we've responded to that. So we have 2 sanctuaries. We have one in Cambridge and one in Peterborough, and that is for those in crisis. So they're referred via the NHS, first responder. And when I spoke to the manager there and just heard some of the stories, I mean, they're keeping people out of prison, out of A&E, and they're de-escalating. I think it's like 94% of crises just by being there. 6 o'clock night till 1 a.m. These are the the heroes to me. They're
Yeah,
every night
absolutely.
through lockdown, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, the lot. They're in there. So you've got that at kind of that end. And then everything you said about the breakdowns, we've got a wide range of services from Good Life, which I'll talk about in a second. But perinatal, I didn't know anything about that. You know, the new mums. And when I was, sound like your dad, when new dads.
Yeah.
And we got forgotten a little bit, didn't we? So we're creating groups for them as well. And I just think that's, that's fascinating. And the Good Life is brilliant. I went to a Good Mood cafe here in Sydney. It's actually a few weeks ago. And again, relatively new to me. I just contacted the guy there. I said, I'm a member of the team. Can I come along? He's like, yeah, of course. So I went in there and just listened. I said, just listen, Gary. Don't speak. Just listen. I do chat sometimes. Just listen. And it was. I don't know what the word is really. It was just so interesting to see. I think 3 or 4 people came in as regulars, and one gentleman came in and was very clearly quite fragile. And he just came in and he listened. He talked to other people. I just took a back seat. There's a couple of other members of the team there, and just seeing people like-minded that were obviously going through a difficult time, whether it was permanent or fluctuating, as you say, and just bringing them together. You got a coffee for £1. Got a little voucher. Went downstairs, and they just talked for an hour. And again, they might not have talked to anyone that week. They might have talked to everyone that week, and it was just seeing it. And I was really proud, even there, thinking actually we provide this. And it's a really good service. So look up the Good Life.
Absolutely.
And everyone's welcome there. Even you go once, or there were regulars there. And I say, this lady just said, just to talk to someone that knows how I'm feeling. You can't put a price on that.
You can't beat that, can you? That sense of community and support.
I'm jealous of you guys. I'm very jealous of the work that you get to do every day. It's amazing. So I'm conscious of time. What else have you got on that wonderful sheet of yours? I'm really conscious about it. I'm like, I can see it's like playing bingo. We've ticked off a few now. So
what have we done? So
give me something that you're excited about. We want positivity.
Positivity. So fundraising, yeah.
Yes. How can people support? Obviously, they can donate now, right now, to help us increase that title.
Fantastic. Yes, I checked the Just Giving before I left the car. It's going great. So thank you so much. Please donate. The money will be spent locally, here in across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough and South Lincolnshire to address everything we've been talking about. So please donate. If you want to get involved in fundraising generally, anything. I was on the radio the other day and the guy said, what can you do? And you can do anything. And the best way of describing it is what I've been doing in the last few weeks. We had a guy that did a pigeon auction. And I can't tell you any more than that, apart from this bloke said I'm having a pigeon auction, and then £7,000 turned up.
Wow. I'm in the wrong business. I'm in pigeons. I'm getting pigeons.
No idea what that was about. We chased Father Christmas across Cambridge just before Christmas. People dye their hair, you have bake sales, you climb mountains. So get involved, and that obviously helps us, but hopefully helps the individual as well. It's great, especially this time of year, gets you out and about. So get involved in that. We've got Cambridge Half Marathon, 6th of March. Got places available, so contact me if you fancy running that. you get a couple of months to train, but just get involved, and it's anything goes with fundraising. Some big walks.
What about deadlifts? I do some deadlifts.
I did deadlifts, online bingo. I did the other day. I've had some great ones over the years.
More creative, the better.
Yeah, and to be honest, COVID has kiboshed a few of the traditional bake sales, company quiz. I think we all got a bit quizzed out, didn't we? So it needs to be a bit more innovative nowadays and a bit more creative. So the pigeon one was a good one.
Yeah, that was definitely creative.
Well, you need to find out what that means.
Yes.
I'm quite confused now.
I was.
Catching pigeons and then selling them.
I don't know. Anyone know what?
Someone tell us what a pigeon auction is.
Yeah, I think it was selling them amongst themselves, I think, or passing them on, trading them. But it was good. Thank you. Very grateful.
Very cool.
Yeah, just looking forward to getting out into the community. Fundraising is relatively new, community fundraising. Yeah. So that's getting out and about. Really looking forward to that.
Oh, very good too, man.
Thanks for all your support. Yeah.
No, well, it's been wonderful having you on, man. Yeah. Your energy is awesome, and your experience. When we decided we want to overthrow, we need a marching partner.
Calling you.
We'll be calling you up, man.
Anytime, yeah.
I appreciate it, bro.
Brilliant.
Nice one.
Excellent. Great to meet you.
Thank
you so much.
Yeah, awesome, man.
Ciao.
Cheers.
Love that. So more information about the Good Life, Good Mood Cafe, open door spaces. It's amazing.
Luke's just said he's been a couple of times. If you could maybe put a link to it in the comments for people, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, we need to use these services.
Absolutely. So I'm just looking at. I've had a missed call, which worries me. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I think it's.
Yes.
So next we got KD. So I'm just going to bring this number back. I'm assuming it's KD who's not here.
Could be. It's not in the green room, though.
No, it's virtual. It's virtual. It's
okay,
not on
cool.
here. So
Yeah, no worries.
right, cool. Right, we'll be back in 3 minutes. Hear from some of the people that are going to be speaking today and what they're speaking up for in 2022. Don't forget, donate, like, comment, share, get this out there. 2022, I'm speaking up for mental fitness for business owners.
I'm speaking up for young people who need somewhere safe to stay in 2022.
Hey everybody, Barbara Fernandez here, and what I am speaking up for in 2022 is the benefits of comedy for mental health. Whee! Whether you do it as a comedian like myself, or whether you go to watch it and enjoy it, it really works, and it's cheaper than therapy. Bye!
In 2022, I'm speaking up for normalising conversations around mental health.
In 2022, I'll be speaking up for everyone that doesn't believe in themselves.
Morning, I'm speaking up for everybody that think that they are helpless.
In 2022, I'm going to speak up for resilience in business and for mental health.
I'm speaking up for people who are trying to find positivity through adversity.
My name's Lee Smith. In 2022, I'm speaking up for forgotten industries and how to maintain a positive mindset.
Hi, I'm speaking up for positivity and resilience and raising funds for our charity, CPSL Mind.
I'm speaking up for deeper connections.
In 2022, I stand for positive mental health and well-being and being a force for good in our local communities.
I'm speaking up for believing in yourself. You're incredible.
Hi everyone, it's Rachel Hales here from Get Synergised. I'm going to be speaking up at the Shifties Live-a-thon, and I can't wait. I'm going to be speaking up for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. Look forward to seeing you there.
Live-a-thon 2022, I'm speaking up for suicide awareness.
Hi, my name is Courtney and I am speaking at the 2023 Live-a-thon with Alex, and in 2022 I'm standing up for disabled rights and the inclusion of disabled people.
I'm standing up for men's mental health.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I'm speaking up for those who want to keep trying.
I'm going to be talking about young people and their mental health and their mental fitness, and some of the ideas that I've got about how we as a community should get behind them, get involved, and help them to feel supported, connected, and inspired during these challenging times.
Hi, I'm Claire, or you may know me as Beth, and I am speaking up for mental health in our education system. Also for the wider support of the families affected.
Hi, my name is Janine Hornsby, and I am very proud to be a guest at the Shifties 24-hour Speak Up Live-a-thon, helping to raise £10,000 for CPSL Mind. I'll be talking to Alex about the biggest cowbag in my life. Her name is Linda. She is the most judgmental, critical bully I have ever met. She has something negative to say about everything that I say and do. Linda is, of course, not a real person. She is what I have named my inner saboteur, that negative, self-deprecating voice that we all have in our heads, telling us that we're not good enough or that we're frauds. So join Alex and I at 2 p.m. on Monday the 17th, where I'll be speaking up in 2022 for self-love and banishing our inner saboteurs.
In 2022, I'm speaking up for a work-life balance while running your own business.
We're back. We're back in the room. And Carl is incoming. Hold on, people, because I've got an awesome guest joining us in a second. He's just getting
a mouthful of muesli, guys.
Logged on.
Breakfast on the go.
What did you have? I didn't...
Muesli.
Yeah.
Yogurt.
Very nice. I had some oats about 4 this morning. It was glorious. It had golden syrup in it.
Oh yeah, I've got a bit of maple syrup in mine.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, that'll sort me out.
Right, let's see if he's ready to go. So just as a reminder, what we're doing this for, we're trying to change the narrative around this Blue Monday. You know what we didn't do?
Change the colour. I know. Sorry. No, did he say green?
Let's guess. Yeah, he went for
I think he went for green.
Yeah, he went for green. Gary likes green. Right, it's kind of rhymes.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I like it. I actually prefer this shot when it's zoomed out with my epic work.
It does look
on
amazing.
time. Right, come on in, KD. Let's get you on, my friend. So, Romsey Mill, a charity that I came into interaction with through Rachel Hales, actually, who's one of our guests earlier. They do a lot of amazing work in our community for young people, and when we talk about access to creative things like media, football, cooking. They have this beautiful centre in Cambridge. I know you do some teaching.
I do they? Yeah.
It's wonderful, isn't it? It's absolutely amazing. We'll be tuning into Are You Okay, Mate space later. I'll get to that. But yeah, Romsey Mill. Neil Thompson, who I sat down with for about 3 hours. We were supposed to meet for a coffee for about half an hour. It's one of them where you're there for like 3 hours later. It's just wonderful people. And then I spent some time with their youth development team. And Carl, so KD, who'll be joining us in a moment, was found by Romsey Mill when he was 8 years old. And 20 years later, he's now working as a youth development officer at Romsey Mill. And they're starting up their own social enterprise within the system that they've got there called Lock and Key, which is a music production company, social enterprise that helps young rappers and musicians, artists have a voice, but built by people that have come from those backgrounds that they represent.
Absolutely brilliant organisation. Yeah, we work with the Young Parents Programme, delivering physical first aid training for when they're expecting their babies. And it's just the most humbling of experiences. People are properly engaged and getting access to the education that is going to be highly beneficial. That charity is just doing the most amazing work, So it's
they were founded by an entrepreneur.
I do, yes. And actually, it's interesting because Rachel Hales is the person that introduced me as well.
Really?
Yeah.
She is
Hello,
the
Rachel.
connector.
Yeah, the connector.
Rachel is
definitely.
the connector.
Yeah, absolutely.
Phenomenal. Right, come on in, KD. Let's get you on here, man. Where we're all waiting for you, Carl. Big drop.
No pressure.
Big drop and everything. Get another book out.
Oh yeah. So where did I get to with books?
Well, you got Will.
I got Will.
You saw.
Yeah.
There was what was the other one?
This
Slow
one's
down.
quite interesting.
Untangle your anxiety.
Yeah, so these are kind of a different. They're self-help books. We call it bibliotherapy in our training, which is effectively helping you help yourself by accessing books and other resources that may be able to help. So this one's quite interesting. He's got a massive following on social media, actually, and that's where I first heard about him. Anxiety is one of those, conditions that everybody will probably have at one time in their life. Anxiety by itself is absolutely fine. It becomes a problem when it is prolonged and affects your life. And so it's important to try and recognize what that might look like. So that's a really good book for people. This one came before that, way before that, which was Feel Your Fear. Quite a lot of businesses have used that one as well.
Feel the fear, do it anyway.
Yeah,
I've read this.
Which again is a little bit less therapy, more kind of generic, if you like, which is quite interesting.
I think this is interesting. Like this whole that message for entrepreneurs and anyone really. Actually, I think it's you have to perform to get to the thing you want to be. Like, there's a lot of like be yourself, and I'm with you there. But actually, if I look back on myself 10 years ago, I didn't want to be myself.
Yeah.
I wanted to be something I wasn't then. So actually these sort of books, I think, help you move closer to that.
Absolutely.
Because they will just place you somewhere else.
Yeah. The one I haven't actually bought it at the moment because it's got kind of pens and stuff all over it, which is The Chimp Paradox.
Oh, I love that book.
Just for not, and I think it was you that told me about that actually. Amazing book, and it's interesting because I started reading it, and then it says, right, get a pen and paper, and I was like, oh, this is one of them kind of workbooks, right? Yes, it's not just a straight up read. I have to do some stuff with it. Yeah. So, I definitely would recommend that one. But you've got to have the work. You've got to put the work in.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Be prepared to do it, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, is he in yet?
Well, Carl's not here, but I've just seen Mike's in here. So I'm wondering if Mike will give us a wave in the lobby and tell us he's okay to go now. And then if Carl comes, then he can join us.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We can get all four of us on the screen. How are you feeling about that, Mike? I see a nod. Right,
yes,
that's okay.
Thumbs up. Yeah.
Let me see what Carl's saying. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's trying to get on. So if he comes on, brilliant. We'll bring him in, and then we'll come back to you, Mike. Or maybe you can hang around for the Carl thing. Well, we'll wing it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's get Mike back on. Here he is. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Tone, brilliant.
How you doing? I just thought, seeing as I worked for Romsey Mill for 12 years, most of that time with KD, that we can always wing it together. And
this makes it even better. To be honest with you, I'm so happy about this. I saw I've just seen your messages as well. So he's just texted me. He is coming. It's just on a go slow. So those who didn't see it in the early hours of this morning, well, it wasn't that early hours for me, but it was early hours for Mike. Mike came on at 6:30 and just brought. You set the tone for the day, Mike. Actually, your poetry and what you shared with us, and, it really did actually, and. Off the back of that, we've had a wonderful time since, and Jam's now passed out in the other room, so we've managed to wear her out. We've managed to wear her out after all these hours.
Well, that's no mean feat, though.
No, it's not mean feat. It's no mean feat. So, Mike, I think if you can introduce yourself and the wonderful work you do with Concrete Rose and what you founded, and then we can kind of take the conversation from there, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, sounds good. Yeah, so Mike Farrington. I guess I've been working with young people who are finding life difficult or facing challenges for a long time now, since 2003. Good kind of 17, 18 years in a variety of settings. So I worked for the Prince's Trust for a while early on, and then worked for a pupil referral unit for a good amount of time. That's where if young people get excluded from school, and then for the past 12 years. Up until the end of last year, really, for Romsey Mill, and for a bit of that time overseeing the youth work team at Romsey Mill. So that was a team of kind of 15 youth workers working across Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire and a little bit in Peterborough. So that's my kind of history, just passionate about working with young people, really, and I love that. I get more enriched than whatever I give to young people, but that's my heart, that's my passion, really. And recently I've set something up called Concrete Rose, which is why I shared one of the poems earlier, because the name comes from a poem by Tupac called The Rose That Grew from Concrete. But basically, I think first lockdown gave me a little bit of time just to think and kind of digest what the next phase of life was going to be about, so to speak, if that makes sense. And I love youth work, and I still love youth work, and I still teach youth work for Romsey Mill. But I just felt I needed to start creating homes for young people, really, and particularly for the most at-risk young people. I felt if you didn't have a stable home, it's pretty tricky, really, actually, to move on and make progress. So that precipitated a couple of things. One was my wife and I going through the fostering process. So we've just been to panel, so we've just been approved. So hopefully we can start to foster.
Well done, man. That's amazing, bro.
Yeah. But hats off to anybody who's listening who's a foster carer, because it's amazing what you do. And the second thing was to start Concrete Rose. And one of the big things I wanted to respond to was during my time at Romsey Mill, I saw so many young people, 16, 17, 18, 19, leave difficult home situations, sometimes leave care, sometimes leave young offenders institutes, move to kind of larger and personal hostile type environments often, if I'm honest, and the wheels fall off. There's a lot of risk. Disincentivized work, and not enough kind of wraparound support, really, and they just seem to get a bit lost in that. I was reading the other day that the average age for young people to leave home now in the UK is 23, apparently, and that's young people from kind of stable homes. And so why young people with trauma histories and kind of a lack of family support networks, it's a real vulnerable time. So some are not kind of ready to be on their own and independent at 18, 19, 20, really. So that's what I want to respond to. I want to respond to that initially. And so I spent the last year really setting up something or putting the foundation, the groundwork in place to set up what's called a supported lodging scheme, which is essentially where we want members of the public or people we know to open up their homes to young people. And it's a little bit like foster care, but for older young people. So there's a bit more independence. And hosts would be expected to be able to continue with their kind of work life and social life. But the role of Concrete Rose is to really provide all the wraparound care to make that happen, to make that work. So all the vetting processes and procedures for hosts, but then we give them 24/7 on-call support, loads of training, clinical supervision, and then loads of support to the young people as well. So the young people will be in a kind of home environment, a bit more of an intimate environment where they can really flourish. But we also pair every young person up with a youth worker. And in the kind of Cambridge area, that youth worker will probably come from Romsey Mill.
Yeah.
Nice. So KD might, help us with some of the young people we support. But really the heart is to create stable, loving, caring, nurturing home accommodation placements in home environments for young people who need it most, really. And we're still really early in our journey. We've probably
how long has it been, Mike? How long has it been?
Well, I first cut down my hours at Romsey Mill in November 2020, but to be honest, we've probably spent a good 12 months just making sure we could offer the gold standard of supported lodgings, and we wrote our kind of therapeutic trauma-informed approach. We just spoke to a lot of people. Can we get it right? I'd worked with young people for a long time, but accommodation was new, and I wanted to understand that field. And so we got consultancy from some other people who are doing it brilliantly across the country. There's a place called Young Devon who have 150 placements in Devon, just in amazing work down there. So we really tried to understand how they were doing it so well, and followed a lot of their policies and procedures. So really, we only started publicising for hosts properly, probably in the autumn, 2021.
It just sounds amazing. And I didn't think it was possible to kind of pick up energy, and I should because I deliver online. But the energy, the warmth, the vibes coming through the screen, even talking about the actual support that you're going to be putting into place is just humbling. And just amazing. Do you know what I mean? In terms of what these young people can get access to, it's just amazing.
We did. So I remember speaking to you on the phone, Mike. I think it must have been when you first set up, when you were first kind of getting registered or something, and your passion just came through. Like it just comes through in every sense. Like honestly, it's great.
It's just wanting to help young people and understanding that once we can help young people, then they will be empowered to go forth into adulthood, helping others, and it's that ripple effect, isn't it? And it just sounds really cool.
Yeah, definitely. And I think once I've got more passionate, I've always been really passionate about working with young people, and I love it. But I hadn't maybe quite understood the issues in the sector around, particularly around care leavers. So at Romsey Mill, we work with an eclectic mix of young people and all facing difficulties maybe in some way, but it wasn't just obviously exclusive to care leavers, and neither is Concrete Rose. But I did want to get into the kind of what was the picture like for care leavers as part of this project, and just some of the kind of stats are awful, really. I mean, it's just, I think we're just letting down that section of the population. I mean, still, it's 25% of care leavers will be homeless within the first 2 years of leaving care. That's not right. They're five times more likely to have a mental health breakdown, three times more likely to be out of work. Still, the estimates vary between 25% and 50% of our prison population are care leavers, even though they only make up 1% of the population. Certainly 56% of the young offenders prison population are care leavers, even though they only make up 1%. It's just like it can't be.
Where does that end?
Exactly. So so even getting more into that, I've really it's kind of sparked it. It's a justice issue, really, isn't it? It's not you can't let it continue.
Actually, quite interesting. We were talking about mental fitness, Alex and I, and I know we're going to probably bring KD in shortly, but how do you maintain that modicum of positivity, Mike, when you're you're kind of hit with those stats and hit with that information, which is unjust. And especially now, right, we've got so much at our disposal in terms of resources. How do you keep yourself mentally well when you're kind of approached with such information?
Yeah, definitely. I just think it's using it in the right way, isn't it? But you're right. I mean, it's not as though you read that stuff and it affects you emotionally. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you can't, I don't think, read that and not be affected emotionally. So it's not like you're always on the high. But I think you just try to use it in the right way to do a little bit, to try and make a little bit of a difference where you can, really.
And you talked about clinical supervision. Clinical supervision is something that is afforded to a minority of people, if they're lucky, where they have the opportunity to download and offload those emotions that you will inevitably get, right? That's something that not everybody is afforded. So I love the fact that, and I talk about kind of clinical supervision being that opportunity to talk to people about what's kind of coming up for you. But we can all access that kind of support, I suppose, within our own networks. It's just being aware of who that person is.
No, definitely. I think relationships are really key, aren't they? I mean, just per se. I mean, we've been writing our therapeutic approach, and one of our the first thing we want to do is give young people safe accommodation. But the second thing we want to do is really increase the number of relationships, positive relationships around each young person, because I think one of the big issues is that kind of relational poverty. And there's a great guy called Bruce Perry who's a kind of leading psychiatrist in America, and for all his work in academia, his basic premise of trauma-informed care is do whatever you can to increase the number and quality of relationships around a young person's life. And that's something I certainly tried to bring to Romsey Mill, just a sense of what we need to be doing is really facilitating a network of relationships around every young person we support, as well as around ourselves, that enables that promotes mental health, I think.
Yeah, that's nice. And not only that, also pushes us, challenges us, isn't just about that side of thing. I think it's really important for anyone. I mean, we've all had to question that at some point in our lives, I think, in terms of transitioning from network. A lot of people that will be listening to this are business owners. Shifties is a business network because it was designed because the existing systems and organizations that promote positive networking and sell that dream. Well, quite fundamentally, they sell it. That was wrong, and the way that they position it all is wrong. You should challenge each other. You should support each other. If you come to a mastermind, I'm going to challenge you. When Danielle and I first met, remember with Justin, we went for a curry. You came along for one of our things.
Yeah, I was like, what is this?
And poor Danielle had to sit opposite. So Justin, you'll hear from later. I think he's on after Steve Whitney, actually, about 3:30-ish. And I call him the English Tony Robbins.
Yeah, mate.
You got Danielle got
Justin.
The full Justin treatment, full coaching across the curry table.
It was great though.
But that's what network's about. That's what community is about. That's what having good people around you that don't accept your bullshit and actually call you out on that sometimes.
Ask you questions.
That's what it's about. It's not all about positive encouragement. It's actually, you know what, I'm gonna call you out on what you're saying to me because that's good for you.
Yeah, challenging.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that's been written about in the academic world for a long time. It's social capital, that's on a sense of that's what we need. But you're right. It's about, just rubbing off one another sometimes, isn't it? And sharpening each other. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Mike, before I bring KD on, I'm almost certain he won't mind you hanging around for him being up here because I think it's kind of perfect timing, actually, given your role and relationship. I asked earlier, what's the most, and now we've got now it's no longer 6:30 in the morning, and we're not just reading poetry at each other, romanticizing around the words within. What are you most excited about for 2022?
I'm excited about having young people in placement with families that can give them, families or individuals or couples or whatever it is that can give them some support. I mean, that does excite, and it doesn't have to be big numbers. If we get, we're aim is to get 10. If we can get 10 young people in a place where they're loved and cared about and they've got a solid foundation for the future, honestly, I'll be over the moon with that. Absolutely delighted. So I'm excited. I'm nervous, and I think the same comes, personally on a personal note. Foster care, I think exactly the same. Excited and nervous. Can I do it 24/7? I can do it in a youth club. Can I do it? But yeah, so I think my overall emotions at the moment are excited and nervous about everything.
I love that. Honesty, man. Honesty. Well, look, man, we're all rooting for you, dude. Like, absolutely. Like, now's your time to build your legacy off the back of the amazing passion you have for what you do. So a massive shout. Be sure to put a link in to Concrete Rose in the comments on the live stream on Facebook, LinkedIn, and everyone do give Concrete Rose a shout out. I know you're on Instagram as well, so wherever is prominent for you. But everyone, please do support. Now, KD's finally managed how to figure out how to use his laptop, so he's waiting to come. I can say that to him while he's not in here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got you, KD. Don't worry, mate.
Right, let's get you on stage, my man. There he is. Hey. How you doing, man? You're on mute. Or you're... wait a second. Just check your mic settings at the bottom. There's a little cog, cam/mic. Click on that. It's probably under audio. Just check what input device you've got going on. Because at the moment, there isn't one.
In my office, I'm going to put something at the back that says you're on mute.
Not on mute, though, in this case, to be fair. Oh, wait a second. Got you.
Am I working?
Yay!
How you doing, man?
I'm good, thank you. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad.
How you doing, Mike?
So,
good? Sorry.
Yeah, okay, good to see you. You all right?
Seen him, so I'm good, thank you. I'm good.
Good
Are you cool for Mike to hang around for this as well? Because I think you can
I'd rather him not be a part.
Is he going to tell us stories about you that you don't want us to know?
Potentially.
NDAs, mate. NDAs.
So,
that's all.
KD, can you introduce yourself to the community and to those that are watching now? Who's KD? What does KD stand for? And how do you spend your time?
The name came from when I was younger. My uncle was a DJ, and his name was Kenny D. And then I just kind of adopted the name as a youngster, because to me he was like the greatest person in the world. I mean, like when I was younger. And then what do you mean? Like, what do I do at Romsey?
You as a human, you at Romsey, wherever you want to take that, you can take it.
Well, obviously, first and foremost, I'm a father. That's the most important. That's my most important job, I feel like. And then obviously, I work at the Romsey Mill, where I do music with young people, and use music as a tool to obviously bring progression to really the community that I'm from at this point, but not just the community that I'm from, but also I work in other areas like Peterborough. So I'm just using that as the tool to to bring positivity and progression. But I'm very, very fortunate the fact that I get to work with such amazing young people that are so talented. So and that's my thing really at this point.
And they are talented. I mean, some of the music is just phenomenal. Do I dare ask when the next album's out? Is it still touchy?
You can dare to ask.
You might have the
answer. I think we're on a good path. I think we just had a meeting about it on last week. I think we're like very, very, very close. So I reckon by March, 100% by March. So yeah,
nice.
Like everything, like all the hard bits being done. It's just it's just getting the mix and mastering what it deserves. I feel like just the level it deserves. I feel like we've done something like this before, and I just want it to be like put a lot more into this one because of how much they've put into it. So yeah, that's just where we're at with that, really.
So KD, I've got a question, because last week I delivered a training course to the Young Parents Programme there at Romsey Mill, and it was done online. So that's what I do as part of my social enterprise. I deliver those courses for free.
Right.
I've been doing it for a number of years. And there was a really important question that was posed up on this course by one of the young people. We talked about music, and I love music. I sing in a band. I've grown up. When you said Kenny D, I was like, is that Kenny Dope? Nah, I can't be. I think he's American, honey. But anyway, so we were having a conversation, and I need to understand something. I've got a 14-year-old boy. My girl's 12, and Sebastian, my son, he won't mind me saying, he's kind of found garage music, which is lovely because my husband's a DJ, and my daughter sings, all sorts. We're quite a musical family, but I don't know what drill music is, right? So I'd like for you to tell me if you know what drill music is defined by, because one of the young parents was saying, well, I like drill music, and his girlfriend didn't like it. I was going, well, is that what my kids listen to? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. You're probably best placed to tell me with the work that you do. I know music to be as grime, garage. What's drill music?
This is just my opinion. Yeah, this is just my opinion. I feel like in England, yeah, we like to change the names of music a lot. Like, so if you think about like hip hop, in America, yeah, they always change it. I mean, sorry, they don't ever change the name. Like it's evolved, but they never ever change the name of it. Does that make sense? If you listen to hip hop from the 80s all the way to now 2000, 2010, 2000, it's always stayed as hip hop.
Right.
But in England, like garage music, like it started with drum and bass, I feel like, then it hit like house and garage, and then obviously evolved from there into grime, and then it evolved from there into like drill music, and I just feel like that is just what it sounded like at the time.
Okay, so it's a moment in time as opposed to the actual music.
100%. So garage music was just what it was sound, what London or the other cities sound like at that time. Then when grime came, that's like when my generation was coming through. That's just what it sounded like at that time. Like the way the dress, everything, that's what it sounded like. And now drill is what that generation is sounding like at this point.
I love that. I love that explanation. Yeah. And it makes total sense to me. And I've been talking to Alex about like books, and one book, Will Smith, he talks about like the evolution of hip hop. And the way in which it kind of which you've just said. So yeah, it's fascinating. Sorry, I know we've taken this completely down the music route, but yeah, fascinating.
Well, musicians meeting each other will inevitably mean we talk about music.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I love the fact that you've talked about it being a moment in time and a generation kind of utilizing their time really for that.
It's
music.
Their voice, isn't it? It's their voice of that time. Like garage music was that was the voice. It was the vibe. Yeah, I'm on a podcast.
Hi, cousin.
Hey, man.
Thank you. Love that.
Love it. Well, let's stay there, because actually, a conversation. Obviously, I've met you a couple of times now. We've had a lot of conversations, a lot of interesting, ideas and projects that may come to light over the next year or so.
Yeah.
Fundamental to all of that is actually the role that music plays in your life, and the role that music plays in young people's lives every single day.
Yeah.
Why is that, and why is that so important to understand before you try to get involved in actually having a conversation with a young person?
What do you mean? Sorry. Ask the question again. Sorry.
So your relationship with music. Yeah. Why is it so important that we, as people that care about young people, that want to support young people, understand why that relationship with music is so important before you start to engage with them?
Why is my relationship so important with them?
Well, any of ours, we're all sat here. Mike's just sat here and told us about the work he's doing with Concrete Rose and the work he's done with Romsey Mill. We've sat in a room before with your rest of your colleagues and talked about the importance of lock and key and how that, when that emerges, and why that's so important. Why that's all surrounded around one subject, and that's music.
How important is it?
How important is music to young people?
It's so important because it's their voice, and everybody has some sort of anybody I've ever met has some sort of like entouchment with music, and I just think it's such a powerful thing. I mean, if you take drill for example, like you were just talking about, yeah, like the amount of problems that genre has caused in terms of content, whatever, because it is the voice of that generation and how it's being used, and people are, oh, it's negative or whatever. But do you see how powerful it is? Like, it's just so powerful. That is why it's so important. Music just really is so important. And it
do you think that
it talks us all? It talks us all. Like,
when you talked about that drill music and you're talking about the content of that, and some people are kind of dissing it, saying, "Oh, it's too violent, it's too this, that, and the other," is it just mirroring a lifestyle that people are falling into, or is it more around the feelings and thoughts and processes around that? So it's like an outlet more than anything else. It doesn't necessarily correlate with reality.
well, I'm almost in two minds about drill, but the truth, I feel like the truth is this: it is a reflection of what's going on. So sometimes, so people will complain, yeah, but that is what is going on. With it there or not, with drill there or not, that is still happening. But the problem is, I have to say, it can influence as well, because I've seen it. I've seen like kids that aren't from bad areas, that haven't been in certain environments in their entire life, and then they'll listen to a couple of drill tunes, get a couple of Stone Island jackets and a couple of hoodies, and think they're from that life. You know what I'm saying? So there's like two sides to it. I do think it's important. I feel like drill's very important because of what it has caused, and it's made people go, "Oh yeah, like you have to know what's going on," kind of thing. You have to pay attention what's happening in bigger cities with a younger generation in certain environments. Like, it's making the government and everyone pay attention, which is what I'm happy about. But what I don't like is the people that are listening to it and then going, yeah, like, I'm from that life, and really they're living in a detached house in some sort of village. Like, it's just different, you know what I mean? But
do you not think that's always been the case, though? When we think about music and the history of
100%.
Music, you know, we think about the rock, you know, the rockers and the F the Police and the Queen and what did they say about the Queen? I'm sure she banned something, didn't she? Like in the 60s or something. There was tunes that were you can't play them because it was kind of blasphemous or whatever it may or may not be. Music has always been an outlet for people to talk about their feelings, and it often mirrors what's going on in society as well. So now this is just this generation's time to express themselves in a way.
I just find it really like I just want to dig in on this, and Mike as well. Feel free to chip in as well. Yeah, to turn the other way, KD. Have the light on you, not behind you.
Right, but see your face.
Yeah, we don't see your face, man.
Sorry.
That's it.
Yes. Hey, there we go.
So someone once taught me, Tom Fordham, who's a wonderful videographer, FLAB. Framing, lighting, audio, background. FLAB.
Like it.
Yeah, that's how I remembered it. That's just how I remembered it. Anyway.
Very well.
So I want to just dig deeper on that, because so you talked about outlet. The music is an outlet. But the fundamental of my question really was how which is why I just absolutely love what you do, man. Like, you're using music to go in. You're embracing that is the music. You're saying, hey, come into the studio, come and you know, let's do this together. Let's bring this on, and then you're making an album out of that. Can you just share some of your personal experiences on that journey of creating an album with young people, using that as a vehicle for change rather than, you know? But I think that's amazing. I don't think there's many people doing that.
Music at this point, I feel like it just engages with everyone so well. But with the music, when I'm using it to build the project with the young people, it's just so easy to get them to, I don't know, dip into different elements of their life. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's really not. It might sound like, oh yeah, you're just working with young people and then you've just made this album, but all these people, it's taken building that relationship first before we can get to that point. but what we all had in common was that we all love music. So after the relationship it gets built, it wasn't hard to then, you know, right, we're gonna do a song about this or this, and or letting them talk. But they always want you to know really what's going on with themselves. So it makes it a lot easier. Do you know what I mean?
And
it's not forcing people, is it? It's like giving them an outlet. Sorry, Mike, go for it.
No, it's just, I mean, just off the back of what you said, that's one of the unique things about Romsey. I mean, Kay's amazing at it, but one of the unique things about Romsey, almost there's two schools when it comes to youth work. One school says, let's look at the risk and the problems, and let's try and mitigate them. And the other one says, let's look at all the positive stuff and all the things you have in you, and let's let you express that and become all you can be. And essentially in youth work nationally, there's two schools of thought, really. And Romsey Mill very much fits into what's called that positive youth development approach, relational-based positive youth development approach. What's all the skills, talents, interest, activities you've got in you, and how can we help you express that? And KD is an absolute genius at doing that from a music point of view.
Thank you, mate.
One endorsement. No, I felt it from the moment I walked in, sat down with you guys. Like, it's just, that's why I'm just massively inspired by it. I think it's just...
And the thing is about this as well, which I think when it comes to music, is that music is within us. Is, you know how much I love music. You know, I'm dancing around my house.
The studio over with
Seriously, when I'm singing, I'm in my happy place. It's what I do. It's where I go in order to feel better. And what I love about this project is the fact that they're not doing anything other than provide that space. You're not forcing people to talk about it. You're not forcing people to kind of bring up everything. There's, you know, music is a form of therapy for an awful lot of people. It's cathartic. You give, you know, you're empty. I've been in the studio before plenty of times, and you're finished. When I'm writing music, I'm done. You know, I've given everything that I've got to that track or to that vocal or whatever that may or may not be. You've heard of people crying in studios. Do you know what I mean? The emotion that you get attached to it.
That's amazing vehicle for everything. Kay knows that he knows his disruptive audio. That flab. He's moving on. He's on the move. I'll ask. We'll come to Kay in a second. Mike, how important is it to the communities around Romsey Mill that Kay is from the community around Romsey Mill?
It's massive. It's absolutely massive. And that was a big thing at Romsey Mill. We always talked a lot about what we would say was Indigenous leadership. And that's people from the community really becoming leaders in that community and not only being role models, but facilitating kind of change and empowering others within that community to kind of step up and shape that community. I think it's absolutely key. Is that we get more community leaders, and Kay's kind of the first of that batch, but then there's been others behind you, Kay, haven't there? You've kind of trained up, like thinking of Callum and others. The kind of people from the community, understand the community, can be positive role models to that community, but can empower the community. I think there's nothing more powerful, and it's absolutely key to community development from a broader standpoint.
Oh, don't get me started. And that's the thing, you build up trust. You know, people that are at Romsey Mill trust KD. They trust the people that work there. They're built up that amazing, you know, network of community. You talk about a wider community focus, mate. If we had more people that looked and don't get Alex and I talk about this stuff all the time. This is why our society doesn't work. There's not enough representation at the top to be able to eke down for the rest of society. So that trust that Romsey Mill have brought with the young people is just phenomenal.
We're talking about UK. What are you saying?
I 100% agree. As I've got older, I've just realised that basically, when it comes to that community work and that, it's so important that the community get involved, especially like key people in a community. It's so important that they somehow get involved. So I'll give you an example. I won't say their names. The other day, I was at a wake to someone's. It was a friend of my mum's, she had passed away. And so our community, the whole community was there. It's like the Caribbean community where loads of different people's like Caribbean grandparents first came here. Do you know what I'm saying? So everybody's there. And a friend of mine come up to me and said, I just want to show you some respect and love because you've played like a father role to my son. And he's talking, and he's like giving me a lot of respect and that. But I got to a point and I said to him, but he's still here though. Do you know what I mean? Like your son is still here. It's not like he's gone. So it's like important for you to now like step back in for this community coming up, because we have to take responsibility of our own community. We have to take responsibility for the younger generation coming up. It's all good and well going, oh, you're doing a really good job, but brother, you need to come and help as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Because he is quite a serious person in my community, maybe known for maybe the wrong things, but all the youngsters look up to him. Do you know what I mean? And we just had like a bit of a deep chat, and then we met up after that. And now, and a couple of my friends are now getting involved at Romsey. I've got one mate who still lives in the same area that he grew up in, and now he's helping on a Tuesday night. And the young people know his CV of his old crime activity. Do you know what I'm saying? When he was younger, so he just has that respect from them. So when he's telling them you shouldn't do this, they're listening to him. Do you know what I mean? Somebody else they might not listen to. So I just know that everybody needs to kind of step up, and if we really want change, it's going to take everyone. Do you know what I mean?
Mate, honestly, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that.
Goosebumps. Honestly.
So the first set today. Is that the first set?
Honestly, like it's phenomenal, man. You know how much respect I've got for what you guys do. It's just, it really is just amazing. I mean, like if you're listening to this now, whether you're, in London, Cambridge, Oxford, wherever you are listening to this, and you're inspired by this sort of this conversation, and I'd actually asked this to all three of you, Kay, Mike, and Danny. What can you do? What is the best thing you could do? Right, you get up. It's 9:45. You just finished your workout, whatever. You're listening to this in the background. I'm going to go off today. I'm going to make a change in my community. What would you do? What's your step number one? I'll start with you, Kay.
Just bringing positivity. Like everything just takes small little steps. Yeah. Say if you come from some sort of lifestyle and you want to make change around you in that community with lifestyle, it just takes one little thing just to start. Just so there might be a young person that in that community that's doing a bunch of badness, yeah, and that young person has some sort of respect for you, something, or you can talk to that young person. Just saying one little thing on that day can make a change. Like hearing, I think we're too quick to point and blame our young people in different communities. Like, they're just this generation now, like. No, we need to start understanding them and talking to them. Do you know? And understand. I'm 37. Yeah, I've got two daughters. I've got a daughter.
No, I can't believe it, man.
I've got a daughter on the way on Sunday. I've got another daughter that's going to be born hopefully this Sunday. Yeah, and like that, even my 7-year-old, who will be 8 next month, their generation is very different to my generation. So for me to point at that generation and just judge them, it's not helping. I need to understand them. I'm looking. I'm like, what? They do group chats. Like they do group chats, bullying. That wasn't a thing when I was younger. Like online, how much pressure this generation has to go through.
That's horrible, man. Horrible.
They look, everything, because it's all like on the internet and stuff like that. Like we have to understand that before we're judging, and I think that's where, for me, the start of change is trying to understand them and seeing, okay, so where are things going wrong, and who are raising our children, like who is raising our children at this point, and I think the internet has a massive input in that. So let's start trying to like understand that, and I don't know, just make sure that we're feeding them with the right stuff.
Wow.
Love that.
There's a saying that you've just kind of triggered for me, which is seek first to understand before seeking to be understood.
For real, I love that.
Isn't it? Like, seek first to understand before seeking to be understood, which is all about finding out what those gaps are, finding out what's missing. And to answer your question, Alex, find out what's going on. People can only think and lead from their own experiences. I've heard people go, "Oh, that's not really a problem for us, is it?" Well, it might not be a problem for you, but there is a problem for what's going on in our society.
Yeah.
You know, we've talked about what's missing here in our community, and that's interesting, KD, but there's a big building behind where I live. I said to my husband, who DJs and has been DJing for a long time, DJing with people like the Dream Team and all of those lot back in the day, right? So, you know, went from there and well, you know, I'm just saying, and going, well, actually, what we're missing here, maybe we need to go and get a studio. Do you remember I saying to you, let's get a studio, let's get, you know, my husband can do some DJing with the kids, and my daughter sings. Let's get, and you're shut down because the people in charge don't understand that actually that space and that sense of creativity and which sparks community, which means they're off the streets and they've got somewhere to express themselves, is frustrating because it doesn't get taken seriously. So for me, in terms of what you can do, find out what's lacking and try and fill that space.
Love that. Love that. That layers so beautifully. Okay, Mike, you got to add to this.
Yeah, no, it's not easy, is it? No, but I think what has been said, I mean, it reminds me of something that the late kind of Desmond Tutu, or word he used, which was Ubuntu, in the sense that we're all connected. I am because we are, the sense that how can I be happy if somebody else is sad? It's that sense of, I think, as both of you articulated, taking a bit of responsibility for the wider community. And I don't think that has to be big steps, but just little things can make a difference. So wherever you are, it might be with young people, it might be just seeking to understand young people on your doorstep. It might be just being a bit more friendly to your neighbours. It made me think I need to be a bit more friendly to my neighbours. I don't know. I just think little steps, but recognising that if everybody prospers, we all prosper, so to speak. That's the kind of thing. And I think, as both have said, little things can make a big difference. Little words of encouragement, little opportunities just to seek to understand and build relationship. Not to you don't have to do mega things, but just to listen shows you care. So I think for everybody who's listening, I'd just say, yeah, little steps can make a big difference. And if we're all doing it, it's got to make change, no?
And stay playful, stay curious. It's funny, like in my kitchen, me and my kids were singing something by RD the other day, and there's a song called Body out at the moment, and I've got the lyrics. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's not my music, right? But I'll watch my kids and they are properly like MCing and they're loving it in the kitchen. And me and my husband don't know the words, but we're in there bopping with them. Do you know what I mean? And they're encouraged by that. And I don't necessarily like that kind of music. It's got a beat, so it's not too bad. But we're encouraging them to enjoy that. And so let's encourage people to express themselves and to find out. Actually, it might not be my kind of music, but I can see how much you're enjoying it. As I'm going to sit and listen to this of you, and I might learn something. So it's about being curious and staying open-minded and staying as youthful as you can, and remembering also that we were all that age. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And it's exactly that though. Like I remember being younger, and like the transition from garage to grime was starting to happen. And I'm 16 years old, and I'm playing Dizzy Rascal, I Love You. And my mum don't understand what the hell is going on. Like, she like, what is this? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is nuts. But 100% I agree. Like, I think just listening and being in tune with what they're listening to, like just giving it at least a chance and trying to understand it at least instead of just always judging. Do you know what I mean?
Although, KD, you'll laugh because some of the lyrics, I'll stop the song and go, well, guys, like, is there any questions about what he's just said?
Yeah.
Does anyone want to talk about this? So when he said that, I think that's what he meant. And my kids are like, oh, God, stop it. It's just gross. But it is definitely playful.
But again, like that song, it starts a conversation. As long as you engage with it, you engage with it. That's the difference, right? We're learning here. We're all learning here. Amazing. Look, this has been wonderful. Absolutely brilliant having you on. Okay, have you got... So I've asked everyone this question. What are you excited for in 2022? Like, that could be you personally. Obviously, congratulations, another baby on the way. That's, you know, that's a cop out in this question, by the way. You can't say that. What are you excited for in 2022?
I think my thing this year is just to try and think more positive. But I mean that for everything, for work, for my community, for anybody really. Just to, just kind of have a bit more of a positive thinking, and just seeing progression in everything, in every aspect of my life. That's what I want. But I'd say that's my thing for 2022, and that's what I'm hoping for.
I like that. Well, look, take it from me. I'm sure Mike and Danny will back me up on this. You're a huge inspiration, man. You
I'm
really
coming,
are.
man. I'm seriously, I'm coming over to Romsey Mill. I want to see this, with my own eyes.
Huge inspiration, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Has this been recorded?
Yeah, it's recorded, man.
Quality.
Yeah, I'll say, by the way, as well, you've got a message here from one of the community, Luke. You need to reach out to his mate Daniel Henry from Unit 03 Music.
Okay.
He works with young people, DJing, producing. Think you get on well. Maybe Luke, you could hook him up with contacts.
See progression. See that?
Yeah,
so you put it out in the universe, and it happens. You see?
Amen.
And love from the community as well. Congratulations on the baby.
Thank you.
Awesome. Look, this has been an absolute wonder. Thank you so much, both of you. Mike, for coming on earlier and then coming back on again to share so much about Concrete Rose. Please engage with Concrete Rose. Please engage with Romsey Mill. When Kay gets that album out, please buy the album.
Stream it. Yeah,
it's going to be launching with Cat Bud. We're going to get Cat Bud and Romsey Mill in the same room together. It's going to be fire. We're going to literally set Cambridge on fire with Cat Bud and music.
I love that.
Yes, brilliant. All right, guys. Look, thank you so much.
Take care.
See you later.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Told you.
Mate.
Told you.
Mate.
How cool were
I
both
could
of
have
those
talked
people?
all day. That was amazing. Some
know.
fantastic work being done there.
Oh, just beautiful. Look, if you're enjoying this conversation as much as we are, please do donate. We this is what it's about. Absolutely. This is what it's all about. It's all about. I feel amazing. It's Blue Monday. Fuck you, Blue Monday. It's come out.
Whatever.
That's it now.
Yeah.
It's gone. Done. That's it. We've had enough of it.
Yeah,
We've
you're
had
down business. Go on, do one. Absolutely.
We're going back red. We're going red. That's it. We're red. We're in red. It's red.
Fire
Sorry.
mode. We're fire mode, people.
Cover your ears, kids. It's going. No, honestly though. Honestly,
It's great. Absolutely. And the thing is, though, I mean, you and I have talked about music and the power of music, and I'm a massive advocate for music. Always have been. I love it. It just makes you feel so good, and the outlet for that community.
But the inlet.
Inlet. Yes, I love that. I love
You've
that.
got to. So a lot of people listen to this in St. Ears. We've got Paynes Mill right there. They get no.
I know. Don't even get me started about that.
I know there's barriers. I know there's barriers, but that's fine.
We've got barriers are there to be broken down.
We've got a voice, and we're here. So
put me in.
Let's go. Did you take your earrings out for that,
mate? I had to. I went in hard.
There's a lot we can learn from these people we're listening to, and that's important that we all absorb this and
action, please, because actually a lot of it is what can be done. And I think a lot of the problems, like we all often discuss, is that there's no cohesion, there's no kind of central point of reference where we can understand what's missing, understand what's necessary, and ask for resources and support.
And the lessons are there.
We've got brilliant groups here. We know this, and everybody's doing their bit, but we need to join all that stuff up, right? But I'll talk to you about that because there might be an announcement coming on the show. Just saying, I haven't even told Alex.
God.
Yeah, I might be. I might.
Going down, is it?
Yeah, put it out there in the world now, like KD said. Put it out in the world.
Let's do this.
Manifest.
Beth.
Manifest.
Yes, action. Absolutely.
Yes.
There's a lady all about action. Beth is phenomenal with this, just like us, just relentless. When sees something that needs to be changed, action.
Change it. Let's do
action.
it. Let's do it.
Love it.
That should be the word for this year, actually.
Action is definitely the word for this year.
Focus.
Oh, thanks, Mike. There's Romsey Mill's details as well. Look, even before his own Concrete Rose. Look, that's how much that charity means to him.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. Look, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in 5, and we'll be back with Sarah Anthony, who's going to be joining us in person as well.
Nice.
And we're going to be talking. I think it's time we've got a professional coach in the room.
No, I do like that.
Let's try and maybe they can fix us.
Get some tips.
No,
There's no fixing.
We're just half hour.
Not half hour.
All right, sweet. All right, thanks for your support, guys. Look, like, share, comment, donate, do your thing, and we'll see you in 5. 2022, I'm speaking up for mental fitness for business owners.
I'm speaking up for young people who need somewhere safe to stay in 2022.
Hey everybody, Barbara Fernandez here, and what I am speaking up for in 2022 is the benefits of comedy for mental health. Whee! Whether you do it as a comedian like myself, or whether you go to watch it and enjoy it, it really works, and it's cheaper than therapy. Bye!
In 2022, I'm speaking up for normalising conversations around mental health.
In 2022, I'll be speaking up for everyone that doesn't believe in themselves.
Morning, I'm speaking up for everybody that think that they are helpless.
In 2022, I'm going to speak up for resilience in business and for mental health.
I'm speaking up for people who are trying to find positivity through adversity.
My name's Lee Smith. In 2022, I'm speaking up for forgotten industries and how to maintain a positive mindset.
Hi, I'm speaking up for positivity and resilience and raising funds for our charity, CPSL Mind.
I'm speaking up for deeper connections.
In 2022, I stand for positive mental health and well-being and being a force for good in our local communities.
I'm speaking up for believing in yourself. You're incredible.
Hi everyone, it's Rachel Hales here from Get Synergised. I'm going to be speaking up at the Shifties Live-a-thon, and I can't wait. I'm going to be speaking up for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. Look forward to seeing you there.
Live-a-thon 2022, I'm speaking up for suicide awareness.
Hi, I'm Courtney, and I am speaking at the 2023 Live-a-thon with Alex, and in 2022 I'm standing up for disabled rights and the inclusion of disabled people.
I'm standing up for men's mental health.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I'm speaking up for those who want to keep trying.
I'm going to be talking about young people and their mental health and their mental fitness, and some of the ideas that I've got about how we as a community should get behind them, get involved, and help them to feel supported, connected, and inspired during these challenging times.
Hi, I'm Claire, or you may know me as Beth, and I am speaking up for mental health in our education system, also for the wider support of the families affected.
Hi, my name is Janine Hornsby, and I am very proud to be a guest at the Shifties 24-hour Speak Up Live-a-thon, helping to raise £10,000 for CPSL Mind. I'll be talking to Alex about the biggest cowbag in my life. Her name is Linda. She is the most judgmental, critical bully I have ever met. She has something negative to say about everything that I say and do. Linda is, of course, not a real person. She is what I have named my inner saboteur, that negative, self-deprecating voice that we all have in our heads, telling us that we're not good enough or that we're frauds. So join Alex and I at 2 p.m. on Monday the 17th, where I'll be speaking up in 2022 for self-love and banishing our inner saboteurs.
In 2022, I'm speaking up for a work-life balance while running your own business.
Yeah. All they can see is my bum. I'm really sorry, guys. We'll be back in just a moment. Bear with.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I'm delighted to be involved in Shifties Speak Up Live-a-thon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Live-a-thon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. I've got here with us Sarah Anthony, long-time Shifties member and returning speaker from last year.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your support twice. So you've heard some of the discussions prior.
I have, yeah.
We've had a lot of deep discussion around where the challenges are, how we feel about those challenges, how we can put positive action towards that challenge. Now we've got someone who's actually trained at doing this stuff.
Yes, Alex. Woo! Not winging it anymore.
So it's like, for me, it just seems like, you know, we're here, Danielle and I, both of us are always challenging our mindset, trying to change, not so much change, but move forward with our action towards becoming the best version of ourselves. And I feel like, you know, we've got a platform today to really share some conversation around that, around being the best versions of ourselves. And you do a thing to help people become the best versions of themselves.
I absolutely do.
So we're like, okay, where do we start? Maybe we should just start with an introduction.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my pen ready.
Yeah.
I'm taking notes.
Oh, no, the pressure.
So, you know, maybe, start with an introduction to yourself.
Okay. So, I mean, you've kind of said my name and how long I've been Shifties, and I am a long time admirer of the two of you here. So it's really nice to be here. So thank you. And so what I do at North Point is train people to become coaches. So I help them to. And I became a coach many years ago. Too many to, like, I don't even want to tell you when because it shows up my age.
Experience. It shows up experience.
Yes. And I had a career before that. And so when I started up that business, I realized that I wanted to impact more people and I wanted to help them to have the same skills and experience that I had, because I thought to myself, wouldn't it be great if I had this as a child? But the area that I was coaching in and still coaching is leadership coaching. I love helping new leaders to gain skills in that area and to really kind of, shoot off their career. And I love helping people to feel more confident in that area. But I also love helping new coaches to learn how to coach. And so we started up the Coaching Academy itself, which was to develop, and we developed our own course and built it from there. And we took everything that we were doing with our own clients, me and my business partner, Matt, and we built that into a course. And I felt that I would be giving back more if I could have more coaches, like doing, so they could work with people like me when I was a child and or at school and a student. And I didn't know which direction I wanted to go in, but I didn't want to work with, I knew I couldn't work with everyone. And I didn't personally want to work with the youth, but I knew that there would be people. And so
this is the whole fishing rod and the fish thing.
Absolutely. And so, and then it turned into, we didn't just have people who wanted to become professional coaches joining the program, but we also had people who wanted to do better in their workplace and just be better. I mean, we had people who wanted to come and do some professional personal development and didn't want to be a coach at all. We had people who wanted to bring it into their workplace and make their workplace a better place to be. And so it kind of went from there.
Transferable skills though, isn't it, ultimately? Because if you're teaching people how to, then everybody's going to want a modicum of knowing how to, regardless of which background you come from. Hence why I guess you've got such a big,
and Alex knows that that's caused me no end of problem with deciding who my
niching,
that's
target market's fun.
But because it's like, well, everyone could benefit from these skills, and they really could. So we have Yeah, you know, but the difference you see in people who take our course from the beginning to the end is fabulous. And, you know, I'm not saying everybody should come and do my course, but what I am saying is that learning how to communicate, learning more about yourself, gaining in self-knowledge really helps you to overcome some of these difficulties.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So this came up a couple of times already today, the awareness of oneself and acceptance to allow change.
Yeah.
I think the front part of that is not self-explanatory, but easy to find through a hard journey.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I say the wrong word. Simple, not easy.
Yeah.
But when you're in a place, I think it's a really good time for this conversation, January, because naturally, you know, I'm not going to fall into the travel insurance
The narrative.
in the narrative,
that we
but
have, yeah.
you know, that I do feel just through the conversations I have every day that people are in there seems to be a positive mindset around people. Maybe it's just the Shifties community because we're all so awesome, but there seems to be this mindset like I'm ready to change. How can we move forward from now? I'm in acceptance that I need to develop myself. I want to develop a coaching leadership style or whatever. How do we process that, do you feel?
Well, absolutely. What you say is true. I think January, people do tend to get into that kind of mindset. But I think also this year, there's a bigger want for shift. You know, we've been through a tough couple of years. And, you know, we're hearing about the Great Resignation where people are just saying, I want to have more meaning in my life. I want to do more. I want to help people more. I want to create a bigger impact in what I do. I don't just want to sit behind a desk and do the thing that I've done because I need the paycheck. I want to actually have meaning. And you know, in some ways, there's no easy answers because yes, the awareness has to come first. So you have to do that inner work. But when you're there, it's about making a choice, about kind of changing and understanding. And what led me to change my career, and I actually loved my previous career, but I knew I was at a point where I needed more. I was flying for a living, so I was like jetting around the world. I loved that part of it. But I'd kind of come to the end of my time as a flight attendant, and I was like, I need to give a bit more to people. I want to have more meaning in what I do, and I want to help people more. And I'm helping people to have a good time on their holidays and you know, on their trip. But actually, I think there's more I can do.
Yeah.
And I didn't know it then, but I was looking at my values and I was getting to understand what were the things that were important to me. And so I kind of went through this process, and it was only when I looked back when I did values in my coaching course, I'm like, that's why I was making these decisions, because I wanted to align my life to what was important to me. And so we can ask ourselves some questions. We can ask ourselves, you know, what's really important to me? When I was having the best time of my life, what was going right for me? And kind of look for the higher level kind of things.
Nice.
And then it's about shifting to tweak, because it could just be a tweak. You don't have to leave your job.
No.
It could just be, I need to make this tweak. You know, if I coached everyone out of a job, I would probably not be very popular with employers.
They wouldn't pay your invoices on time, that's for sure.
The resignation coach.
Resignation of your services.
Absolutely. So it can be about tweaking your experience. And you know, I worked with this guy once who he was actually a manager, and he said, this guy who I'm working with, he's no good. And I was like, well, you know, there were some things to work around that. But then it turned out this gentleman wasn't performing and he wasn't in the right job. And through coaching, he realized that he wasn't in the right job. He started asking him questions about his values, what was important to him, what did he enjoy doing, what was he doing at the time of his life when he was most motivated. And they just tweaked his, the job he was doing and
thrived.
Yes.
Do you know, I can't stop smiling. I'm just sitting here smiling throughout this whole interview because everything you say kind of comes down to that whole know thyself and to understand what it is that makes your soul sing. And actually, if the past 2 years have shown us anything, it is the fact that we do not have to leave anymore these lives which are given to us by the man. Do you know what I mean? There is something alternative. There is something else out there for us.
It's infinite.
But but being aware, right? Being aware of and knowing and tweaking. I love that.
Absolutely.
You've got just to stop you in tracks for a second because you've got a lot of love in the comments here from Mr. Newman and Todd. I know you. I think it's a good time. So you've got questions there that you've outlined. To usually start with what? Bloody coaches. It always starts.
Absolutely.
Why is that? Why is that?
It's to get people opening up, talking, expanding on what. If we ask questions like, "Are you this?" We're assuming about them. So it's about not assuming. It's about creating that space for you to talk into what you're thinking. Actually, a lot of people get coaching wrong. They believe that coaching is helping someone and telling them what to do, and we don't.
Right. Back in the day, so ABC Live Sport, my business, has been running for 13 years. See that little plug there? ABC Live Sport, 13 years. 13 years we're running that company. And when I first started my business, I remember getting a business coach, and I talk about it in my podcast, but it was very interesting because what I needed at the time was business support and mentoring. What happened was I sat down in my living room because I ran my business from home, and the coach said, "So tell me what it is that you want." And I was like, and it was that whole try, but I didn't know anything about my business. So I made a very interesting disparity there between coaching and mentoring and being told on business support. So I love the fact that you've just kind of cemented that. Thank you. I was not wrong when I told her to get out. Do you know what I mean?
It's funny because Sarah and I had this conversation a lot, and I've got a big ambition to challenge this whole thinking because, I think we as a country or as a culture, the UK, are not quite there in terms of the acceptance of coaching. A bit like this layering on, like, just beautifully. It's like I planned it. I didn't actually plan it. But we had a PT in at 6 this morning talking about PTing and it's, comparing it to therapy, saying, you need the tools. The PT gives you the tools. And the therapist, when it comes to your mental fitness, gives you the tools, right? Where the coach gives you the tools, like it helps you find the tools. And I think it's just really interesting that it's the facilitation of education that we need to be talking about. And that's kind of fundamentally, if you look at the system of our education system, not enough of actually, we don't need gurus anymore. We don't need professors anymore. This is why we have this wonderful thing called the internet. We actually need fantastic facilitators, and fantastic facilitators are usually coaches.
Absolutely. I mean, you can find out anything you want on the internet. We have so much information and knowledge at our fingertips. We don't necessarily need the help with that. What we need to work out is how we can use it, what it means to us, how we can make the best of that to become the best.
And what are the right questions?
And what are the right questions?
And coaches are bloody good at asking questions.
That's right.
That's all they bloody do.
The irony is,
my husband gets really annoyed.
I can imagine.
But it is interesting because I now have a coach, and it's brilliant because I now know what to expect with it. And by the time I finished my session, I go, whoo, and there's some action points. And that came from me because she asks the right questions. So now I understand what coaching is. I am fully on board with it and understand how powerful it can be.
And there's a place for all of those things there. So, I mean, we're talking about mental health, today as well.
And mental fitness.
And mental fitness. And, I always think about counseling is in kind of, we actually have a graph that we teach people. And it's like, if it's kind of getting out of the problems, it's more, counseling that you might need to go to and therapy and looking back at the past. And if you're stuck and you can't stay there, then the coach wouldn't be the right place for you to be at that point, No,
nor always a mentor.
Yeah.
That crosses paths because as someone who does a lot of consultancy and mentoring for young businesses, it does, like, they bleed on you. Like, people bleed because they naturally do. And the same as we said, same again, the PT, the coach, the therapist, everyone, or the barber.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, if that wonderful ITV, I'd say that I was laughing saying I don't watch TV, but I did watch an ITV advert with that. I don't know if you've seen the ITV advert where the hairdresser's there in the cabin.
Yes.
Everyone's coming through talking about
And
it.
then
And
what
someone
about
just stopped
you?
went,
Yeah.
"Are you okay, mate?" Or whatever the phrase was. And it's just, you know, you have to burden that. But I just, you know, it's just really weird how it just layers on. Anyway.
It does. And so you see some natural coaches come out through, you know, hairdressers would probably make really good coaches in some ways.
Yeah.
Or maybe counselors and so, you know, it's something I take through everyone who kind of comes to me. Is it coaching that you
That's
want
really
to
important.
do? I think some of the best mentors probably coach first because they know how to ask questions as well, but they will give their experience. In fact, sports, you know, coaching came from sports coaching, and you know, it's a bit unfair to say, well, you've got it wrong because it came from there. But they probably do more training and mentoring than
you're right.
You know,
because they're teaching from experience.
Yeah.
I think, but fundamentally, the good thing is, or I feel like it's good and it's growing in the UK, is that it's education. People are talking about it, and great people like yourself are out there. I've got my issues.
Yeah.
I've got my issues with some of these franchises and stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, and I really,
Me too.
yeah, we'll sort them out at some point. But you know, I think it's great that these conversations are happening, and I think it's wonderful that education's there. So, okay, so we're into. I'm just taking us on a bit of a journey here. I'm trying to take us on a bit of a journey here. So we're in acceptance. We've asked. You know, we're at the question stage. What 5 questions? Come on, let's give everyone. Let's give
Not giving away any
5 questions.
intellectual property right now.
You know, for someone that can, for someone that you know, I'm thinking about someone who. There's a big group of people in the UK. We've go to this great resignation. So 5 million. So US numbers was 5 million people that have moved jobs or quit their job this year, right? And UK, that's happening now. And I'm seeing, you talk about subtle changes. A good friend of mine doing really well. He's in PR and comms. He was offered a job. He had to work 5 days continuously, but he was offered a new job. 20 grand pay rise, like big money. And his response, he said he went back to his boss and said, yeah, I'd like to have the pay rise. I'd like the new responsibility, but could I have it pro rata at 4 days, please? Fantastic. So I won't take the 20K, I'll take 16K.
Yeah.
I'll get that day.
But I'll have the day.
Yeah.
So that's those moments. So I do think a lot of people are in that stage right now. So I just think it's really helpful while we've got you in this moment. If we can think of 5 what questions that would be really helpful to people that could be asking themselves those questions right now.
Yeah. So, and feel free to bring in your own, but I'm going to challenge you.
Yeah, of course you are. Bloody coach, I'm out.
So what question would you ask, Alex?
I knew you'd ask that.
Well, I mean, first of all, I think what's most important to you in life, and then digging down on what do you get from that, because most people come back with things like family, status, or hopefully they'll come up with things like things that are a bit deeper than that. So we're looking for those kind of higher level deep words like, oh, well, it's really important to me to have adventure in work. Okay, adventure. So what does that look like to you? And kind of get them into explaining that. Is that something you need in work or that you can get outside of work?
Nice.
So that kind of what is most important to you in life and what does it give you? And kind of get them.
And ask, I bet you have to ask that about 10 times before they actually give you anything that's like meaningful.
Absolutely. Well, people will come out with a meaning, but they'll first come out with, so family, for example, or money or any of these things, they're vehicles to achieving. So yes, the guy who wants a pay rise, but what is it that he wants to achieve through money? You know, is it to have stability in my family? Is it to allow me to set up a business on the side? So is it the business that's then important? And then if money were no object, what would you do?
That's a great question. Yeah. I love that question. Yeah. I love that question.
What would you do?
If you let's frame it, I'd frame it differently. I'd say, what if you were paid, like there's some data that says anything over 100 grand a year is negligible.
If you had everything you needed.
Basically, yeah. Then what role would you? I would be a teacher. I always wanted to be a teacher.
I do what I do.
Yeah. I would just be. I would like to do that. Or I'd go and just follow KD around.
But you'd probably be a teacher in the most awesome of schools, to be fair, because like obviously the school that we're gonna build, like
the
in
entrepreneurial
the future,
school.
exactly, yeah.
School 22. Yeah, I'd build my own school.
Yeah,
first.
yeah. You can't be on no government timetable for our schools.
No.
Not at all.
No, I can't
Not
get
at
up in
all.
the morning.
Exactly. Well, majority of young people cannot because it's not.
Well, why
it's
do
a
you think
rhythm.
we start here? So when people work here, youngers as well, they start at like 11.
Yeah.
Because actually, scientifically,
I know. I know.
They shouldn't be getting up at that time in the morning.
What's the guy? Is it Matthew Walker? Why We Sleep?
It's mad.
Brilliant book.
Read the book. Why are they not reading the book?
Yeah,
because it doesn't fit the
narrative.
Yeah,
Don't get started. This is not that. This is not that conversation, Alex.
This
is not. No, we're not.
Sorry.
So, yeah, I'm not going to get 5 questions done in our time.
I'm sorry.
I mean, that's fine.
But that's
you
two
can see
good ones.
we're already starting to have conversations about what's important to you and what you would do, and that's a discussion that you can then kind of like take further and really help people to go down into, well, what is it about that you know? So what is important about that? I don't often ask the why question because it can kind of create, but you know, getting down to why it's important to someone. And then I think kind of just, I'll get another question.
You'll get one more
question. You know, when you were the happiest in your work, what was happening? What was going on for you? And get them to describe that situation.
Is that at home or like in your
Just
personal life or like what was going on?
You can ask that about various areas of life. So, you know, when you were happiest, what was going on for you in work, around work? The more description you can get there, the better.
Yeah.
Could you journal through that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be really powerful.
And I think people, you know, people have different ways of handling things. So, as a coach, I wouldn't necessarily say, "Oh, go away and journal," but I would say, "How would you like to process this? How would
because they need to process it. They can't,
So, what's the best way for you to process this? You know, and to help them to get there. And you know, when you're working with a coach, the coach is kind of, you start focusing on the now, but as you go through the process of working with a coach, you should hopefully you're getting to see the future more. It's clearer. You're walking towards it. You're taking small actions towards it. Everyone thinks that they have to take this massive action, and that's where they fall down. But it's the
small steps.
It goes back to what I was saying this morning.
Step by step.
Yeah, go on, Alex.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm caffeine.
I was saying this morning, it can be, I run a business. It is overwhelming.
Absolutely.
And all of that, when you are wholly responsible for everything, having that broken down into tiny bite-sized pieces just makes you a little bit more space.
And also allow the other pieces to just
do what
they're over there.
They're
over there. They're not gonna do
doesn't
it.
affect me right about now.
Right now, I've got to do this.
It builds into such a momentum that it creates this momentum that just drives you forward.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And before you know it, you're where you wanted to be, and you're like, wow.
Yeah. What I also love about a coach, and I know, I've got kind of different people in my life for different things, and my coach doesn't know me personally, which is wonderful because then they're not biased. And they're not biased because they don't care about that side of my life. This is purely about my work. It's purely about my role as a chief exec. This is the bit that I need help with. She doesn't really know anything else, which is wonderful because I then don't have to bombard other people in my life with the stuff I speak to her about. And actually, that's really important, especially in our community. If people don't understand what you're living through, it's really difficult to kind of provide support that way.
You also have the answers. That's the fundamental of coaching is that
absolutely
you have
the answers.
Yeah, and so it's when you don't have the answers, you may go for other things. But absolutely, as a coach, I truly believe that people have, a good amount of the answers within them, and don't, they can get the information from other places. And there's times when they might need a mentor. There's times when they might need therapy. I've had both of those actually. I also have my own coach, and I think that there's value in all of those. But to come back to your point, absolutely. You don't, in some respects, it can really help you as a coach if you don't know the person personally.
Yeah.
And I always kind of advise against working with people who are too close to you.
Yeah, I agree.
It's wherever if you're good as they're good, then you're not going to be the best help to them.
I love that. Yeah, absolutely. Fundamental.
With my husband, I have a buy-in in all his decisions, so I can't coach him at all.
Yeah. My husband can't coach me. Also, babes, and I know you're listening to this on your laptop. I love you with every inch of my being. But it comes from a place that's not centric in my mind. Does that make sense? It's kind of like you said, you bring it out of people. I think it's very easy for people to go, "Oh, you just need to do this." And then those words, you just need to.
Do I?
So you just need to do that. And well, if I just needed to do that, I would have done it before. What's the barrier?
Everyone would have done it.
So it's working through and having the right questions to ask. I love that. So I love my coach. She's wonderful. Get coach. Brilliant.
Okay, brilliant. Sarah, thank you. And I want to echo the wonderful comments that are coming through on here, Evelyn as well, from the community. You've been such a wonderful support in the community for anything we're doing. You're always in there, involved, helping us out, holding us accountable, and just being a wonderful human being. So I thank you for that. It's been absolutely amazing seeing you grow as well.
Welcome, because I have received as much, if not more, from the community than I've given. So
Bless you. So 2 questions. First one's easy. What colour do you want that to be now? You got a remote there.
Oh, well, my daughter's favourite colour is purple. I better go
This
purple.
one? Purple.
Yeah, I'll go for purple.
Purple. There we go. Right, purple. That was an easy one. Harder question. Maybe not. Maybe you've already worked this through. Sorry, I can
24.
Which version of the scenario plan would you like? What are you most excited for in 2022?
To see more people live values-aligned lives.
Beautiful.
Love
Thank
that.
you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Right, we are going to be back in about 2 minutes with a very weird magician.
I'm scared now.
He's not that
You might not
weird.
see me. I'm not sitting here.
He's not that weird. He's Lee Smith. He's an absolute legend. He'll be with us in a couple of minutes. Just while we go to a break and let Sarah leave safely without taking out all these wires around me. Please like, comment,
donate,
share, donate. I will do after Lee. I'll do an update on the funds. I've seen my phone is going. So I know it's going and it's fantastic.
Just £5, guys. Just £5.
Like anything will
That's
do.
2 coffees in a coffee shop. Please, please.
Absolutely. Well, with inflation, it's more like 1.75, but it's fine.
True. And I'm going,
But yeah, look, please, honestly, and likewise, get the message out. So comment if you're on LinkedIn, comment on LinkedIn on the live itself. Invite people to watch it. Most important thing is we're engaged in this conversation and we're destroying this stupid narrative around Blue Monday.
Blue Monday. Oh, wait.
Awesome.
Do one.
All right, well, let's go to break.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Live-a-thon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Live-a-thon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Live-a-thon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL
Live. Hello. I've just seen check out Shifty's stories and Jamie Archer's stories, because the Are You OK Mate space is set up and it looks phenomenal. So I don't know, after Lee, Jamie, I'm going to send you a link. Let's see if we can StreamYard you guys in to have a bit of a check-in on what's going on over in Cambridge. But without further ado, I can see curtains, which means it has to be Lee Smith. Here he comes.
Oh, I'm very excited, Lee.
Oh, hello. How you doing? Okay. We're sitting backstage and actually hear the word some weird, strange magician.
He heard you,
man. I'm sorry,
you say
bro.
The words. He did. Did you hear me though? I did. I did.
To
back
be
you up
fair,
there. I was like, that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
I've been like,
I'll let you off.
I haven't slept for a while, dude. I'm a bit incoherent.
You tripped over on the old caffeine.
Yeah, I definitely tripped on the caffeine. But I'm back. We're in the room. We're in the room. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad.
Yeah.
It's nice to be back.
Back in flow. You doing your thing?
Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah, if I'm being totally honest, things are still a bit slow. Hence one of the reasons I wanted to come on today and talk about those forgotten industries, because I think so many businesses, myself included, are still being affected under the COVID rules. We're still, travel, entertainment, still in a very funny place.
It's something I wanted to speak to you about, because obviously you were here last, but both of you were representing this whole campaign with me on the BBC as well.
Last year,
yeah.
And I watched your video back, Lee, and I was like, blimey, I don't want to share any more or any less than you want to, and I'll leave that open to you. But it's been tough, man.
Yeah. I think it's been the craziest probably 3 years I've ever had. And if I'm being totally honest, it's been testing, because for me, prior to the 3 years, everything was perfect. Everything was running smoothly, everything was booming. And all of a sudden, I've had a lot of personal problems. I lost my mum, going through a sort of marriage breakdown, and with no work coming in and everything being taken away, it becomes testing. And it's in a way, it's a good thing, because it's like, how do you overcome those steps? It makes you a better person. But, you just look back to that, that BBC interview we was all on last time. We was in such an unknown place. And I think for a lot of people, that's improved, but for others, it hasn't. And I've never seen, so many people having so many problems, or spoke to so many people with so many problems. And you know me, and those that are watching that know me know that I love helping people. But it's been very difficult to help people sometimes when, it's difficult yourself, and when the industry isn't there, because usually the advice I can give people to go and do this and go and do that, and, help them increase their workflow or get back on top. But when that workflow isn't there, it's like, where do people go? And for the first time ever, it's been very difficult to actually help those people that have been forgotten about, because there's a lot of us, but overall we're a minority, so we're still forgotten. But it's it's been testing without a doubt. But me, I like a challenge.
We had this came up a few times earlier around, wanting, without being able to help yourself, how can you help anyone else? And you are among a few other people I can think of in the Shifties community. When I think about our community and how we've supported each other over the last couple of years, almost the first thing you say to me without any prompt is, "Hey, Alex, sorry, I haven't been around." And it's like the first thing you say before anything. And And I always say to you, you don't need to be around. Like you've got to look after yourself sometimes. Sometimes life gets in the way and things that are a priority. You've got to deal with those things. And, from speaking to you recently before this, it certainly feels like, you've come through the other side and you're in such a positive place around life. I'm really proud of you, mate, for what you've come through, because you've come through a lot and relentlessly supporting other people throughout that.
And that's been my goal. I mean, I feel, although there's been a lot going on that's been testing, I feel like one of the lucky ones because I do have a positive mindset. I have got a good outlook on life. I have got amazing people around me, and I'm able to share that with others. And the things that we can do is what keeps you going forward. I'm a big believer that you have to stay positive. It's very difficult to fall into that negative spiral, and I've seen a lot of people do it, and a lot of strong, really, not the word is, but I've seen so many people that you look at on socials and you think these people are flying, they're amazing, they're invincible, and you just see them fall off and just they can't get back up. And that's been a really strange thing to see over the last couple of years, when you see these people that they look like machines, like they're totally invincible, and all of a sudden they're stuck. And it's reassuring that we are all human in a way. but for me, I'm one of the lucky ones that, although I've had, really difficult times, I've had to really test myself, push myself to the limits. At the end of the day, you take the positive from that and you go, what have I learned? And I've learned so much. And it's made me such a stronger person and such a better person. And it's made me reevaluate the things that are important. And I think before, anyone that knew me before will know that I was a workaholic. I was completely caught up in my work. I was a machine. And I still am to a degree, but maybe in a different context. And I think it's how you move forward with that going into the new situation we're in. Because I think about summertime, a lot of this will be a thing of the past, and I think things will be opening up. I look in my diary and I'm going to be the busiest person I've ever been, because the backlog of all the work that's not happening is all going to be coming back sort of like late March, sort of into the summer. But if I'm being honest, in a way, I don't want to be that busy anymore. I want to calm down and slow down a bit and reevaluate a bit. The hard thing for me over everything really was losing my passion. I think I said this on here last year, that the place I was in was a bit of a dark place because my passion had been taken away. I love helping people. I love performing. I'm a magician. My whole life is about creating experiences for people, and I couldn't do that. And that was really, really tough. And I'm looking at the diary thinking I'm going to have an influx of being able to do this, but you've also got to get that balance of what you've learned in the downtime. So I kind of want to get a better work-life balance, but at the same time, it's hard to find that, and it's hard to find a way to get everything that you want. And obviously that's never going to happen, but it's really hard looking in the diary thinking, what do I want to do going forward? Do I want to be super busy again? Do I want more family time? Do I want to just find the balance? And it's just, it's kind of, that's where I am at the moment.
He's totally speaking, like, it could be my life. Literally, Lee, honestly, it's been amazing. This is the quietest I think I've been since we've been here, just listening to your story. And what I'm really humbled by is the fact that you've brought your truth and you've brought your honesty. What we don't have, I believe, is a very clear narrative. We're never going to get it right. And I say we're never going to get it right with confidence because of the very nature of the way in which we work. But, you talk about our social media. I've got a friend of mine my cousin is helping me with my nutrition at the moment. And I told her I was in a really dodgy place over the past 2 years. My fitness had fallen off, my diet had fallen off. I kind of gave up on a lot of outward activity and really focused internally on the things that were going on for me. And that meant that I fell off. Now, an awful lot of people were going, well, Danielle, where have you been? A lot of positivity. And I needed to do that in order to rebuild and recover. And I think when people look at you and you're not where you were before, it's almost like with a frown, what's wrong? Don't frown. I was in my element watching Narcos, mate. I was feeding my soul and my life with the things that I needed at that time. And because I wasn't showing those things outwardly, it didn't give across that narrative. We've got to be very careful with this idea, I think, that we can't have these down points. It's life. We do have these down points. And when we do have them, we also need to understand what people need from us.
100%.
My cousin said to me, absolutely, you have to.
They're the times that make you reevaluate. I mean, I spent a lot of my downtime sitting in the hot tub watching movies. Amazing, right?
See? Movies, man. We talked about this earlier.
The amount of pictures I got of him in his bloody hot tub. He's like, "Well, what are we up to, mate?" He's, "I'm in my hot tub looking at the yeah," and he just had perspective on that. There's a wonderful mentor of business I had a few years back, and he said to me about plateaus and how to appreciate and realize that they are a gift. You know, sometimes if you actually see a plateau in your life in terms of that kind of worse still than being, for me personally, my own personal experience, I'd rather be angry or upset or happy or excited than plateau of kind of the meh. And when a plateau comes, thank the plateau and ask it what it's there to teach you.
Amen.
And go and actually go on that journey. I remember late night conversations with you, Lee. We'd speak, especially during a lot of lockdowns. Lee and I would spend a lot of time on the phone together, and sometimes one of us just wouldn't even say a word. It'd be like 20 minutes, and then like Lee would just explode for like 20 minutes, and then at the end, I wouldn't say anything. And he would just go, "Yes, sorry, I feel better now." And that was it. That was that.
You've got to have a bit of a rant, right? Sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who are you for somebody, Lee? And that's the question I ask people.
Beautiful.
And I've said that to Alex. Who are you for someone? Now, Alex has just mentioned that you were that positivity for a lot of people, right? You knew that for one another, you were the person that you could go to and just get rid of it. And there doesn't need to be any further narrative. You've finished? Yep, wicked, speak to you later.
Yeah.
You know, job done. But you have to find
that's the way it
those.
should be, right? I think, you know, when you've got those sort of people around you that you can do that, it's fantastic. I mean, for me, I think everything comes down to the people you hang around with a lot of the time. I've been very lucky because the people who I walk with are incredible. And you've only got to sometimes speak to those people, pick up the phone. You know, this is a point I want to get across. Anyone that is feeling a bit low, just pick up the phone, speak to people. Because when you get that conversation, you realize that you're not the only one. Like, I speak to people in my industry that I know might be a bit quiet. You know, and I don't believe anything I see on social media. When I see all these posts, how busy someone is or they're doing, you know, that's probably, I call it Facebook busy, right? It's not they're just posting up old posts and things like that. You know, they're not busy because I'm always busy in my industry. And if I'm pretty quiet, I know other people are quiet.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's always, that's a good time for me to reflect, to reconnect with people and go, well, what should we do? How can we overcome this? What can we do differently? And it's always that mindset of how can you move forward? Like when we had downtime, I was like, what can I do? And there's things I've wanted to do for a long time. I wanted to get myself in shape. I started working out every other day. I've been doing that now for a year. Feel so much better. These are things that I wouldn't have done before, and they would have been holding me back. So it's time to do all the things now, or, you know, in the past year that you couldn't do before. And I feel so much better for doing those things. And going into my next busy season, it's going to have helped me. You know, it's just the people that sit around and you just fall into that slump and you don't do the things that you know you should be doing. It's finding that mindset, and it's not always easy, but it's finding that mindset to do those things that you need to do. And Alex, you know me very well. I've always been one of the lucky ones that I have this mindset. I can seem to just switch it on when I need it. And I might take a few days where I sit around and don't do anything. I think, oh, this isn't me. What am I doing? This is stupid. You know, sort yourself out, Lee. And luckily, I can switch it on pretty quickly, get back out there. And it's that whole, you know, let's just do it. And then when you do it, you feel a million times better. Then that makes you want to do it again, right? So it's...
Can I just challenge that? I just want to challenge it, just because I think there's something there that's really important. The downtime, that 3 days, or, you know, you reference there, I think that's absolutely fundamental to your good day. Like in the sense of, you know, you say that when you have that conversation in the mirror, sometimes it takes having a conversation with yourself, getting to a point where you have to, well, you've got to go down a bounce. You've got to hit something to bounce back. And that might be a conversation with yourself. That might be a conversation with a friend. I don't know. They're just, how do you feel about that? Like, because when you're
I think
down,
you've got to have that conversation with yourself first.
Yeah.
You know, you've always got that conversation. I'm very good at looking at the positives in my life, and I think that's important. And you've got to remind yourself every day. I mean, a lot of people know that I'm big into manifestation, love it, right? And more the science behind it than the woo-woo side of it.
he loves manifestation.
I will get up every morning and I won't focus on anything negative in my life. I'll focus on all the good things. I make my bed and I'll pull the corners of each bed. I'll do 4 manifestations straight away. So what am I thankful for? So every day, you know, you win the morning, you win the day, right? So you start off in the morning you do your positivity, you do your gratitude, and you feel better straight away. By the time you've even made that first cup of coffee, I've thanked myself for all the things that I'm grateful for in my life. There might be a lot of things that aren't going well, but there's a million other things that are, and it's easy to forget about those. So, really important point to people is just focus on the things that you do have. And I'm very lucky. I have so much. I feel like I can't really moan, apart from the fact that I've had some personal issues and my work's not there. I've got so much to be thankful for. And it's reminding yourselves of those things all the time. I think we're just brought up with wrong information. Like one of my favorite ones, to give an example, is the way you look at things in life. I mean, we always hear these sayings. It's like that, oh, you only live once, do it. I don't look at it like that. I go, well, you only die once. You can live every day, right? So what are you going to do?
It's very true. Yeah, I do like that.
There's so many things. I always look at things differently. If things aren't going right, I go, well, that one thing isn't going right. But there's 100 things that are. So let's just go and enjoy it.
It's interesting because this, I think, is where my experience or my expertise, I suppose, has to come in there. Because there might be somebody that's listening to this conversation going, but why can't I do that? Why can't I do that? And you've said that you're blessed enough, Lee, to be able to have that positivity and that positive mindset, which is amazing. And this information, Alex, is where we need to be very clear between the capacity to be able to do that and the capacity not to. Because there are some people, unfortunately, in the world, in our community even, who will be unable to do that because they are unwell. And I think it's different. It's important to make that disparity between the two, because what we have in society is this need or this want to do your best, go for it. Those people who are unwell might have a condition, might have an illness where they go, well, I can't do that. Why can't I do that? Why can't I just think positively? You've got somebody that's joining us later on with that negative mindset that she's battling daily. And so, again, between our capacity to be able to think positively and actually, I might need help to be able to overcome something because this isn't working for me.
And that's again, you need to understand that it's okay not to be okay, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So when it does it, so when I'm in those low points, again, it's like, in a way, you need those to be able to move forward, right? You need to have that negative mindset, like we were saying earlier. But I think my only advice to people in that sense would be just to find something that you do love and just try and focus channel your energy. And even if it's just one thing, it could be something so simple. But when I'm feeling really low, I went through a phase like last lockdown when I was feeling like that. I couldn't get in a positive mindset. Nothing was working for me. All the manifestation in the world was only manifesting negative thoughts, right?
Yes,
And I've been there. I've been there. So what you've got to do is just find one thing. How I got out of it was just find one thing that I enjoyed doing. And I put all my energy into that for as much
Narcos.
as I could. And love it.
It was Narcos, like 3 episodes a day. Like seriously, I'll go on about Narcos.
I binge watch the whole lot back to back.
That's great, right?
I'm halfway through watching it twice. Amazing.
But I love that, Lee, because you said, throw yourself into that and do find something that you love and do it. When I was in bed for 3 hours watching Narcos, and everyone's like, well, what are you wasting your time watching TV? I'm like, don't tell me nothing. I'm not wasting my time. This is my recovery. This is my healing. It's giving me space. It's taking me out of my own mindset. And when I emerge from that space, you feel much better, right? So I'm really glad you mentioned that.
But your fire, like I did it with the retreat. You saw me before I went to a retreat.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, well, I'd be worried if you weren't worried about me.
Yeah.
We all have a process, I think, and the beauty of this platform we have and the beauty of this conversation we have today is it's that acceptance to say, if you are there, then thank yourself for realizing that.
Yeah, well done.
Thank yourself for understanding that. And then if you have for me, there's a text, I'll share this with you. So I text Christine, when was this? This was when I went so I was just in the process of trying to do a deal with Souk. I went up to Newcastle. I was at that really intense period. There was what else was going on? There was a lot going on. And I wonder if I can find it. I basically text Christine, must be November. And I just said, I'm going to crash.
I'm done.
Yeah, I said, I'm going to crash. The only question is, will it happen to me or will we facilitate me crashing? I knew I was crashing. I knew it's going to happen. I wasn't going to try and pretend it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming and it hit me like a train. And I was like, but I couldn't stop it. That's fine. There was no point in me. I can't change that.
No.
I just accepted that. I told someone that I trusted, and then she said, and her response was the exact response I had.
Yeah.
Well, let's make sure that's a controlled landing.
And remove you from everything.
And remove me from everything. And literally, and that's what amazing people are for each other, you know. So I think,
and again, that's you reached out to somebody, right? This is the thing. It's not like if people are in that negative mindset, you know, don't be alone. Pick up the phone, speak to people. Whenever I felt like, well, things aren't going my way, I might spend a whole day picking up and talking to people. I don't care if they're in a negative place. You're just talking to people, right? You share. It makes you feel better because you're not the only one that's having problems. Sometimes you're not the only one that's struggling, and sometimes you can feel like you're the only one. I'd have days where I thought, oh my god, I'm the only one with no work coming in. The phone's not ringing. This Corona thing's destroyed my business. Nothing's working. Doesn't matter what I do. It's not going to. You know, it's not the case. You speak to other people and you go, actually, it's all right. You know, with other people that vote as me, it's okay. And then positivity does come out of those conversations.
Yeah, you feel better, don't you? Feel a bit lighter.
Just go walk around the park, around the block, and just clear your head a little bit, and just go okay, get some fresh air. You know, the fact here I am, I'm alive, I'm breathing. Right, that's good.
And you know, Lee's mentioned about having networks. Somebody like yourself, and I've talked to you guys today about my friend, you know, my Jolene. Oh. Jolene. Seriously, I have to say that every time I say it. But, you know, without her, I don't know how I would have coped for the past 2 years, having that space and that time. But that's also what CPSL Mind do. You know, they provide these spaces for us to connect.
And that's on the bottom there, if anyone is in that situation.
And have that information, you know, what is it that you need and when do you need it? And having that self-awareness to be able to then kind of join in, I suppose, or utilize the resources we have available to us.
I don't think we can like underexpose this point, because it's like it will change your life. Just really appreciating this for what it is. Like I was yesterday, I played match for Mind with Jamie, and we're going to go tune into Jamie in Cambridge after this conversation. And I'm in a changing room with a load of blokes, and just that brought up so many memories of being 16, 17 years old playing in football, and that it wasn't this conversation. There's no way that this conversation is happening in the changing room in a football. But actually, then just immediately realizing that because of people like Jamie and because people like yourselves that come on these channels and sharing your experiences and opening up the conversation, what you're doing, and I mean this, is you're giving other people permission to have these conversations and to open up. And I think that's so important. And I think, Lee, you know, knowing you so well, and when we first met to where we are now, even as a friend, as our friendship has evolved, but you and myself as a person involved, there's no way when we're sat in where is it place in King's Cross?
The
kind of bar. It's a very nice bar in King's Cross. Anyway, we're sat in there, you know, Lee's there, suited and booted. Me and Danny, my cousin, suited and booted. Spencer was there, all suited and booted. We're all playing this part, you know, living this life. And, you know, now look at us, you know, sat in our T-shirts, being our, you know, true selves. I think it's just wonderful. And I thank you for being so open and honest, as always, man. It's really important. I think more important than you realise.
We all need to be honest with each other. You know, I've been a big believer. I said to a lot of other people in my industry, particularly, they'll ring me up and they'll say to me, "You're all right?" I'll go, yeah, not too bad. You know, I said I could be better. And then I'll say, "How are you?" Or I might ask them first, "How are you?" And they'll go, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm really, really good." "How are you really?"
I love that. There it is. The second question.
They start to open up, right? And I say, things aren't great. It's just, if I stood there and went, "Oh, yeah, booming, yeah. Oh, from March, I've got," you know, they'd just go, "Oh, I wish I'd never had this conversation." It's just honesty. I think, I'm quiet. You know, things aren't great at the moment. You know, I've got a lot of outgoings. Things are still cancelling. And they start to go, "Oh, yeah, me too." Then you have this lovely, honest, open conversation, right? And you just feel better for being honest and listening to other people. It's all about listening to people. If anyone wants to pick up the phone, I'm here. If anyone wants to, I'll listen. I'm just here to listen, you know. And
look at that.
It's just important that we're there to support each other. And one of the things I've seen in my industry, which was never there before to the extent it is now, and you'll know how passionate I am about this, is collaboration. I've never seen so many people club together to help each other, listen to each other, support each other, be there to help each other out if they were, you know, having problems or maybe need some support with something, or even just advice, everyone's there. And especially the people that work together recently have never been more relevant, and they've all got more time to do it. And I think people have realized it's not about making loads of money. It's not about going out there and doing these things. It's about doing what makes you happy and helping other people. That's it. That's it. And if you want to get rewarded, just do that well and you'll get rewarded for it.
Amazing message, bro. Well, look, I've got 2 questions. I've asked them so far. Well, to most people, I kept forgetting the light one, but I'll ask that one first. We're currently in purple mode. We need to change the light to a new color. You've got selections
Green,
of
orange, pink, blue.
Pink.
What would you like? Pink. Beautiful. Lovely. Oh, no. Yeah, there we go. We're in pink. We're in pink.
Subtle, but yes.
And then my second question to you, Lee, is what are you most excited about in 2022?
I've got 2. I'm going to be very quick with that. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say one of them. I'm going to say it anyway.
I like it.
My first one is the fact that I can't wait, and I'm excited about getting back out there and creating experiences for people, because it's been difficult the last couple of years. And I think, although I've been busy on and off, it's going to be booming, I think, later this year. And I can't wait to go and share that with people. And, and I think we all need to get together and do that a bit more. And the other one is the party.
Oh, the party!
Am I allowed to mention it or not?
Yeah, so we promised. So just before Christmas, literally before I was going away to the retreat, I'd text. I think it was even Christmas Eve, wasn't it, Lee? I think. Yeah. I just had this urge. I was like, I need to give the Shifties community something positive to get excited about. And Lee is the king of parties, especially with all of his. When I say weird and wonderful, you see, weird and wonderful friends, because when he's bringing electric dinosaurs and stormtroopers and whatever else to a party, that's weird and wonderful. It is weird, right? Wonderful, yeah. So I'll back myself up on the first point. Nice. But yeah, we're going to be hosting a party. We're looking at probably March, April time. It will be a networking event. Don't worry. It will definitely go through expenses, but there'll be a party element to that.
I'm looking forward to seeing people, collaborating with people. And if we can kick that off with the party, Alex, that'll be booming. One thing I guarantee is I will put on with you the best, biggest party anyone has ever seen.
Damn right. Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, yes.
And if you're not there, well, you're going to be there.
I'll be there. I'll definitely be there.
Well, there's 3 of us.
Awesome. Yeah, we're 3 of us. Jamie's up there. I can see him in the wings. Legend. Lee, mate, again, massive. As I said to Sarah, same to you, man. Massive appreciation for the support that you've given to the community. I saw a post Luke's put it. He summed it up all for me. You've brought so much joy and support to this community. It's wonderful, and just seeing you grow as a human, man. Like you're definitely a better human than you were 2 years ago. I mean that in the best possible
more
way.
Human than machine now.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it's all about. But yeah, mate, much love to you and the family, and we'll get together for that big party.
Thank you so much to everyone in the community supported me as well, because some of you have been an absolute rock, and you know who you are. So much appreciated.
Love to you, bro. See you later, man.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Bye,
See you later.
Oh, so nice. What I loved about that was the honesty and the vulnerability. It's so important, like you said, about that shared experience and being honest and opening up narrative for other people.
It's so important.
Exactly what Jamie does in space, in life, in everything, really.
Jamie.
Woo, woo!
I see him
What's
there.
up, bro?
There he is.
Come on.
Oh, yes. Yes.
What's up, bro?
This is insane.
What's going on over there?
What's going on?
Yeah, so we've got a couple of waifs and strays in. It's a bit weird because we're behind, but Courtney's in.
Hey, Courtney! I can't wait to see you soon.
Courtney's in. Obviously, we've got Charlie.
Yes, bro.
Anastasia's just turned up.
Yeah.
And we've actually had someone coming off the street, which has been
oh, that's brilliant.
Which has been really good. He didn't stay for long, but he came in and opened up. He said he's got autism and anxiety, and he said this is exactly what's needed—a safe space for people to come in. He stayed for about 5 minutes. We had a really good chat. He's just become a new dad, which was obviously something I can relate to. Being a dad with mental health problems, when you become a dad, it all the mental health issues you try to force them away for your children, but it just amplifies them. But yeah, no, it's been really good. There's a really good vibe over here, and watching you guys absolutely smash it. I said, how can I follow Danny? Like, and then you've just had Leon as well, and I'm thinking about not coming in now.
Mate, will you just explain? Oh, we're looking forward to seeing you, Courtney. So, Jamie, can you just explain to everyone who's on the stream what this Are You Okay Mate space is? Obviously, you're coming on later to talk about Are You Okay Mate and yourself, but can you also just explain what this Are You Okay Mate space is and how people can engage with it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea about it was, it was born out of literally it is a safe space to have a normal conversation in a chilled environment about mental health. But, we're not saying come in and open up and tell us all your problems. Like we've got, you've got tea and coffee there. We've got a lovely table behind us. It's literally just somewhere where someone can come in, and if they've got something they're struggling with, if they're having a bad day, if they're having a good day, like we want to hear about it. We want to just check in with each other, which is what Are You Okay Mate is all about. It's just talking to each other. We've got conversation starters on the wall. If we need to do some signposting, so we've got 4 charities up on the wall as well, 4 mental health charities. We've got QR codes that direct you straight to their website to get that. It's that offering that front line support in a safe space where it's needed. Because as I've said to you so many times before, Alex, like, I'm stood in the Grafton Centre in Cambridge right now, and I'm looking at probably 30 people. What's to say one of them 30 people aren't in crisis? Like, this is the space for them to come in.
Nice. Mate, brilliant. Absolutely amazing.
And we know it works because...
Well, it definitely works because Good Life, CPSL Mind do this things for men to talk, the walk and talk for men. Like, there's so many people. And I just love that we could, it's giving honor to that as the role that environment plays in mental health.
So important.
Absolutely.
Well done, man.
No, it is. And more importantly, I can't sit down because I'm so stiff from football yesterday.
Honestly, mate, my leg. Oi, don't.
Well done, gentlemen. It was absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
It was Danny. It was so much fun, and like I was saying to Charlie, like when I got here, like just seeing, like on a personal level, it was amazing because they're all mates of mine, all ex-teammates. Some of them I've not seen for over 10 years, but just seeing a group of lads together, laughing, playing football, enjoying themselves, and then we all went for a pint afterwards. And what was really nice is, like, in the period after the game, so many of the lads come up to me and it's like, Jamie, this is brilliant what you're doing, like raising money for CPSL Mind because it's needed, and they all want to do it again.
Of course they do, because what did they get from that? Not just the added benefit of raising funds, but it's the sense of community, togetherness, that sense of, helping it's certainly one of the 5 ways to well-being. Endorphins are flowing. Do you know what I mean? It was everything. It's like a cacophony of just awesomeness. And of course, people want to do that again. So this can't be one-off, gentlemen. So you need to get your legs sorted out so you can do it once a week. Do you know what I mean?
Whoa. Next year, maybe, but definitely not the day before either. Blimey.
That's fantastic. And I'm loving to see Are You Okay Mate, Jamie? It's been an absolute joy to see you guys getting that space up and running. It's so important.
You know what, Danny? It's still like we held the test. We done like the test event on Tuesday when we saw all the bits and pieces up, and that was brilliant. But it's been a little bit overwhelming to actually see the vision I had in my head in 2018 off the back of I'll tell my story later, but to actually physically be in this space, it's just amazing, and I just hope that we can continue to get people through the door today.
That's awesome.
Absolutely amazing. Right, anyone who's near Cambridge or knows anyone near Cambridge or knows the press near Cambridge or can shout about this happening in Cambridge, what an amazing thing that we should be celebrating 100%. In our community.
Absolutely.
And this should be shouted about from the top of the rooftops. Forget what we're doing over here. We're sat in comfort.
Yeah.
No, there's no random people. Well, there's a few random people walking in here today, but there's no. Do you know what I mean? Like, you guys are putting yourself out there, and I think it's a wonderful thing, and it needs to be supported. So look, Everyone shout about this from the rooftops and give Jamie and the guys over at Sook Space in Cambridge some
Yeah,
love.
come in. And I'll make a banging cup of tea, by the way.
Legends.
Take care, my darling.
All right, bro.
Great
Well, I'll
to
see you guys later.
Yeah,
Ciao.
I'll see you in about 2.5 hours, Alex.
Beautiful.
All right.
Look forward to it.
See you
wicked.
later.
See you later. Bye-bye.
See you, bro.
Bye. Oh, so amazing.
man.
It's so good to see.
Do you want to know where we're at? So we are. Where's my? We don't need them, do we? Oh yes, sweaty, isn't they? We are at 7.
What was the other before?
We were at 2125. We're now at. Oh, if I could work the contraption. Get in there.
Go on.
2825. Nearly 3K, guys.
Come on, guys. Dig deep. £5, man.
Like,
£5.
Literally, that's ridiculous. I think it's just amazing. Like, that all makes a huge difference. Like, it really does. Like, if you speak to Gary, you speak to who was on here earlier, that makes a massive difference. So, look, well done, guys. We are 30% of the way to the target, and we've still got 13 hours to go.
Yeah.
So this is amazing. So next up, we've got Sarah Love-Ellis, who I'm really excited for us all to meet, but I'm a bit worried about myself because having Danny and Sarah, your energy, like, it's probably what I need, but at the same time, I'm slightly worried for my health. Anyways, right, we'll be back in 5 minutes with Sarah.
Go donate.
Yeah, go donate and share and comment and do all that stuff. Legends. 2022, I'm speaking up for mental fitness for business owners.
I'm speaking up for young people who need somewhere safe to stay in 2022.
Hey everybody, Barbara Fernandez here, and what I am speaking up for in 2022 is the benefits of comedy for mental health. Whee! Whether you do it as a comedian like myself or whether you go to watch it and enjoy it, it really works and it's cheaper than therapy. Bye.
In 2022, I'm speaking up for normalising conversations around mental health.
In 2022, I'll be speaking up for everyone that doesn't believe in themselves.
Morning, I'm speaking up for everybody that thinks that they are helpless.
In 2022, I'm going to speak up for resilience in business and for mental health.
I'm speaking up for people who are trying to find positivity through adversity.
My name's Lee Smith. In 2022, I'm speaking up for forgotten industries and how to maintain a positive mindset.
Hi, I'm speaking up for positivity and resilience and raising funds for our charity, CPSL Mind.
I'm speaking up for deeper connections.
In 2022, I stand for positive mental health and well-being and being a force for good in our local communities.
I'm speaking up for believing in yourself. You're incredible.
Hi everyone, it's Rachel Hales here from Get Energized. I'm going to be speaking up at the Shifties Live-a-thon and I can't wait. I'm going to be speaking up for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. Look forward to seeing you there.
Live-a-thon 2022, I'm speaking up for suicide awareness.
Hi, I'm Courtney and I am speaking at the 2023 Live-a-thon with Alex, and in 2022 I'm standing up for disabled rights and the inclusion of disabled people.
I'm standing up for men's mental health.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I'm speaking up for those who want to keep trying.
I'm going to be talking about young people and their mental health and their mental fitness, and some of the ideas that I've got about how we as a community should get behind them, get involved, and help them to feel supported, connected, and inspired during these challenging times.
Hi, I'm Claire, or you may know me as Beth, and I am speaking up for mental health in our education system. Also for the wider support of the families affected.
Hi, my name is Janine Hornsby, and I am very proud to be a guest at the Shifties 24-hour Speak Up Live-a-thon, helping to raise £10,000 for CPSL Mind. I'll be talking to Alex about the biggest cow bag in my life. Her name is Linda. She is the most judgmental, critical bully I have ever met. She has something negative to say about everything that I say and do. Linda is, of course, not a real person. She is what I have named my inner saboteur, that negative, self-deprecating voice that we all have in our heads telling us that we're not good enough or that we're frauds. So join Alex and I at 2 p.m. on Monday the 17th, where I'll be speaking up in 2022 for self-love and banishing our inner saboteurs.
In 2022, I'm speaking up for a work-life balance while running your own business.
Oi.
Yo, yo, yo. Oh, we got a lovely message from CPSL Mind. Let's have a little read, shall we? Let's have a pat on the back. We want to say a huge thank you to everyone involved in the Live-a-thon today. It's so incredible to hear from such amazing people. It is truly an inspiration. Your support will help us support local people in their recovery from a range of mental health challenges. Amazing. Now, I want to share a message. I didn't tell you about this. A lady texted me yesterday, and I feel like now's a good time while we wait for Sarah. So Sarah's coming in a minute, and Sarah's going to be with us until 12. So someone sent me a message yesterday, and they're the partner of someone who has struggled a lot over his last couple of years and been heavily supported by For Men to Talk and Walk and Talk for Men. I will be reading this out a couple of times throughout the day because she gave me permission to do so, but I don't. She doesn't want to say her name for other reasons. But I thought I'm just going to read this out because off the back of that CPSL Mind, I think you need to hear this as well if you're listening in. Let me get the message up. Let me just read it to you. Do excuse me because it gets to the time of the day where I'm 11 hours in, so emotions are higher. So she wanted to obviously go good luck today and know that we will smash it. She wishes she was brave enough to talk on the event, but with everything still so raw, and same for so many other people, but she wanted to tell this story anyway. So I'm going to share that for you. So February 2020, her other half, who is well known in our town, had a mental health crisis and came close to ending his life. Thankfully, at the last moment, he was brave enough to call the Samaritans, who got the transport police and mental health team to him. This all came out of the blue. We now call this, in quotations, his box was full and it exploded. With regard to his state of mind, with work pressures and issues he was not addressing silently. He also had not addressed his grief of losing his dad and best friend, albeit it was 12 and 19 years previous. A week at a mental health unit and crisis team, but then the CPSL Mind were amazing in the first months until we got professional private counselling. I then suffered my own breakdown once we had got him safe. And I got immediate private counselling at the Mind Spa Buckden, where Dawn has continued her amazing help in my recovery to this day. Lockdown happened. He had to stay at his mum's while I was at home. We tried to fix ourselves individually with our individual counsellors, and throughout social distancing, lockdown 3 miles apart, furlough, and in a pandemic, and only a handful of friends knew within our families. However, 23 months down the line, we're stronger than ever, and her message is yes to talk, but also seek out and persist for the right help from professionals and support groups. CPSL Minds, the Mind Spa, her doctors, but above all, their trusted circle of friends and family have been paramount to their journey even now. Her message is to never give up, and from someone who comes across as so social, strong, outgoing, she did break, and she openly pleads now to any other halves that are struggling with their broken partner. You can do this and speak out. It's okay not to be okay. Mm-hmm. Do not think you will be fine and struggle through. Everyone says they can. Everyone says they cannot afford counselling, but she challenges everyone. It's the cost of a coffee each working day to not have that week. If not, then please reach out to support groups, which our town and through people like ourselves have been highlighting. one day she will openly tell her story, and I vouch to her that she's very welcome to do that here. And they're still on the journey of healing their heads, and in brackets, wish we could put a bandage on it so people knew. But thank you for reading this out, and thank you to all that have helped, especially for Men to Talk, the Mind Spa, CPSL Mind, Walk and Talk for Men St. Neots, in brackets. Yes, they will also support the partners too. GPs, persistence is the key there. Our friends, works, and family. So yeah, I can see. I can see there. But I wanted to read that out because I think it's really important, especially as CPSL Mind just commented. I just think it's so timely in all the discussions we've had that there is someone who listens to this, knows that Speak Up's happening, and knows that there's a chance to tell a story. So if you are listening and you want a story told, or you want us to say something, or you want to reach out, then please do, because we will happily use this platform for that. And I just want to say to that lady, she made me cry last night. She's almost making me cry now. You're so brave for sharing that. I think it's wonderful. And the people that have supported you are wonderful humans.
Are you all right?
I'm all right.
It's a beautiful, beautiful message, and it just goes to show that people can hold people up, and that is not one individual that's helping that person. That is a cacophony of people that are holding that individual up, and it's beautiful to hear. It works. So thank you so much for sharing.
That's beautiful. Hey. And big shout out from Luke there. Look.
Yeah. And him.
Right, you're going to come in the middle here. All right.
God, I'm sorry I'm late.
No, it's fine.
Are we live?
It's fine.
We are indeed.
I gave you an extended slot because
you knew I'd be late.
Lovely to finally meet you in person.
You too.
Right, you're on that. I'm going to get on.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Sarah.
Hi, I'm Danielle. Nice to meet you. This is
Danielle.
introduction live on our stream this morning. Is it still this morning?
How's it going?
Very, very well, actually.
We're up to £2,825.
Go donate, please, people. You've still got time. Open your phones. Donate, share, like.
Like, share, everything.
So we are. Right. So we got. Okay, let's start this off again. Sorry, we just we had a bit of emotion. We had an emotional moment while you were away. We're just sharing some stories.
So I was watching it just as I came in, actually, and I've just said that I've got quite an honest. I've got quite an honest conversation to have today. And I was thinking, oh gosh, is it too much for a Monday morning to kind of be honest about things?
No.
And then I heard that, and I was like, no, that's.
You're definitely in the right place.
Yeah.
And I'm qualified, just so everyone knows.
Yes.
Qualified to support if it's necessary.
Yes.
Good to know.
We're all in a safe space. So, firstly, please introduce yourselves to us all.
My name is Sarah Ellis. Do I look at the lovely people who are watching?
Hello.
It's up there. Lovely. Oh, it's up there.
Hi. Yeah.
Hello, lovely people that are watching. My name's Sarah Ellis. I'm from Tick Box Productions. So the Tick is TIC, and it stands for Theatre Inspiring Change. So my story has come from I want to be an actress to realizing that there was a path that I think I was kind of being directed to for various different reasons. So we tour live interactive theatre shows. I always think it's funny when you say live, as if people tour dead shows, but that's not how it works.
Dead interactive shows.
Dead interactive shows.
I think they're boring.
I died. I'm sure so boring. But it's just funny as an expression because I think there's so much stuff that's, on screen, etc. So yeah, we turn up, we're human beings, and we do shows about stuff that affects people. And our main aim is to combat prejudice, discrimination, and look at those issues where hate may be affecting somebody. So I've just worked out our figures, 66,000 people we've worked with, which is huge. Yeah, thank you. It's really funny, isn't it? When being a typical kind of artist, I don't tend to necessarily,
No, of course you don't.
and in fact, I didn't even send my video in. So
Exactly.
I noticed that one this morning. A little message from Alex saying, "Don't forget your video." I'm like,
already forgotten.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll do that after I speak
It's
to you.
fine. Don't worry about it.
But yes, it's been a really interesting journey. I just feel we need to be talking about stuff.
Yes.
And we need to be calling stuff out. So we've got shows on domestic abuse. We've got shows on homophobia, transphobia, biphobia, racism. At the moment, we're working with probation officers on a project on racism because there are various challenges there, as there are everywhere, of course. Our homophobia show's been seen in Parliament, which was really interesting to be in the building that declared that it was illegal to be gay. But with all due respect, also declared in 1967, can you believe that late, also declared that it wasn't illegal to be a gay man.
Yeah.
What year was that?
1967. So I was born in 68.
No.
So
no, you weren't.
That was good.
Well done, Alex. That was quick, considering you're so tired as well. That was quick.
I'm good at this.
But yeah, year before I was born, it was still illegal.
Wow. And that wasn't that long ago, really. Like,
No, look at me. I'm 21.
Exactly.
I mean,
Wasn't that long ago. It's interesting, actually, talking about the mental health thing, not without bringing the temperature down too quickly, but it was illegal to take your life up until 1961.
Gosh.
Illegal.
Really?
Yeah.
How can it be illegal? Well, you can't. How can you be arrested?
If you tried to take your life up until that point, you were arrested.
It's a criminal offence.
It's a criminal offence, which is why we don't use the terminology commit suicide.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, we don't use it. So we ask people to think about using the terminology completed or attempted. So yeah, it's because it used to be a crime. It was a crime to commit. So yeah. So it's not that long ago.
No.
So much have changed in that time. So in the place they make these laws, they then are able to unmake them, right? So
That makes, I don't know how I feel about that. I just rip the room out first.
Alex, don't go there. We're not going to be going there yet, mate. It's too early. It's too early.
But it's true, isn't it? This is, this is
Culture
real
is culture.
stuff. Yeah, and I think that what I love about the work that we do is that we start these conversations. And I think the more that, so you've said that to me, I will now take that elsewhere, and that's how I believe that I believe that's what we want as human beings, because we want to connect, right? Like that's kind of our main thing, I think, most of us.
Yep.
I'm aware that some people don't necessarily feel like that, but that might be because of other reasons.
Yeah. They might still crave the connection. They might just not be the one, not want to be the one actively connecting.
Or don't know how.
Yes. Because it's not easy, and actually the world is making it less easy, right? We've just been through what we've all just been through. I think maybe has put some pressure on people to not talk.
Yeah.
Or to be able to express themselves on social media in a way that doesn't necessarily move the conversation.
Love it. You are just about.
I told you two would get on.
Seriously,
I was so excited.
Exactly the same. So it might be that there could be, because there are exceptions to every rule, right? But there is normally a trend. Yes. You did, Alex.
Honestly,
you did say that.
I've been excited to meet you in person since we spent about an hour you ranting at me on your phone in the car outside of school at one point. I don't know what we were talking about. I don't know what we were talking about at the time, but you went off. I was like, I like you.
I like it.
I like you a lot.
I mean, that's not true to anyone who's watching. I don't go off in any way. If anyone knows
in the best possible way.
No, I do.
The best possible
goes
way.
in. That's what it says. Goes in.
Yeah, because we've got to. And
absolutely.
I think I do worry at the moment. I do worry that the pandemic has exacerbated lots of stuff. I'm also really kind of filled with hope at how much it's exacerbated in a positive way, because I do think that the Me Too movement and Black Lives Matter, did it gain more traction because we were watching it on a screen?
Yes.
And actually it enabled people who kind of went, well, it's not really a problem, is it? Is that a problem? Because I don't know it's a problem. So therefore, is it a problem? To go, oh.
Shit.
Yeah. That's a thing.
Yeah.
Not only is that a thing, that's happening now. Because we can all look in our history books, can't we? And we can all kind of look backwards and go, well, that was really mean. You know, people weren't very nice, were they?
But we changed
Really mean.
But we changed the thing in the courtroom. We changed it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't happen. Shh, let's talk about it. Don't talk about it.
And it's true, and we need those courtrooms, right? And we need those changes. But number one, what are we having to do in order to make those changes? Actually, it's not good enough. It isn't good enough. It's 2022, folks. Like, stating the obvious, how much further on are we? And also, where can we have these conversations and be safe? So for me, in all of the work that I do, it's about creating a safe atmosphere to have those conversations and to know that you're not stupid, you're not ignorant, you're not, I mean, okay, some people are stupid and ignorant, but in general, we're human beings and we understand and we feel pain and all of that stuff. So what is stopping us from kind of opening up and going, wait a minute, this is wrong, what can I do? And there's lots of theories on that.
Yes, there are. yes, there are. And empathy is the understanding of feeling with somebody, not for them. You know, so it's knowing what, and you said it. You know, everyone knows what pain feels like.
Yeah,
everybody knows what pain feels like. It's a fundamental human emotion. But my pain doesn't necessarily have to be the same as your pain for you to know I'm in pain. Yeah. It's not the knowing what's gone on. It's the seeing me. Like, you know, Alex got quite emotional a minute ago reading out that story, and I got emotional watching because I'm empathetic. I can feel that. 100%. So I'm feeling with people. So I'm quite fascinated. I mean, I'm probably not going to go on, but how does do your plays do that safely for you guys? Because they bring up quite a lot of stuff, right? Like, how do you do that? How do you manage that?
Well, can I talk about the audience first?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, please.
So the idea, the model that we do is that we go into literally any space. So what I love about this work is we can literally pitch up here and do it. We could do it in the street. We could do it. So we want to work in prisons. If anyone has any contacts, that's our next. We're working with probation officers. Do we realise the high stats in women's prisons of women who have been victims, survivors of domestic abuse? So we'd really like to get our domestic abuse play into prisons. But yeah, so we can go there. We go into schools, we go into colleges, we go into businesses, you know, into kind of these sort of corporate spaces. Just go, let's have a chat, because that's what it's about. So we show a play, which is normally anything. So Boy, our play on homophobia, is around half an hour long. The Bruise You Can't See, which is called that, it's about domestic abuse, but it's about looking at the early warning signs. So we're not looking at when you get punched in the face. We're looking at the stuff before that. And all of our plays, they can go into any space. We show the play, that one's about 40 minutes long. And then we have a chat with the audience. So the play inevitably it's not Disney, it's not other products are just as easily available. What I'm saying is it's not a woohoo, everything's great at the end.
No, absolutely.
You know, and
gets you thinking,
but you know, and kind of goes, oh, okay. And then we look at what could have happened before that could have stopped it going in that direction.
So an intervention, there's an intervention piece there as well.
Yeah,
that looks awesome.
Intervention.
Yes.
And you know, where are those windows of intervention? So then our audiences get to go back and just try stuff out. I honestly think that people are fundamentally good. And that has been challenged on a few occasions. But fundamentally, human beings are good. But they may choose or make behavioural choices that are informed by lots of stuff, right? The way you're brought up, the mood you're in, the media around you, the messages, cultural norms, etc., etc., etc. So our job is to just challenge some of those behaviours. And so what we do is basically, so the actors go out into the audience, they have a group each, and they say, okay, what do I do? I don't make
How cool
nothing
is
up.
that?
Why have I not
I
been?
know. Well, I've been trying to go for
Seriously,
ages. And
seriously,
there's been,
Coming to the next one.
honestly.
Seriously.
We have a day out. We're having a shifties day out.
Absolutely
Let's come and see
amazing.
Tick.
Yes.
Because it's so interesting. Because as an audience, and I think sometimes the audience kind of test us out, and they're a bit like, "Okay, you've got 3 endings. Let's see," and we're like, "No, got nothing. Got nothing.
Yeah.
What do we say? What do we do? Quick." We also, I feel, make it quite truthful with a device, which is I facilitate, and I put the music on quite quickly. And the rule is that when the music goes on, you have to come away from your group. The act comes away from the group. So I think it's quite important that there's a sense of urgency in your answer, because I also believe people are very good at telling other people what they want to hear.
Yes.
And what does that look like? I will never be horrible to someone because they are gay, because, whatever. Well, of course not, right? But actually, what's
the behaviour?
What's the behaviour?
Yeah.
What changes that? What challenges that in the moment? Yeah, I remember in the Black Lives Matter movement, and someone, a white person, said to me, "Well, the thing is,"
I love that.
No, where's it going?
Well, the thing is, the tilted head, and you just kind of think, "Oh, okay."
Here we go.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think if they hadn't done this, people would be more sympathetic.
Love it.
And the whole thing, Sarah Everard was murdered, and if those women hadn't have, it just doesn't help them. What are we looking at now? What are we looking at now? And let's not go there. Let's get back to the subject. So anyway, the actors come back and they do and say what they've been told to do by the audience.
Wow.
And say by the audience, which inevitably, can be really challenging or can get challenged by someone else.
Yeah, love
Because all the characters have got objectives. Now, the person who bullies, their objective isn't, I'm going to bully someone today, but it might be, I want to be popular.
Yeah.
I want everyone to know that I'm okay. Like, that could be their objective. So the audience can call them back at any point, and go, "Oh, time out. Come back.
I didn't mean for that.
Try
to
something
happen.
else.
Yeah.
Come back in. Time out."
Wow.
And that's how it goes. So for me, it's about, that's cool.
That's
Let's try that out.
phenomenal.
But if there are consequences, they'll come out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I am only 21, I heard that when people were teenagers in the 80s, which was the best time for music, by the way, controversial.
It's right, because I think it's the 90s, but hey, let's carry
We
on.
can talk about that. That's a gin or rum conversation.
Yeah, I reckon.
But in the 80s, there was a whole drugs campaign, wasn't there? Just say no.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and that's cool, because lots of drugs aren't very good for you, so just say no. What does that actually mean to people? So the minute that they go, well, I might make the decision. Well, just say no doesn't mean anything. Get it into the background. So it's also about saying, do what you want.
But there are consequences.
But are you aware what this means to you? Are you aware what this means to someone else? Are you aware what that means to a community? And that's kind of how we negotiate our way through. It is about empowering people to have the conversation, to think about how it affects them and how it affects their community. And I believe that if we look at it that way, people have the potential to then stand up, which is why I was so keen to come in today.
Yeah.
Because it is about standing up.
Absolutely.
It is about kind of saying, okay, so one of my favorite phrases is I'm challenged by that. We could all swear and say, whatever, shut up, you person.
Yeah.
But actually,
that one.
That one. I'm really trying hard not to shit and not to swear.
It's fine.
Or we could just stand up and say, well, I'm challenged by that. Talk to me about that. Because if it's real for that person, there's some stuff I've written some stuff for in a bit. But one of the things that I mentioned there is
We're in a bits now.
We're in a bits now.
You get to blend all of this now. No, I know.
Okay.
It's up to you. We've got 25 minutes left.
Okay.
And we want, I knew whatever you did here would be wonderful. Just your words are wonderful. So if you want to do something with us, there's people watching. Danielle wants to do stuff.
Well, can I put it up here just to remind me of
sure.
things that I do feel quite...
Of course.
Look how long it is.
Wow.
Goodness me. Anyone who knows me sees how unusual that is, that I've written so much. I'm so opinionated. Is it okay to be opinionated?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Of course it
Can
is.
we be opinionated?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, one of the things that I was going to say was we do a lot of work on domestic abuse. And I wrote down some phrases that... Okay. That one I can come to in a minute. For me, it's about calling stuff out. For me, it's about speaking up. And it's also ensuring that we know how to cope if we're being derailed. Okay. So whataboutery is a thing that I feel quite strongly about. So we talk about domestic abuse and we talk about rape. It's a thing. It's real.
Mm.
If there is anybody out there that feels that their next sentence posts something about that, if they're male and their next sentence is, but men get abused too. Can I have a moment just to defrag that and just to share? Because I'm female. And as a female, that sends a very strong message. And that message is you want to derail the truth. Now, let me talk through that because there might be people spitting feathers out there. No, don't spit feathers yet. Just wait. When it's the second sentence or the third sentence, it's vital because it is not just women who are abused. It is men as well. But can we be conscious of just not making it that first sentence? So I have got some stats here because as an artist, numbers are literally just, they don't stay.
That's me. Like, seriously.
What is that?
How many times have we talked about stats before? I'm like, I'm not really a stats person. That kind of gives you a moment in time, but it doesn't stay.
It doesn't, no, just because it's got a number in it. I mean, I'm surprised I know my own phone number, frankly. So, and now I won't be able to find them. So I am going to just keep looking through while I'm talking. It's so annoying, isn't it? Right. Okay, here we are. One of the reasons that we talk about women first when it comes to domestic abuse in particular is because, I've lost it again. Women are almost 4 times as likely to be sexually assaulted than men. That's Office for National Statistics, 2021. So let's be really clear that this is up-to-date stuff. Let's also be clear that there aren't any up-to-date domestic abuse stats post-pandemic. Any of us that work in this arena, we know they're going to be worse, right? People have been living with their abuser. Women are 4 times more likely to be assaulted than men. Stats in this country are 1 in 3 women will experience domestic abuse at some point in their lifetime. And it's 1 in 5 men. That means more women. 2 women a week are murdered by a partner or an ex-partner. So that does mean potentially another woman has died at the hands of a man today. And by this time next week, when we open up our offices, our dining rooms, wherever you are, our shopping centres, because we're doing some work at Souk as well.
Yes,
it's awesome.
damn right.
Nice.
But by next Monday, that will be another woman in this country. I'm talking about worldwide. So it happens to more women. However, so that's why I would like us to think about being sensitive before we come back to whataboutery. Now, it does happen to men. It is 1 in 5 men. And we know that both of the stats with domestic abuse are probably higher than that because a lot of people don't talk about it.
Don't disclose, that's right.
Don't disclose. There's all sorts of things around that. So rather than coming back with that first sentence, which I'm like, are you trying to derail? Talk, and then let's talk about men. Because actually, I wrote some things down. I'm not a man, I'm a woman, right? So we were talking about empathy. Yeah, I don't know what it's like to be a man. I know that when I am fed up, I know that I've got X amount of girlfriends that I can say, right, I'll go to the pub, bar, any other products available.
Like a spa or something.
Like a spa, absolutely. Or the park. If you need to be in let's not go there. Right. But anyway, there are places and we sit there and we defrag it. We chew it through. We give our opinions. We do all of that. And these aren't stereotypes. This is my experience. When my husband goes out with his best mate, posts something, like a death in the family or something, and he comes back, I say, oh, did you talk about? No. That's brilliant. Such a good night. There is a stereotype around that, but actually it's quite real, isn't it? We don't bring our men up to talk. We bring our men up to man up. Don't look weak.
Don't cry.
Don't cry. And can I say a non-school word, I would call it? Am I allowed to say the word? Well, I'm going to say it, aren't I? And just to get permission.
That's fine. Say it.
What's all this about calling someone a pussy?
Oh, yeah.
And it's relative to a female. I think we know because we're not talking about cats. Yeah? It's relative to a female gender.
Don't
and
get me started.
Denotes weakness.
That's strong as hell, mate. I've had 2 kids, just saying. Go on. Yeah.
Denotes weakness. Yeah. If we call someone a D-I-C-K, we don't like them. We're cross. We think they're idiots, but they're strong, right? And that's linked to a male. So we know that we bring up our guys to toxic social norms, which is why this is so important, because it's getting people talking. There's a great deal of shame around. And so now I'm going to talk about humans. There's a great deal of shame and misunderstanding around abuse, whether that be sexual abuse, sexual harassment, domestic abuse, gaslighting. When we look at Black Lives Matter, how much gaslighting goes?
Do you know what as well, though? It is the gaslighting as well, but it's more dangerous for me. It's the micros, it's the microaggressions that people don't understand that they're actually doing. And they're the bits. I mean, my anxiety went through the roof 2020. Me and him had a conversation.
It's on the podcast. It's on Spotify.
Exactly, yeah. It was not in a good place at all. And I live in a predominantly white area. So finding any ally here in terms of my lived experience was very difficult. My friends are amazing and I love you all, but that lived experience was lacking. So I found that really tough. And then it would be things like you said, the second sentence. The first sentence was, well, it's not that bad here. Or, we're not in America. Or actually, and Alex was saying, right, what is it what can I say? What is it? What's the language around it?
Which is amazing.
Which is absolutely brilliant, because I was able to tell him, actually, that one that you said about the All Lives Matter, and I was like, oh yeah, that old chestnut, like all humans.
We put it on. We put it out there, didn't we?
Yeah,
we said,
to challenge people, because I understand that those people that have those microaggressions in any of these things are doing it from a sense of shame, perhaps, or doing it from a sense of protectiveness. It brings up a lot of negative emotions. It feels wrong. It feels bad. It feels a bit ugh. So therefore, that's that protective thing, isn't it? Saying, well, actually, I've got brothers and sisters, and they're not just. Well, no one said that. That's not what we're saying. But it happened. You've got numbers
that happens,
there.
Right?
Yeah. But I think that is a protective factor. I think human beings by nature don't want to be challenged. No one likes being challenged.
No, but why do we? So I'm a white person, so I'm going to be really, really honest. Why am I considering how I'm being attacked when somebody talks to me about racist microaggressions? What is it in me that makes me go, and protective? I think you're right. There might be a part of me that goes, oh, I'm not that person. Honestly, I'm not that person. I'm really nice.
Yes.
And that's cool. It don't mean it hasn't happened to you.
It's negative things. So I watched this dodgy program the other day. Oh, it sounds really bad. It wasn't that bad. Oh my God. What was
we'll be talking about this
exactly
later.
This is not, I was watching something.
This is a 3 a.m. conversation, guys.
Dodgy program on TV. It was about Dubai, right?
Okay.
And I was watching this program about Dubai, and when people were talking to the people that live in Dubai with this vast amount of money, there's no tax, the wealth is just staggering and quite uncouth, as us British people would say. It makes us feel slightly uncomfortable, all that money. And I was saying to my children, because my husband came in and was like, what are you watching? I was like, oh, this thing on Dubai. I don't normally watch terrestrial TV, but I watched it because I was fascinated behind the psychology behind it. People started laughing when they were talking about their money. They were, so how many cars do you have? Well, about 8. And it was this uncomfortableness. And it's kind of like this masking of a negative emotion in a way that comes across as really interesting to me. I was watching going, wow, they're laughing because actually this is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing, isn't it? It's how people react when they're uncomfortable that tells you a lot about that person.
Well, yeah, but also it's okay to be uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
Let's be bloody uncomfortable.
Well, you do it with that's what you're doing. Listen, you're applying.
Yeah.
When pressure is applied, character is revealed.
Oh,
and it's,
I love that.
And it's a wonderful situation for us all to learn about ourselves, right?
Yeah.
What's coming up for you when that
And by the way, that's okay.
Yeah.
Because, you know, as a white person, have I ever been through racism? No. I don't have to have gone through racism, though.
To know it's painful.
To understand and to respect how painful it is and to call it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I hear, to call it out, to question. And I think what breaks my heart about what you've just said about 2020, we have a great colleague that I work with, Amelia. I know she won't mind me giving her name.
Go, Amelia.
Go,
Easy, Amelia.
She's amazing. And she was very, very articulate for me when things were coming up on social media. And I thought, right, okay, I'm not out there at the moment because it's lockdown. So when I see these things on social media, I can use my knowledge, experience, to be able to just kind of gently challenge things or just to put something else in place. And I am going to bring it up. The fact that George Floyd, one of the first sentences certain people were saying afterwards was, well, he was on drugs.
Okay, then.
So do we now live in, in America? Do we live in a country, or if that was in England, do we live in a globe where if somebody takes drugs, they should die slowly at knee of someone on their neck?
Wow.
Is that, because if that's it, let's get it legally into our laws, right?
Constitution, yes.
Part of your constitution. It's really important that that's how you murder. They should be murdered if they're on drugs. That's a disconnect.
Yeah.
And that's an excuse, and that's a reason to not think any deeper on it. And excuse me, but I think it's all of our responsibility to think deeper on it. And Amelia was really articulate, and I used to phone her up and go, Amelia, just got this one. Any idea, like, best way to handle this? And she used to go, and then one day, she said to me, she said, I'm really tired.
I did think that when you was talking, but go on. Yeah, I knew that was coming.
I'm really tired. I've been on social media. Mm-hmm. I've had conversations with my family, with my friends. I've watched the TV. I've listened to the radio, and I'm done.
Yeah, I don't want to do this anymore yet.
Actually, I've given an awful lot, and actually, I'm really in pain. And I think it's at that point that I kind of went, okay, tell me what you need. From one side, I love you. And then I'm going to carry this on. Because actually, whose job is it to call out prejudice? Whose job is it to call out discrimination? I would hope I've never been racist. Unconscious bias, I'm guessing probably most people have.
Including Black people.
Okay.
In this country. It's interesting. There's a program we watch with my kids about racism in schools and how it's all brought up. And there was a school in London, 52% Black, 48% white, and they split them up and segregated them and did work around like what this feels like. And it was fascinating that everybody, including Black people, have got, you know, this idea of this microaggressions in their own culture sometimes. So I understand your Amelia being very tired. I got very tired in St. Neots. I got very tired. I've had lots of conversations and stuff. But and I know, you know, we're talking about these really big kind of meaty things that which do fundamentally affect your mental health, right? They categorically do. I can tell you, Amelia, I was with you, girl. It's painful, and it's a lot of effort, and it's very draining, and it's very painful, and all of those things. When you're doing your plays, and I suppose I can ask you that question now, right? When you're doing your plays, how do you as an organisation protect that piece? And it's not necessarily racism, it's all of the isms, right?
Yeah,
you know, if we're doing transphobia, how do you protect?
Which is our next play. We need funding. looking for funding.
Support them.
Yeah, to write a play about being a transgender teenager. I'm going to share with you, if we could just have a quick commercial break, if it takes as long as last time. Where is it? These are some of the things that we have heard in response to your question. It's there somewhere. I'm so prepared and yet so not. Right. Okay. I've heard the following. Well, she was so we're talking about character. Yeah. So we've got to this point where we're talking about clothing. Controversial issue. We're also going for our Arts Council funding to look at identity, how we use our clothes. What do we wear that feeds into our identity, but also makes other people comment on us? And we're hopefully doing it at Souk in a shopping centre.
Yay,
so
that sounds awesome.
that's another
amazing.
thing. Anyway,
Very
she was
good.
wearing a short skirt. She deserved it.
Oh, wow.
I just don't like gay people. That's all. Another lovely sentence. Girls shouldn't get drunk because it makes them vulnerable, and then they can't blame someone else.
Wow.
I don't want to go to the loo with a gay man. He'll probably make a pass at me.
Oh, wow.
Can I just say I'm heterosexual? And I actually say this when there are young men in the audience as well. And back in the day, they used to sigh sadly, and now they're very relieved when I say I'm heterosexual. I don't fancy every single male in this room. Like I say, 20 years ago, they used to go, oh, now they go, thank God for that.
I don't believe that.
Unless it's cabaret night.
Unless it's cabaret night, and then that's a shush experience, secret cabaret club. That's how we raise some of our money.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all connected.
It's
It's how we raise money. Well, they just need to man up. Man up. Do we say woman up? I say woman up.
Yeah.
If I'm going to use man up, I go also woman up.
Yeah.
Which one are you saying? Snowflakes. Wonderful.
Love that.
Oh, people are such snowflakes. Boom. Shut down.
Yeah.
End of the conversation.
Done.
Oh, it's all being about politically correct. Boom. Shut down. End of conversation. No. Let's call out. Let's stand up to derailing and ending conversations. I'm such a snowflake. How interesting. In what way? I hate the cold, just in case you know. All this political correctness, it means you can't say anything now. You can be kind or don't be stupid. Of course you can. You're speaking all the time. You're speaking all the time. Do you have to consider what you say as to whether it's going to annihilate someone else? Yeah, that's okay, isn't it? Yeah. Women need to keep themselves safe by making sure they don't put themselves in danger. Why are we tasking people of colour with the job? We need to talk about that phrase as well, because the terminology, people of colour, BAME was a thing.
Yeah.
Now that's not a thing. It's very othering.
Yeah, we don't like it.
People of colour, some people don't like. Yeah. So let's have that conversation, because at the moment it's it's a really important conversation. So isn't that interesting? Is that what is BIPOC okay?
No, interestingly enough, I don't personally don't tend to group people together in any way, shape or form. However, BIPOC is Black, Indigenous, people of colour. So it takes away the Asian culture or the Asian identity within BAME, which is not for Black people. So Black people are kind of, it's a very different lifestyle. And I think the whole point of shoving everybody who's non-white into a group of people.
Let's face it, we've been doing that for long enough.
Just say non-white. Just say non-white is a lot easier. We all know what you're talking
about. We'll just put you there. And that's,
all of the non-whites.
Yeah.
All right, it's you guys done. But it's totally, that's
exactly not progression, is it?
So a lot of language around it. Yeah. But I guess it comes out.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But it's
so true.
And it's also about asking people what they want. It's about asking people how they would like to be identified. I did a talk for the WI, which was hilarious. And in fact, and I love the WI, I love you all. But the note I got back afterwards was, we've never had a talk like that before. And it was very interesting and enlightening. And it was about...
I hope you put down a badge and wore it.
No, do you know what? I've got it written down, actually. I'll have to put it somewhere. But the interesting conversation was about accepting people as they are. And actually the conversation was around the frame of reference, because Alex will know that I'm forever going on about that. But it was around kind of gender identity. And a lot of older women were in there talking about and I said, so, what about if somebody comes out as non-binary? And one woman went, oh.
Wow.
And I kind of picked up and I was like, look, no disrespect. What comes up for you when you said that?
Nice.
She's like, well, you know, you're a male or female, aren't you? You know,
It's ridiculous.
Yes, and it was this very negative. And I said, is it because you don't understand it? It's like, well, yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is.
And there it is.
And therein lies the issue. So I said, you don't have to understand it from their point of view because it's not your life. But you have to be aware that this is their life and be as open to it as possible.
And respect it.
And respectful. Another lady came up to me afterwards. She said to me, I loved your talk. It was really interesting. I said, what was it about? She goes, my granddaughter's non-binary.
Fantastic.
And sometimes she's a girl, sometimes she's a boy. And it was all of these.
Oh,
So my
okay.
granddaughter's non-binary. She's sometimes a boy. She's sometimes a girl.
Yeah, so
and
the way in which I was like, oh, great.
Yeah,
so you can have that conversation. But then
you know
even then-
what? And I know, but for me, I was like, but she's trying. This woman is trying.
100%, yeah.
She doesn't understand it, but she's trying to be as open. And that's all I'm asking people to do, is be open in terms of their dialogue and their understanding. Do your research. It's not for me to go and teach everyone. It's not for every non-binary person to go and teach everybody about gender.
It shouldn't be their job. It should be somebody else's job.
Yes, absolutely.
And the people who are being
I love
oppressive.
that. Yes.
And let's be honest. We, as a white person, my ancestors had the power to murder, oppress, etc., etc. Let's woman up and not take responsibility. I've never murdered anybody, but actually my ancestors did. And actually, when
they're a bit dodge, mate. Like,
they're a bit dodge.
they're a bit.
Thanks very much, but now it's my job to kind of go, that wasn't good enough. And obviously we can look into pain and we can look into all of that stuff. When it finally comes down to it, I ain't going to tell you how you're feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
And what you were saying there, really, if Alex, it was, are you a man?
Yes.
And if I then went, ugh, wouldn't you just think that was ridiculous?
It's very rude, actually. It's very rude.
I'll just say fuck off.
But isn't it interesting that actually, because you are a man and because traditionally you've had kind of the power, it's not going to hurt you as much as when you say, Sarah, are you a woman? Ugh.
Oh, I've seen it.
Actually, it hurts.
So I've
really?
seen Christine, who you just met, who kindly found you.
Found me in the car park.
Bless you.
Found me in the car
So
park.
I've seen it. We've been in business together for 6 years now, and I've seen her answer the phone, and someone asked for the boss.
Amazing.
I laugh because I wait for them just to get absolutely destroyed. It's just great.
But she has to fight, doesn't she?
She does, and
I'm getting tired of fighting.
And we must finish this conversation because I've got someone. I almost want to bring them in because I've got Lynette next.
Yes,
and she's here, and I almost want all of three of you in the room together. Would be like a dream for me for a conversation. Just be wonderful. Anyway, right. So I stepped down. So I stepped down as CEO of businesses for that, partly for that reason. One, I'm a terrible manager, by the way, useless. I'm a good founder. I'm a good CMO. I'm a good champion of things. I'd like to think I'm a good leader, but Christine's a phenomenal manager of projects and people. And with her growth journey, she didn't ask me to do that. But I felt that she needed it to happen
because of other people.
Because it would enable her to progress. And you've seen the giant journey that she's been on since then.
Well, we did that on my podcast. Didn't we? We did how to
plug.
Sorry, yes, my podcast. It is what it is. Podcast with me, Danielle Bridge. Anyway, we did one about called How to Be a CEO, because it's that whole expectation of what that's supposed to look like.
Yeah.
It's normally a man. It's normally a white guy. You have to challenge that.
Someone has to step. If the problem is that people aren't stepping aside, then step aside.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And that's okay. And we're not a threat.
No, I don't. It's not even about that.
Do you know what I mean? I personally feel like we're seen as
I think there's a generation. I think I like to think for my generation, millennials and Gen Z's coming through. I don't feel like
we're all getting there.
I don't think we feel like that.
We're all getting there.
Well, at least I would say from my frame of reference. I would say that I don't feel that, and at least the people that I choose to hang around with wouldn't feel that way, or would not be that way. It wouldn't even be a thought.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because misogyny has been brought up. And you're right, that's not that generation. But just to put a little bit in context of some of the things that I hear as a woman, misogyny was brought up in Parliament. Should it be a hate crime? Should it be a hate crime? No, it shouldn't be a hate crime, apparently, because there's so much else that we need to deal with, that's at the end of the line.
Wow.
Okay, that's interesting in itself.
Yep.
A member of Parliament being asked about misogyny being a hate crime and replying, that misogyny was really bad for women and for men.
Wow.
I'm just going to let that land. So we've got misogyny being a hate of women and people who are making major decisions not knowing what it is.
What it actually means.
Wow.
Yeah, see, sometimes there's no words for me. That's a problem. Because I'm full of words.
Mm.
And when I haven't got any, we know we've got a bit of a problem.
She's right.
And I felt that resonates with me when Sarah Everard was murdered. Because I've been through some stuff, and that's the reason, I've been through some horrible stuff, and the reason that I run a theatre company and do this work is because I've seen it. And I, at the point when at the vigil people were being arrested and it was all on the news and everything, I said to my husband, I need to step back now.
Yeah.
I can't do this. This is just triggering everything for me. And I just took some downtime, which is okay. By the way, it's okay to pass it on. Pass it on to someone else, but just be, if you can say, I can't do this right now. Is there any way you could, and that's down to go and pick up the dog or, take the dog for a walk, pick up the kids, write my emails for me. How many people use just in their emails? Do you know more women use the word just? I'm just emailing to, or I just wondered if, is it just?
I'm just interrupting you.
Just interrupting you. I'm terribly sorry. This is how small I am. Why don't we could change that really quickly, right? But what was I saying? Sorry. Off on a tangent.
Are you going to finish your sentence? And please do.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm going to just speak to Lynette. I just feel like I'd rather you carry this conversation on, because I think it's really important and I think it's fantastic. And I think Lynette, Lynette.
Yep.
She's another one of my favourite. As long as I get a hug from her before she starts, then that's all I really want from her. And then you can carry on this conversation and transition to Lynette and her story.
What with a contemporary dance piece?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know this stuff. You guys are both theatre and all your things.
Well, I got an A-star in drama.
Yeah, you do know
back
stuff,
in the day.
right?
And that's why people should take drama, because they're amazing negotiation skills.
Facilitators,
facilitating, thinking outside
So I'm
the
going to
box.
go get Lynette, replace myself in here for 25 minutes or so. I will have to interrupt you because I know you're just going to go on.
Just cut us off.
But can I just say, you are absolutely wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
And I'm so it's finally to meet you.
I know, it's
But
ridiculous.
I can't wait to
how long
work
it's
with
taken.
you. I've been wanting to do something together for a while.
Yeah, and it will
We're going
happen,
to do some big stuff. I'm certain of it. And I've just massive supporter of what you're about and what you're doing. So let me go get you guys. Continue. I'm going to go get Lynette.
So thank you, Alex. Thank you.
And we've got Luke just saying that he thinks that Sarah is
Is what? Don't pause.
Oh,
okay. Thank you, Luke.
About topics that other people won't make it simple but effective. And actually, I'm so glad that you brought up a couple of things. Just get rid of that. A couple of things in that conversation, because it is triggering, it is difficult.
Yeah.
But we have to have safe spaces to have difficult conversations.
Yeah.
Because this is the undercurrent of the issues we have in society.
Yeah.
And I think people can quite easily take a top level approach and go, oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's really bad. And then continue with their life. When
And then do you want a cup of tea?
Yeah.
Where does that? That's probably not a good example, because it's good to make a cup of tea if you want to have a conversation.
I love tea, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's exactly it, isn't it? And you said it earlier. How do we face our own fears? Like, is it okay to say, I don't know?
Yes.
Are the best doctors the people who say, oh, I don't know, but I'm going to find out?
Do you know what? Right, and it's interesting you say that. And I can only go back to my own frame of reference. In terms of misogyny, yes, I have been a victim of that. Not domestic violence, no, but I come from a very difficult background. We can talk about all that stuff offline. But the Black Lives Matter for me, my husband is white, so it was really hard for him asking me, like, Danielle, what do I need to do? Yeah. What is it that I can do to support you? throughout this when I'm in pain on my knees, talking about this stuff, and he was helpless. He's like, well, what do I? And I said, actually, you can start to talk to your people about it.
Yes.
Because,
There it is.
how to fix racism in this country shouldn't come from black people.
Why are we tasking you with the job? That makes no
exactly.
sense.
The Sarah Everards, how can we, and I know that there was a narrative that said, we need to talk to our boys. This isn't a women on women thing. This is, if men are raping women and attacking women, then how do men deal with this? This is a conversation and I've seen an awful lot of work being done around men talking to men about this stuff,
which is fantastic.
Which is where it needs to come from, right?
Thank you for doing that.
That's where it needs to come from, because that's the conversation where that that narrative is, and how. But I think that's also reflective on everything that we have problems with.
100%.
It has to come from within that group.
Yeah,
and actually, in the prison service, which you mentioned earlier on, this whole kind of working towards reform and understanding why and taking responsibility for why you've done what you've done. And it's not necessarily an excuse, but you talking earlier on about what brings people's lived experiences to where they are. But it could be an awful lot of things. Awful lot of things, lived experience, going through risk factors. We were talking this morning about Romsey Mill, those young people who've had a difficult upbringing, a difficult start to their life, and some of them are going to be in the justice system. Some of them are going to be homeless. How will they behave? What are their risk factors? There's so much.
There's so much, and we need to be kind.
We do need to be kind.
Just be kind.
Yeah, we do. But we need an understanding. Yeah.
But it's not an excuse. You're absolutely right. But we've got to stop and listen, haven't we? We've got to understand where people come from. The police around the Sarah Everard case, they couldn't bring her back. Like, that's not something they had in their ability. The people around who were listening about it and getting on social media about the vigil, they could have treated it differently. Did you really need to go in and manhandle a load of women who were grieving? And they weren't just grieving over one woman. Not that that isn't enough, by the way. They were standing up and saying, we can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
We can't. The same with Black Lives Matter. We can't do this anymore. Yeah. I don't think we're even at the point where we're going, we won't do this anymore. It's not good enough. Actually, we can't. Because we can't. I can't finish that sentence.
Because we can't. Is Lynette, is she coming?
So Lynette wants to have a conversation with me, which I'm worried about.
Okay. Does she want to have it on?
Yeah.
Right.
Which is in a good way, I'm sure.
That sounded very
because I don't know I've managed to ever finish a conversation with Lynette without in tears or useless to everyone. So if it's okay, we will end this interview now.
Yeah. Okay.
I definitely need to get you guys on a pod together or something, because
amazing.
And obviously, if you need an extra in any,
I'd love you to come and see our work. Actually, that would really mean the word. And we've got a few gigs coming up, and and just to kind of punctuate it. I don't know who ever said that. I don't know where that came from. Just to punctuate it for me, having been in these awful positions, I believe fundamentally that we can make change by listening to each other and by talking. If I had met Tick Box when I was 17, I don't think I would have gone through the things I did. If I'd been given the opportunity to know what the early warning signs were of unhealthy relationship, of domestic abuse, I think I know that I would have stepped away, been able to step away, because my self-esteem had been so chipped. It wasn't until the punch that I went, oh no, I kind of know this is wrong now, because I was taught at junior school that if you punch somebody, it's against the law. Why did it have to get to that point for me to go, oh no, it's okay? And if I'd met Tick Box, if I'd had that opportunity just to sit and discuss and say, well, actually, this isn't healthy and this isn't healthy, I don't think I would have gone through as deep and as painful as it got.
It's fundamental.
It has enabled me to do this work. So kind of, if you want to get a bit kind of like destiny, Can I share with you something really funny just before we go?
Go on then.
So I did a quick iPod shuffle as I was driving up here.
Yeah.
Just after I'd finished writing what I was going to read out, which I didn't in the end because we were chatting so much, which I love. Okay, so the first song that came on was Turn It Off from the Book of Mormon, talking about if you've got feelings, you just turn them off.
Just turn it off like a
forget
switch.
them, like a light switch.
Yeah, so
and I'm
funny.
like, oh, that's so weird that came on. Second one, Magic Changes. Third one, That Will Be Enough. You are enough. And there you go.
Well,
you are enough. We are enough. Let's make change.
You are
Absolutely,
special.
you are enough. Love
Thank
it.
you very much.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm sorry I'm late.
No,
Yes.
it's quite all right. Right, we're
I'm going to go to break.
So, yeah, thank you, everyone. That was
Thank you for listening.
wonderful. And please do, like, you didn't mention the Shush experience as much, but just go check out all of the work that they're doing because they're amazing at what they're doing. And clearly, you know, the conversation speaks for itself. Like, that is fundamental.
Powerful stuff.
Absolutely fundamental to see that sort of stuff happen in our communities. So,
Quick
colour.
one. Which colour would you like to see our light box go? Get this collection.
We're a very purple.
Oh, so we are.
We're
Okay,
purple
so
people.
this one?
Purple, yeah.
Is that one all right? Or,
Yeah.
Nice.
That one okay? Is that
No,
good?
I feel
a
like
bit more
purple than
purpley.
that.
That
Yes,
purple?
yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Wicked.
That's
All right.
better.
Purple people can change the
Perfect.
world.
And one thing you're really excited about for 2022.
We are working with the probation service. We are writing a Do You Hear Me is our racism project, anti-racism project. How to be more racist? No.
Oh, no.
Our anti-racist project is Do You Hear Me? We're writing an adult show of it. We're going to be taking the Bruges You Can't See into an adult arena.
Oh.
So we want to hear from anybody who's got a space and can get people to it. And we're going to be doing festivals. And I am going to stop having long COVID.
Yeah,
God, that's
bless
another
you. I know,
conversation.
bless
That
you.
sucks.
You've been really
And
tough by that.
yeah, it's too much to do, right?
Yeah,
Too much to do.
Yeah, too much.
2022.
Yeah.
This is
Long COVID,
power
back
now.
off. Yeah,
Back
all right.
off.
Back off.
Back
Yeah.
off. Brilliant. Love that. Right.
Thank you.
We're going to go to a break. Donate.
Donate.
Comment, share. We're up
Click.
to nearly £3,000.
Come on,
for
guys. Let's tip it
CPSL
over to that
Mind.
3,000.
Get over 3,000. I have to do a TikTok video with Jamala.
Oh yes.
Oh, dear.
Please do it. I'm gonna go and donate about £400 just to see that happen.
And I didn't know that, so I'm going to do the
Oh,
same.
my God.
Thank you two for being you. This is really important.
Beautiful. Right. And I'll be back with Lynette in 5 minutes.
Awesome.
Ciao for now.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Live-a-thon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Live-a-thon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Live-a-thon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm back. So, firstly, I want to say a massive thank you, Danny Bridge. She's been co-hosting with me since 8 o'clock this morning, and I think she's been an absolute superstar. So, do give Danny Bridge and her podcast a follow, and send her some messages of support, because absolutely wonderful human being, and who's been fundamental support for me this morning. So we're now moving to the next stage of today. So we're halfway point. Woo! Just beyond halfway point. I mean, that's crazy. 12 hours.
I was going to say congratulations.
I should probably eat something.
Yeah, well, talking of which,
what you got
as
for
this
me?
is definitely not Blue Monday.
Yeah.
Although obviously I love blue.
No, yeah.
Blue.
No, I didn't notice.
Blue Spark and
I love
blue.
Do you know what is my favourite things? I actually love these so much.
So cheers.
Thank you very much.
Anti-blue.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
So
anti-blue.
and I
Fuck
hope
you,
everyone
blue.
else is having a bite to eat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Health.
I mentioned before I left, Lynette, that I was a little bit worried, if I'm honest.
Oh no, why?
Well, because I don't think I've managed to finish. Like, during the pandemic, whenever I've seen you, I don't think I've managed to leave the conversation without crying or feeling some kind of emotion, because I think you're amazing, and every time I see you, it just reminds me of how amazing you are. Oh, we're not. But I'm not going to switch it until 8. So just in case anyone is listening to this that's not on LinkedIn, we're not on LinkedIn. Not yet. We'll be on LinkedIn at 2.
Is this all right with the mic there?
Yeah, so let's just move that out a little bit.
So I don't want to be shouting, screaming. But I also want to look at you.
Always think like this. Think like this.
If I'm looking over there, yeah.
No, that's fine. So yeah, so I appreciate you so much, and when I haven't slept for a while, I get a bit emotional.
I know, and although I'm here, obviously I want to talk about like good stuff.
Yeah,
I also just want to come and hang out with you for half an hour.
That's nice.
And I feel like there's like other people in the room. I feel it's a bit
weird. They're
like,
on there.
It's weird, isn't it? But yeah, to just, I suppose, like we live in St Neots and we're far from family, and to have have connections like you guys, it just means a lot to us. And to be involved in something like this, we're just a little family. We just do like what we do, and it's nothing like massive. But it's lovely to have been recognised and to be supported by people like you guys.
So let me,
in particular,
and that's lovely.
So sorry.
No, thank you. Can you just explain what Action to Shen is as an organisation, your role there, and because you've grown so much as an organisation, but you as well as a leader in what you do. You've got a great team now. Like, I want people to see that, know who you are, that from the Shifties community, that would have seen you from day one grow, to appreciate just how much you've grown as an organisation and you as a person.
Okay, so yes, that is something that I thought we could talk about, and I think the theme of kind of becoming positive or taking opportunities when there's really bad stuff going on is a really good theme, I think, and something that's been coming through a lot, like today, obviously, and generally in the last couple of years. So kind of rewind. So I work for Action Duchenne. It's a charity that supports people living with Duchenne and their families, and that's Duchenne is a muscle wasting condition, and it's diagnosed between the ages of 2 and 6 usually. Kind of around about 3 or 4 is kind of more common. The muscles waste over time. Eventually, the young people need to use a wheelchair. It's usually kind of around 10-ish, but there's that kind of age is increasing at the moment due to standards of care, and often young people need the use of a power chair and kind of breathing apparatus, stuff like that, as they get older. Eventually, because the heart and lungs are muscles, often the life is cut short due to complications around that. So people speak about a life expectancy of 30. I don't like to give a life expectancy because I don't like to say to anybody,
Absolutely,
this is when you're going to live and this is when you're going to die. That's so out of order. But the reality is, we have young people that have passed away at 11, 12 in the community over lockdown. We've also got people who are living into their kind of late 40s and 50s, which
I
is
met
like,
some of them as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because Alex and Christine, for everyone watching,
We played a lot of games together. They're legends.
It's so cool. I came to the conference, which we run every year, and it's so when lockdown hit, we as a charity, I remember the meeting. We sat together and we said, what the heck are we going to do? Because our families are going to need us.
Yeah.
This is going to affect, because obviously breathing and the other complications, lots of our young people use ventilation. And of course, we had over lockdown, we had news of people having the ventilators. They were risking having the vents taken away for people that were having, that had COVID. Like, oh my, it's just awful. This whole stuff that's going on. Plus the whole keeping your kid active. If you keep your child active, they say that you're more likely to keep them on their feet for longer. And of course, people were locked down. So everyone was not getting their hands on perhaps the support they needed. It was
you really champion that, because you're this is why I love working in town, because I'm always bumping into you and your family, which is wonderful. Always out doing stuff. And I love that.
Yeah, keeping Samson active. By the way, my son Samson has I was going to say Action Duchenne, because he always calls it Action Duchenne. Oh, I've got Action Duchenne. So he has Duchenne. He's nearly 10, which we'll talk about in a bit. So at the beginning of lockdown, we were like, how are we going to support people? And we decided we were going to just throw everything into supporting the families. So in the first 6 months, we spoke to 2,000 families in the UK that live with Duchenne, and that's kind of 4/5 of the population in the UK. I and my colleagues held 33 webinars in the evenings. So not only were we looking after our own children, we were kind of hosting these webinars. And they were things from like, keeping your child active, to physiotherapy, to stretches as an adult, to psychological help support. We had international speakers. It was amazing. And we also had a web page, which was, it was COVID for people living with Duchenne, like kind of explaining in layman's terms what the rules were as they changed. But that got 40,000 unique page views across the world. So people obviously wanted that. So that's what we did then. We then got some really good funding from the lottery back a year and a bit ago to continue that work. And then recently we've just had loads of funding from some wonderful organisations that have recognised us as the people best placed to deliver our all through support project, including the lottery.
Wow.
So we've got 2 years to kind of build that process, and then obviously springboard that beyond. And it's just an exceptionally exciting time.
It's phenomenal.
We're building peer-to-peer support groups. So when I support a family, let's say they've been diagnosed yesterday, and I'm talking to them about the diagnosis, and I'm listening to them, I'm hearing them, how they feel, supporting them and understanding. We then take them all the way through that process, and we'll be able to now provide peer-to-peer support group, peer-to-peer support for families, transition to adulthood for young people in a proper, like really tangible way, not just given in the clinics.
It used to be you would literally could drive 5 hours there, and then you would be the peer-to-peer. It was I remember, wow.
And then all the way through to bereavement support, which is so important. These families that lose their child have often been in the community for 20, 30 years, and then to lose their child, they often feel that they're not part of that community anymore. And they really, really, really are.
Of course.
You know, my wonderful colleague, and, you know, she lost her son a few years ago, got now. And she's still a Duchenne mum.
Yeah.
Always.
Well, yeah, I've met her.
Yeah, you know, and so that's where we are. Like, I just feel that although lockdown has been really, really bad for lots of people, we've had a lot of loss in the Duchenne community.
I imagine, yeah.
Even just loss of mobility. It feels like it's like such a huge part of people's lives. You know, seeing their child go into lockdown, ambulant, coming out of lockdown, non-ambulant. There's been so much
transition. Like everything's accelerated everything's accelerated.
Yeah,
because time just gone, and 2 years have passed, and then that 2 years is a long time.
But as a charity, we've turned on a sixpence, and
amazing.
this is where I think what kind of wanted to talk to you about is that lots of people that were here.
You get some love in there, by the way.
Yeah.
You're always going to get some love.
Thank you. Hi guys. Hi
Gary
Martin.
Lees.
Hi Gary. Gary on radio.
Yeah. That's his Insta, isn't it?
I know. I think people can learn a little bit from lockdown and from the bad times, because there are opportunities to be had.
Yeah.
And you know, even if it's certainly in business, I know that obviously us as a charity did well because we were able to turn on a sixpence and make it work. Some of the bigger charities obviously haven't. We've had lots of layoffs.
I've seen massive charities go absolutely battered, really. But that's your agility, that's your determination, that's the hunger that you've always got to improve, and you know, the love that you have for your team. Like, you've got such a wonderful group of people. The
team of
we were gutted that the in-person conference wasn't here again, because that was so like.
How did you feel doing that? Because
I don't know, like I felt a lot of different emotions, I think, because I just felt ridiculous in a sense of I got to meet so many people. I got to chat to so many, you know what I'm like, I just want to talk to everyone. Especially when there's raffle involved.
Well, you did the raffle.
I was on the hustle. I was hustling. I said, "Give me a job to do." It's what is it? Sales? Yes, let's do it.
You did $1,000 that night.
Oh yeah, I was. I wasn't letting people through the door. I had a little sum up in my pocket. I was like, "Yeah, have some of that." But you know, I don't know what I expected. I expected what you just outlined as the circumstances of the situation, and what I found was just incredible happiness.
Yeah.
Just, if I could bottle it up, honestly, it was. We found, both Christine and I loved those days, because gives us perspective.
Yeah.
You know, I think you're all just amazing, and it's wonderful.
Do you know, we did so we worked with Demelza Hospice in Kent to do some fact finding for them, and we did a big questionnaire recently, and one of the parts of it was asking, so it was all for young people that are just due to transition and people that had transitioned, but mainly for people, we wanted to find the answers to what people wanted from transition. And what was really interesting is, and I know that there was a talk about equality for disability earlier on, so people that are
Courtney's on at 3:30 actually.
Okay. So what was really interesting is we found out from the young people that live with Duchenne that actually, when they're asked, I say that when the cohort were asked, what is it that you want to achieve in the next few years in your life, there was no mention of accessing anything or ability or disability or physical getting, better, nothing like that. It was to have a job they enjoy, to have a hobby, or to be able to pursue a hobby they enjoy, potentially to be with a partner, and to live a full life. There was nothing to do. So, which to me speaks volumes. It shows how the world imposes, and even we as an organisation who wrote that questionnaire, and we all have kids and young people that live with Duchenne, to ask that question, but I suppose we ask it in a bit more of an open way. It's because the society puts that on the people that live with a disability, or certainly a physical disability. And I'll be interested to see what their response is.
No, it's you live every day. I remember sitting in our old office a long time ago, above the auction house, our little box room over there. And I remember sitting there with you and Lex, and it still sticks with me now. You literally, you said we live every day. We don't think about tomorrow. We live today. We live today, and that's and you literally live today. And it's like, oh, if the kids want to go to somewhere tomorrow and do this thing, we're like, yes, we're doing the thing, whatever we're doing. And I think it's just a wonderful way to live life. And it's just and it's such a shame, like you say, that we impose so much pressure on ourselves as a society generally, that there's so much to learn from that. There's just so much to learn from that, and you live much more fulfilled life from it. And I can tell you now, and Christine will back me up, like, just you're always so thankful, but we don't do anything.
Yeah, but you do.
No, I know,
being there for us is enough.
I know, but the same measure. We had Rachel Hales on this morning, and you know Rachel, and she's right. And I've seen it more and more as I've grown in business. This is so reciprocal. It's a shoulder to shoulder relationship, and that's the best thing about it. I learn so much from you and the way that you approach life, and to see you and your team doing your events, and the passion that goes into it, and the love, and you know, when we had Harry on that was so funny, and I was in stitches because I could see your face because you were hosting on the day, and I thought you did just a most amazing thing. It's just, I don't know. I just think you're amazing. I think you should know that.
Thank you, and that does come with a big caveat.
Yeah.
That I have had my very, very big lows, and another kind of theme that I was going to kind of talk about, which it was a little. I'm hearing the others speaking today. I know it's not going to have hurt anyone's feelings too much.
As I said to you, I hope that backed that up.
Yeah.
The conversations today.
Yeah, I think. So, you know, I've been through lots of kind of downs, and I feel like a bit more level at the moment. And that probably comes from a little bit of medication, which helps, but also from being more balanced. And, you know, you said about living every day. We do that to a certain extent, but it's also really tiring to do it all the time.
Imagine, yeah.
As with everybody, like, it's tiring. And, you know, the logistics of kind of finding somewhere which is a bit more accessible. Like, we're really lucky, like Samson is still on his feet doing very well, but we still have to be mindful that we take his wheelchair with him wherever we go, like make sure that there is going to be places to rest. Like, we can't just say, well, let's go there. You know, one of my friends said, oh, do you want to go do pumpkin picking? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to, but that's not actually possible at the moment. Like, because if I get stuck halfway and he needs to carry, I suppose I do carry him, but like OTs would be like, don't carry, you know, it's just, anyway, you have to be a bit more mindful. But I've come off Facebook, taken it off my phone, because over Christmas, we had the loveliest time at Christmas. It was just really simple and quiet. It was myself and Lex and the 3 children. Our families are far away, and we've got ill. My dad's really poorly, so we can't see, and Lex's mum's really poorly as well, so we can't see them. We just hung out. It was really nice. And then I looked on Facebook, did the little scroll, and I could see all these big groups of people with loads of kind of tables full of family and everyone having a lovely time. And I just thought, oh my God, my Christmas is really crap. Why I've done really badly. And I thought, hold on, right, this is proving to me that Facebook is no good, because I've had a lovely Christmas. I just haven't shown everyone else how my Christmas was, because we were in pajamas and looked crap and we're eating, you know.
If it's not on Facebook, did it happen?
Yeah, exactly. So I just thought, no, I'm going to step away from this.
Yeah, it's not good for you.
So I guess, I don't know, what's the message there? Well, keeping away from the negativity, I suppose. Or
I think the message, if you don't mind, I think the message is that we need to be present in anything we're doing and be aware of what we're doing. So, for instance, if Danny B, who is here, her approach to social media, she knows it's fundamental to the growth of her business and her personal brand, because that's what she's doing as Danny B, the CEO. So she limits herself to an hour a day, but she's there with purpose to grow her brand. So she's there with purpose. So I think how does social media? There are other people that solely rely on social media because they don't have, they live at home on their own in a flat in the middle of London, and they've been in lockdown for 2 years, and that's their social interaction. So I don't think there's any right, wrong, anything.
No.
I think there's just you, and if that doesn't, I personally, as you know, I have a really weird relationship with social media. I love that this is happening.
Yes,
this is literally happening because of the collective reach and influence of the Shifties brand, but more importantly, the people within it and around it. That I know I can make these phone calls and I'll bring all you wonderful people together, and we can do a wonderful thing by raising money for the charity and
which is
giving
awesome, by the
opportunity.
way.
They are just.
I put some money, and I'm hoping to win some prizes.
Oh, bless you.
And I hope everyone else will as well, because not only the prize is brilliant, but but the charity is.
They're just
doing a wonderful job.
People, and it all. It was a representation of something. For me, this is what's most important. The conversations we've just had. The conversations I've had all day so far today, and I'll continue to have right until midnight tonight somehow. That's a positive for social media. Am I excited to spend 4 hours tomorrow to try and catch up on the comments and the DMs and the emails and stuff? I'm excited to have that human interaction. I love human interaction. I don't want to do this for 50 hours a week. So I don't know what I think. The message is be aware of what's good for you and what's not good for you, and there's no right or wrong, and you've got to do what's right for you.
And maybe that's an internal thing anyway.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's don't it's like anything. What fundamentally makes you happy is human interaction. You love people. You're like the people person.
It's true.
And social media can be a vehicle for that to happen.
But not if it made me feel bad.
But if it makes you feel like shit, don't do it.
So now I'm over on LinkedIn a little bit more.
Well,
because I understand that's the new Facebook without.
Well, yeah, why not? You know. I mean, look, it's all the same. At the end of the day, I think it's the relationship we have with anything in life, and you've got to do what's right for you. And at the end of the day, I mean. You don't need many people in your life to have wonderful, meaningful. How many meaningful relationships can we really have?
It's true.
Like actual.
We're lucky to have maybe 4 or 5, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if I think of my parents and their parents, my grandparents, I remember like my grandma, for instance, who I was really close to, as you know. I can think of. She had like 5 or 6 like core friends. She was really lucky she had them till she died. She had really good, and Pam.
Do you ever feel about how proud she would have been for you? Like if she'd seen what you've done, because it's literally been since she's passed away that you've just she's springboarded all this, isn't it?
Yeah, well, she was just, she's
sorry.
you fucking. I don't know.
I forgot where we were then for a sec. Sorry,
no,
I'm going to change the subject. Let's talk about something else.
No, it's fine.
But hopefully things like that, sometimes when you're doing something so challenging, like a 24-hour like this, sometimes remembering the reason why you do stuff, like the why is really important.
So I said to you a minute ago before this, like Sarah and Daniel were talking, the reason why I think, and this happens by, look at the lineup of people that are here today.
Yeah, I feel like a right forward being on here.
No, absolutely fucking not. I am surrounded by inspiring women, and my grandma was one of the most inspiring women, and she spoke up. She was always, she spoke too much.
She would have been here, giving it love.
Yeah,
she would have been the Danielle Bridge
with
of the
blue
afternoon.
hair, probably.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's a representation of my grandma in a lot of what I do now. But most importantly, in line with today, it is about speaking up, and people like yourself in our communities doing amazing things. You don't need to be on Facebook.
No.
People. It's much easier. It's better to make the news than write it.
Well, so it's interesting you say that about the speaking up side of it, and I never really thought of this. But I've thought of it, but not in that context. So the reason I ditched my quite nicely paid job in London to work for the charities, because I realised very quickly that there was that my voice, because my voice is loud and I'm a bit gobby, as you know, and quite easy to remember because of the size and the blue hair and all that stuff.
Because you're a lovely human.
Well, okay, and that as well, maybe. I knew that I had to use that voice to help other people more. And I tell you, it's the best move I ever made. I think sometimes when people are kind of teetering on the brink of, oh, but what about I'm going to lose 17 grand?
Don't worry about it.
Doesn't matter.
Don't mean shit.
All those lovely things about your guys in the office this week that have kind of, you must be so proud of them, like to go off and do their own stuff.
No, it's
That's
ridiculous.
Massive.
It's ridiculous.
And sometimes taking that risk, even if you're a risk-averse person, take a risk really can make such a difference. Like I would do my job for free. Don't tell anyone that. It's not. I work for a charity. Like we're not rich people.
No.
But I would. My job is so rewarding, and I would do it all day, every day. And actually, that work-life balance is really hard to. And that's when I get really low, when my work life is just shot.
Yeah.
And I have to kind of pull myself back and remember that I'm there because I want to help families like our family that live with someone like Samson.
Conflict.
It's like
crazy conflict.
But the just some of the when I speak to a family and they give me feedback afterwards, and the feedback is along the lines of, I don't know what I would have done without you. That kind of feedback. And you're like, yeah, it's fine. You inwardly you're like, oh my God. Yeah, and that was there always. And I never forget that. And, if anyone from the Duchenne community is watching, which they may be, hello, everyone.
Much love.
You're all doing a great job.
Absolutely.
And also, if anyone ever comes across anybody in the Duchenne community, you know where to send them. I know I'm really gobby in the chat now, but I listen really, really well. I'm a really good listener.
She's a phenomenal listener. Well, look, I've got to move to the next person, but I just want to say thanks. As always, I just think, just thanks.
Do you feel do you feel like refreshed now for the afternoon?
I feel really refreshed. Like you've let me release some emotions, which is beautiful. And I need to change that. So that's going to be blue, I assume. So every guest changes the colour.
Oh my! Obviously, but if I can show when the kids watch this back, it's going to have to be that one because that's my favourite.
Oh, perfect.
I'm teaching between the teal. Oh no, that one, the light blue.
Okay, fine.
How do I do this?
Point it at. There you go.
Oh no, hold on. Oh, sorry, it's a big decision.
What are you going for? Blue? Oh, there you go.
Oh, I don't know.
I like that one. That's nice. Oh yeah, that's a bit more subtle. Yeah.
Does it go? Yeah, of course it does. Right, thank you, Alex. Thank you for having me.
And 2022, you got some love in there. Samantha Turner. That
I'm a little babe, my angel.
What one thing are you most excited for in 2022?
Every day's nice. I haven't got a particular. I can't.
It's the best.
Whatever happens in an hour. I don't know. Whatever happens when I walk out the door.
That's the best kind of answer.
Everything's going to be 2022. It's going to be a mixture, right? But let's just see what's
going to happen.
Let's go and I tell you what. Let's all go and take a breath outside, breathe in some of that beautiful air,
absolutely,
and enjoy the rest of the day. Bye bye.
Oh, bless you.
I'm one of the best hugs. Are we still alive?
Yeah, we're still alive.
Oh, I love you, mate. It's been lovely to talk to you. Any opportunity to chat to you for half an hour.
Oh, I know, that's you. Right, will you send...
I got him a little points look on my stick.
Oh, you're so prepared. Everyone's so prepared.
I'm just knocking everything out of the way.
Everyone's so prepared. Right, love you. Yeah, send my love to the fam. See you later. If you want to connect with Lynette or Action Duchenne, please do. As you can tell, just a phenomenal person to have around you because she just oozes positivity, and even when she's upset, she just, I don't know, she's something special. She's something special. Right, okay. We are running a little bit behind. I'm catching my tail a little bit here. But I've got Jam coming back to me. Yes, Jam is coming back in now. Right, I'm going to go get Jam. We're going to talk Cat Bud, and then we're going to crack on for the rest of this day. I haven't checked the total, but it would be great if it was higher still. Like, comment, share, donate, invite people to this. Let's do this. I'll be back in a minute. In 2022, I'm speaking up for mental fitness for business owners.
I'm speaking up for young people who need somewhere safe to stay in 2022.
Hey everybody, Barbara Fernandez here, and what I am speaking up for in 2022 is the benefits of comedy for mental health. Whee! Whether you do it as a comedian like myself, or whether you go to watch it and enjoy it, it really works, and it's cheaper than therapy. Bye!
In 2022, I'm speaking up for normalising conversations around mental health.
In 2022, I'll be speaking up for everyone that doesn't believe in themselves.
Morning, I'm speaking up for everybody that thinks that they are helpless.
In 2022, I'm going to speak up for resilience in business and for mental health.
I'm speaking up for people who are trying to find positivity through adversity.
My name's Lee Smith. In 2022, I'm speaking up for forgotten industries and how to maintain a positive mindset.
Hi, I'm speaking up for positivity and resilience and raising funds for our charity, CPSL Mind.
I'm speaking up for deeper connections.
In 2022, I stand for positive mental health and well-being and being a force for good in our local communities.
I'm speaking up for believing in yourself. You're incredible.
Hi everyone, it's Rachel Hales here from Get Synergised. I'm going to be speaking up at the Shifties Live-a-thon, and I can't wait. I'm going to be speaking up for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. Look forward to seeing you there.
Live-a-thon 2022, I'm speaking up for suicide awareness.
Hi, I'm Courtney, and I am speaking at the 2023 Live-a-thon with Alex, and in 2022 I'm standing up for disabled rights and the inclusion of disabled people.
I'm standing up for men's mental health.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I'm speaking up for those who want to keep trying.
I'm going to be talking about young people and their mental health and their mental fitness, and some of the ideas that I've got about how we as a community should get behind them, get involved, and help them to feel supported, connected, and inspired during these challenging times.
Hi, I'm Claire, or you may know me as Beth, and I am speaking up for mental health in our education system, also for the wider support of the families affected.
Hi, my name is Janine Hornsby, and I am very proud to be a guest at the Shifties 24-hour Speak Up Live-a-thon, helping to raise £10,000 for CPSL Mind. I'll be talking to Alex about the biggest cowbag in my life. Her name is Linda. She is the most judgmental, critical bully I have ever met. She has something negative to say about everything that I say and do. Linda is, of course, not a real person. She is what I have named my inner saboteur, that negative, self-deprecating voice that we all have in our heads, telling us that we're not good enough or that we're frauds. So join Alex and I at 2 p.m. on Monday the 17th, where I'll be...
Okay. Jam. We've got like just under 15 minutes.
Let's go, man.
It's not like we've had like 6 hours.
You need some energy.
All right.
Let's go.
All right, what are we doing then?
Wake
What
up.
are you saying?
I don't know, man.
What do you want to talk
I was
about?
here from midnight.
So Jam kept me up midnight till 6, and it was hilarious.
6? Was I not here till 8?
Oh, 8, sorry.
8
Oh,
a.m.
Well, you were loving it.
I was loving life. I was here till
The
8.
conversations
Yeah, no, it was really
were fantastic, weren't they?
Yeah, so we did 8 hours on live stream, and then I had to shoot off to go to work. Technically, I'm still in work, but I'm on my lunch break.
Yeah.
And decided to kindly come back to the live.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, man, the joys of working remotely. Get to do amazing stuff like this. So, yeah, it's been cool. Everyone's asking me if I'm tired, but I'm just like, this is nothing that has not been done before, guys.
Jam is always jamming. So, Jam, for those who don't know who Jamala is, which is, I'd be very surprised. But those who don't know who Jamala is, please just introduce yourself and Catbud.
Oh, thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I feel like I've said good morning, good evening on this live stream.
Done everything.
Time to say good afternoon on the live stream. So I'm Jamala Osman. I am a social entrepreneur from East London. Obviously have a full-time job as well. But a motivational speaker. So you can see my TED Talk online. It's called From the Block to the Bank. And I basically share my story of how I became the youngest bank manager in the country at age 21, having come from a disadvantaged background and just overcome so many barriers to just kind of get to that place, have somebody as young as me that looks like me, from a background like myself, to be in such a high role, and not only running like any bank branch, it was Hatton Garden branch, which is like a central London branch as
Ridiculous.
well, which is crazy. Did a stint in mortgages, then left to do like some speaking, set up a consultancy to increase social mobility. So a bit about like what Anne was speaking about in terms of what form of future I'm trying to do. But I was doing it on like more of a consultancy basis. I've had a few clients there. I did a lot of motivational speaking, and then pandemic. Pandemic, and then it's like all your bookings and stuff get cancelled. And it was just a case of like, you just got to just try and adapt. And I can't lie, I found it very, very difficult to kind of, it's hot in here.
You can't.
Yo,
No.
No, I was freezing earlier. No, it
Because
was
the only
hot.
reason the radiator's
It was
on is because
cold.
you wanted the radiator on. You're a diva here.
Anyway, guys, I will do my story in this uncomfortable heat. But so guys, what was I saying?
So pandemic came.
Yeah, pandemic
uncomfortable.
came. Yeah, it was really uncomfortable in terms of just adjusting. Because I felt like I had that perfect journey where, you know, you kind of come from adversity and you like make the most of an incredible opportunity. You inspire so many people in it. And then you find what you love. And I found what I love, which was speaking. And you get to do that for a living and like earn money and just do that full time. And just you're loving life. You wake up every day and you're doing what you love. And then lockdown. You're not allowed.
This is the worst thing for someone who wants to go out
So
and speak.
it's just like, I don't know. For me, it was a case of I was just building, like I just got into it's like starting a new relationship, getting like in the honeymoon phase of it, and then just going through like a horrible breakup with like no closure and like a never ending. It's like, are we going to get back together? Are we not going to get back together? It was horrible, guys. And then
I shouldn't laugh because
but it was, and that's the closest thing that I can describe it to, was like genuinely heartbreak. Because like I felt depression before, and it wasn't quite depression. It was emotional, but it was like
you're under stress.
It was very distressing. But the one thing that made it different was that everybody around me was going through it.
Yeah,
and it was just like, okay, like what's happening?
Yeah.
Like, let me just look around. Like, okay, well, okay, nothing's happening.
Did you calm when you realised that? When did you go opposite?
So I didn't. I went online, and that's how I found Clubhouse. I was like, no, there has to be a way. Like, that's
how we found each other.
Yeah, that's how we found each other.
That's true, so true.
Yeah, through like scrolling on internet, and there's only so much of TikTok that you can take.
Yeah.
Found a very cool app called Clubhouse. It's not so cool now.
No, it's not.
But yeah, that's another story.
There's still stuff going on in there, I think, but
but Twitter Spaces was that was always going to happen. Yeah, it was cool at the time. What it allowed was that voice that I kind of been taken away from me. Like, kind of just gave that back, in a sense, and it just put me in front of strangers again, put me on theoretical stage.
Yeah.
But it was like,
it allows you to flex. It allows you to flex your creative thinking. Your creative thinking.
Yeah, but it wasn't scratching my itch properly.
Yeah.
Like, it was teasing my itch, but it wasn't. It was around it, but it wasn't.
Yeah. I understand.
Getting it, if that made sense. So it just kind of made me hungry. So for me, just kind of just take a step back and just listen, and that's when I found communities. I wasn't just, cause at first you go on Clubhouse and she's like, every room I want to speak, let me go on stage.
Yeah.
Make me moderator. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what it was. And then it's like,
pyramid scheme, here we go.
Yeah, and then you realize it's just full of a bunch of scams, and it's like, bro, like I used to hear this stuff, and like, Ty Lopez tried to sell me the same thing in like 2012. Like, where you going with this, bro? So yeah, let me just go in here with purpose. So like, let me just go on here purpose. Let me find communities I'm actually interested in, follow hashtags. And that's when my sister, like Joey, if she's listening to this, Joey's the plug.
Yeah, she
Joey
is the
the plug.
connector.
So
because she come up on stage. So I remember being on. I can't remember what it was. It was one of those late night.
Yeah, because I gave up on the app, and she was like, "Oh, Jam, I'm speaking in this group with like Alex and Sam."
It was
Sam
me,
Squires,
Sam, Luke Newman. I can't remember. There's a few other people.
and Joey as well. And we kind of had this late
And
night.
Joey, yeah. And then Joey's like, right. So she come up on stage and she was like, right, my sister won't say it.
She's a G.
My sister won't say it, but she is like, you need to meet her and she needs to meet you. Anyway, here she is. And then you come on and told your story and we're all just like, oh, wow, that's ridiculous.
Meant to be, innit?
Man, she's phenomenal connector of people.
No, she is. She's definitely a connector. And I feel like there's so much, her story's so amazing as well. Like, as much as like the system, society, like try to write her off and stuff like that, it's like she has that business acumen.
Oh,
and it's just a case of the opportunities.
Yeah,
like,
well, I'm still waiting to come up here and pitch me a business plan.
100% we'll get that.
Get in my diary.
The prodigy Grace and her son is just like,
I'm excited.
Is like,
Oh, I know.
I feel like you got to put time into your kids, and I feel like she's just such an inspiration when it comes to just, you know, what we didn't have growing up and what she's given to her.
That's wonderful.
It's beautiful.
So on the note of, because I'm conscious of time, on the note of what giving to, you are part of obviously the conversation earlier. I didn't get I passed your message on to Kay, by the way, which was hilarious.
Oh, Kay's a G. Like that music conversation was just so interesting. I was there, like I was listening on Facebook, but guys, my Facebook hasn't been active for like years. I'm scared if I like press a button on there, people are gonna start messaging me
or something. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I'm not ready for that. No. Sorry.
Well, but you know, obviously, when we looked at, so there's two parts. I think people know the story with Cat Bud. You know, Cat Bud is what it is, and we'll come to that in a second. The fundamental of how do we help those young people, who we relate to, and who entrepreneurship can help so well.
Yeah.
We looked at different avenues. When we looked at it, we said, right, where are they? Right, music, brilliant. Romsey Mill, that work, they make sense. They work within that environment. Sport Connections Foundation, they work within that environment. But then we came to that fundamental flirting with the prison system.
But if you look at all of these industries and all of these places where young people are genuinely talented, and young people that come from our demographic that are genuinely talented, they don't have the business acumen. They don't speak the language. So whether they want to do music, they're going to get exploited. Whether they want to do sport, they're going to get exploited. They're never going to reach their full earning potential or their full autonomous potential when it comes to those things because they don't have the understanding. So whether it's a man in a suit that's exploiting them or whether it's Johnny on the roads, who's saying, I see your business acumen, I see you're a hustler, I'm going to tick you some food, like go and sell it.
Yeah.
Like it's the same exploitation. So like that is what I'm trying to like break that cycle of exploiting these young people and getting them into avenues where they're just serving.
But interestingly, it's not even so I can give you an example, right? So
sorry guys, I'm like I'm up for like 27 hours right now.
No, I know.
Like
sorry, I'm good.
Even so, like, we can get proper deep right now.
I can get
we actually can. And I don't think both of us have eaten, so we're like proper like fasted right now.
Well, and I've got my next guest waiting in the wings as well. So I want to get this fundamental point out. Why is it the social element of Cat Bud is so important to you?
The social element of Cat Bud is important because what it's gonna do is not only is it going to inspire these young people and like show them a different avenue on the, like in terms of like a way out, like but a viable one.
Yeah.
So in terms of like everything that they're looking for, like quick cash, all of that with the NFT project and the crypto, I feel like maybe I might need to come on later after I finish my shift just to, because I'm gonna go and chat to Elliot and we're gonna get the website live. So I might come as soon as the website's live, just to kind of talk through the different income streams and stuff like that. But it's important because what it does, it creates a dialogue in society, because I want society to understand that these young people, we can break a cycle. These young people are victims before they're ever criminals.
Absolutely.
And that's the conversation that I want to have. Like, I'm getting emotional because it's like...
It's real. That's the actual problem.
And I mean, if we solve the actual issue and we get to the root cause of these things, these young people will never be exploited. They will never find themselves in a prison system. We could find themselves in a situation that's totally opposite, where they're celebrated.
Absolutely.
Where the economy celebrates them. Where they're getting MBEs for their contribution to the economy. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So like, that's the vision that I have. And
it's backed by so much support, because everyone you speak to knows it needs to exist.
But we need to have a conversation, because this is unsustainable. Like this, especially during the pandemic, where it's even more exposed in terms of the issues that we really have in society.
Because their choices are less as well.
100%. There's so much work to be done, and it hurts me that it's all overcomplicated, because what I'm doing is so simple.
Yeah.
What we're doing is so simple. It didn't take long.
No, it didn't.
It didn't take a lot of money.
No.
It took hardly any money. It took a lot of hours, because me and him hardly sleep.
We're hustlers.
But
yeah, it's fine.
in terms of the budget, in terms of tax that goes into this stuff,
anyone can own their own business.
Let's have a conversation, and that's the conversation that I just want to bring up. And if we can have that conversation, then I feel like I've achieved something, and that's why CatBud is so important.
Love that. Jam will be back later. I love you, Jam. Thank you so much for your support. Awesome. Absolute blessing. So Jam will be back later, because she wants to show us CatBud's website. We've wanted to get landing page out there for ages. We've got email capture. There's NFT element of it.
So Discord group is going live. Website's going live. GoFundMe page is live. Everything's going live today. So before this live stream is done,
we're getting you back on. What time's your taxi? Look, so I know. What time you leave? What time you got to get on train?
It depends. I'll need to finish my shift at work.
Well, text me
and catch up with Elliot. So
you tell me.
Oh, big up Andre.
Yes.
Let me shout out his Instagram. Andre is my animator, graphic designer. AJP Animations. I've just seen a message from him. Yes. Andre, I hope you're watching, but I can't wait for you guys to see his art. Also, big shout out to Tom Cubis. He's been working on CatBud, done all the graphic design for CatBud up until this point. Also working on the NFT project. Like, just massive shout out to him. And Rico, you'll see him on the first 8 hours of the live. I mean, him just going loopy, like seeing like Matrix, like just
it's
like,
so weird, wasn't it?
Coding going on in the screen, just getting all the bots and stuff ready. But just big shout out, and I can't believe I met somebody like Andre, and I just can't wait for you guys to see the NFT project.
It's gonna be exciting.
420 Sook Spaces, Oxford Street, official CatBud launch, and the end of the crypto sale. So
boom.
Yeah, sign up on the website when it's live to get the info.
Legends.
Love you guys.
Love you. Right, see you in a bit. Yeah. Just give me a shout before you leave. I'll get you back on. Okay, right. So, hope you enjoyed that. Sorry, I'm playing catch up a little bit, but it has been fun. It's just been phenomenal, hasn't it? Let's be honest.
That protein bars for you, though.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I do need to eat something at some point. But yeah, look, those of you that have stuck with me through this, we've got 11 hours to go. We've got about 70% of our target still to go. There are ridiculous amount of prizes available for those that choose to donate. Like, comment, share. We're switching over to another stream at 2:00. So for now, let's just get more engagement on this one. And I'd like you all to welcome to the stage, on a virtual stage with me, Jemima Wilcox. How you doing?
Hey everybody, welcome to the Collective Studio in Cambridge. We're streaming live from Cambridge.
Oh, legends.
Super happy to be part of this, Alex. I know how much you put into this and how much it's a fantastic cause. So yeah, super proud to be part of it.
Oh, thank you for the support, as always. And thank you, those of you over there that are listening as well, and over in Cambridge. Cambridge, we told you Shifties was coming to Cambridge, and Jemima's been part of Shifties from the very beginning, and a good friend of mine in business since the start of when I was in business as well as
we started together and we've seen that progress go. We've got the stream live streaming in the office as well in the main bit, and I think you've still got the 6 space as well in the graphic.
Yeah. Are you okay, mate? Space over there. Free
Amazing.
coffees and teas. Enjoying it. So, Jemima, can you just introduce yourself, please, and to the wider vision of the Wilcox Collective, which I know has taken you on many a journey, back, forth, round, left, right, down, up. That's the nature of it. But I think it was always part of the vision, wasn't it? So could you share us a little bit about that journey?
Yeah, so I'm the co-founder of the Wilcox Collective. We are adventurers on a quest to deliver the best in visual content for tech companies who push real big boundaries. We also want to be supporting women in tech, underrepresented minorities, by using our visuals to up them, get them where they want to go, and really achieve what they want to be. So that's what we do.
Amazing. And in terms of, because it's not just you, obviously, we share the experience of starting and running business with our partners. Obviously, Xander's.
My wonderful
I've got to
husband.
give Xander a shout out because I've got some. Where are they? I've got some.
Well, the ones you've commissioned are currently being finished. I know that.
We've got some awesome 3D printed key rings, Shifty's key rings, and they have also donated for the raffle quite a few gifts of the 3D printing nature.
Yeah, we're giving away part of the Speak Up raffle, £25 worth of voucher to have something custom 3D printed, some key rings, some merch, depending on what you want. We also do these awesome things called Live-a-thons, which we can 3D print a photo, which is amazing.
Oh, that's what that was. You know what? I read it and I didn't know what it was, if I'm honest with you, but it sounded cool. And then I was on TikTok the other day and I saw that. What you've just described. I thought that's really cool. So that's what that is. Well done.
Live-a-thons are amazing. You can take a digital image and then you can print it pretty much any size, and then you basically hang it up against a window or a light source, and you get photo realistic image coming through as well. So yeah, we're donating a voucher to get some 3D printed stuff as well. So coming back to Xander, he's always been my rock. He's always been my supporter, and kind of he describes himself as my supporting cast, if we were talking about it in a play kind of scenario. And throughout, I've been running business now for 5 years, and it actually contributed to his family, were the people that kind of went, "Hey, you've got this nice space at your home. You could do a studio." And I went, "Don't be stupid," and then kind of went back at it, went, "Actually, yeah, we could use this as a studio." And his family have been really supportive, and he was the one that. The start of my business was me quitting a job that was making me severely depressed, coming home crying every day, and it wasn't worth my time or energy to keep going. So he was like, "Why don't you quit? We're all right." He's a software tester for a large company in Cambridge. And he said, "Well, as long as you can find a part-time job, why don't you run your business?" And we were very fortuitous with that. Our very awesome mutual friend, Ed Goodman, was running at the time the Cambridge Business Lounge.
Big G.
Massive shout out to Ed, and that's how we got connected via his masterminds.
That's right.
And yeah, I took the plunge, and I was very fortunate that he had a part-time job going in the business lounge as a community manager. So I jumped in with both feet, working in a community full of small businesses and getting to know everybody and just submerging myself within that. And fast forward a little bit, in 2019, when me and Xander got married, we both agreed that we wanted to kind of create something together that we can both work on, we can both get into. He was getting more interested in shoots and editing and coming on location, meeting my clients. And it was just a really, really nice partnership. So we came to the conclusion that we wanted to grow and become a company called the Wilcox Collective. And there were two things to this. Was A, we wanted to move into the videography space. So we wanted to create photography and videography for clients. And we wanted to be big. We wanted to have a real purpose and leadership and drive to, create more content for businesses that had purposes like us. So the collective is a goal to be national and eventually international, which would be absolutely amazing. And so far we've achieved 5 collective members in the UK, mostly South. This year our goal is to be in Birmingham and Brighton and Manchester, which we're even started to move on there as well. So we wanted to be able to work with more clients and be there. So he came on board. Now, this is partly to do with how our mental health was really affected, that the pandemic hit in March 2020. We both agreed that we were going to jump in with the company in March. He gave his notice in, and then 2 weeks later, a global pandemic was announced.
I remember it was a nightmare, wasn't it? God,
was,
couldn't write it.
Super crazy. And I mean, you can imagine my husband is somebody that has worked all of his life in a, salary worker, 9 to 5, that kind of thing. And taking that big leap of faith to go and do something by yourself and not have that security around you, it was huge, absolutely massive. And still to this day, we are still dealing with the knock-on effect of the fact that we had to make that decision to live, to carry on and maintain our lifestyle and what we were trying to achieve. He then went back to his job. And thankfully enough, his job said, great, come back to us. And he's been working with ever since. So he's dialed back a bit of the involvement he was going to be in. But in 2020 as well, that's when the 3D printing just appeared out of nowhere. We bought a 3D printer.
Yeah.
And then from 2020 March, we learned all about it. We started doing commissions for you guys. Shout out to Rune Silk as well, and Cabo, to Optimize. So all of our local, communities around Cambridge. We also got to the geeky side, the tabletop role play, making tiny models and things like that. We do that as well. So over the last 2 years, we've built up a knowledge and understanding of 3D printing. We've gone from 1 machine to 5 machines.
Wow.
Now, and because we moved into this space, into Eagle Labs in Cambridge in 2020, the studio removed, and now we're here. So our studio at home turned into a maker space. So we have our 3D printing set up, we have our sewing machine, we have a mini studio set up there as well. So it's been a real challenge with regards to mental health and changing and things like that. And it's something that you said to me, and you said to the whole community in 2020, was put your mask on first, put your breathing mask on first, sort that out. And it's taken me this long, 2 years, to kind of really apply that thinking, because in 2020 I was pivoting, working in marketing and doing amazing things with Cambridge Fruit Company. And repetitively that mask is slipping off and I'm trampling on it. And I'm just kind of keep going and going and going and going because I have to do that. And only in the last year where I've put that mask on and realized it's me that I need to focus on. It's me that I need to make sure that I am healthy mentally and also physically, and feeling stronger and fit and capable of running a business. And if you're not able to feel this way, your business is going to really, really suffer from not being able to be its best and be its most, profit. So in the last 18 months, we've gone from launching a company in a pandemic to not doing anything with it for a year, roughly here and there, to this year not even knowing what was happening, to being in this space, which we love. Eagle Labs are amazing and supportive and want us to be part of their ecosystem. And things are up and up and up now. So Xander's part of the company, he's 3D printing, and I'm specialized with creative director for photography and videography. And it's wonderful because we are growing and we are taking on great clients and doing amazing things, and still trying to keep within our values of, really trying to help underrepresented minorities such as, women in STEM and women in tech. Loved you speaking to Jam just there. I totally agree what she said about, the small changes and things. I was watching in the gym earlier while you were speaking to, I've forgotten her name now.
Rachel?
Mental health trainer.
Oh, Danny B.
Yes.
Yeah, and Sarah, love it.
Yes, so I was watching that, and I'm certainly agreeing with that as well. So there's lots of things that are happening with us that are really, really good, but there's lots of experiences and things that have happened in the last year that have super tested mental health. Really have.
So can I thank you for that, and congratulations, by the way, because I do know that I've seen what you've been through to get to where you are now, and I'd have no doubt that it will serve you so well in the future beyond this. There was something you said there around getting your own oxygen mask on. I changed the way I would say that a little while ago, because sometimes it's about getting an oxygen mask on, and there's a difference between getting an oxygen mask on and getting your oxygen mask on. And your oxygen mask is a business that you build, and an oxygen mask is anyone that will do, quite frankly.
Yeah,
and
that's
sometimes
true.
at the start of the pandemic, any will do, and you did do that. But what I also know, which I hope you don't mind sharing, is your self-belief has grown so much in the last couple of years. And I think that's come through that process of looking inwards, and this is an observation, so please, but you actually started caring about yourself a lot more in every way, and giving yourself the prioritization that you needed to, and stopped looking for external validation from anyone else. And I think, we've had conversations in the past. I don't know if you'd be happy to share that, because I just think there are other people that will watch this and are watching this that I know would appreciate hearing about that experience.
Yeah, no, I'm more than happy to talk. And then we've had, as you say, regular conversations, and I look back in 5 years, and it still astounds me that I've been in business for 5 years. It was never something I intended to do, but I look back and go, wow, I've actually really done this. And it's very interesting you raised the point of me focusing more on myself and my self-belief, and that has taken a very long time to get there. Last year, specifically, something I really want to speak up for is last year I flipped the switch a little bit on the way that my outlook was, in the sense that, and I mentioned it at the beginning, was focusing more on my mental health and focusing more on my physical health, and carving out time to do exercise. Now, I have to wax lyrical. Last year was a crazy year, but last year was a year of achievements for me that I kind of didn't realize how much I'd achieved. Carry on with the business, and it was doing quite well. We moved into an office space. I passed my driving test.
Yeah, how long are you waiting for that one?
I was waiting that for 2 years.
I know.
And that's that. I think looking at that as well, taking that into isolation, having that experience of I failed 4 times, I kept persevering, I kept going, the amount of money I had to spend, having to wait and be patient through a pandemic to get lessons and theory tests and actual tests was a huge challenge, but kind of maintaining that as well. And not only that, I went on a bit of a personal journey to lose weight. So I lost 4 stone in a year.
Well done, amazing.
And from that, implementing further quarter, like the end of the last year, was implementing exercise, carving out time to run, to go to yoga, to walk, and knowing there's a lot of business owners, I kind of think you've got to be on and go all the time. But I've noticed that when I think it was last week, I had a really intense Friday morning, and lunchtime comes round, and I'm like, I should have some. I was like, no, I'm going to go for a run. And I went for a run, and I came back, and I felt calm, and I felt collected and focused. And I kind of knew, right, I'm going to have lunch now. I'm going to do the rest of the day. And I think focusing really on understanding that your mental health is super closely linked to your physical health and the things that you do. I think we go back to the idea of self-belief, is that you kind of need to reflect on the things you've done, the achievements that you have, the people around you. It was with the project we did last year to celebrate 5 years in business, which is ongoing, which is 493 days, story of women's resilience, with your awesome Christine taking part in this as well. When people were
she
talking
got some nice words for you too.
Yeah. Thank you, Christine. That's super nice. And being part of that and talking to women and understanding their experiences and bringing them together, and a lot of women kind of going, well, mine's not particularly special. Do you want? Yes, I want everybody's experiences to then project those and share them with other people. And when people are talking to me about it, and they're like, well, you're so inspiring, you've done so much. And my brain then goes, what would I'm inspiring? And the way that I've kind of justified or thought about this was, actually, it's probably because I live it every day. I see this every day. My mission is every day to rise people up, to give them opportunities, to celebrate them, to make them feel great, to share their stories around everything. And so sharing those stories then helped me realize that the story I'm weaving into this life and I've done, I'm progressing forward really well and I'm progressing forward great. So I think it's the impact of the power of exercise, you know, speaking up and saying, I think, as you'll understand and as business owners understand, the most difficult thing is starting. It's just going, all right, I'm going to start.
Absolutely.
I'm going to do something. And I think the thing with exercise, if you start small, like we did Catch the 5K through November, and I never thought I was a runner ever. And it's just putting on some trainers, putting on some joggy bottoms, hitting that start button and doing it, and then just keep on going. And now I'm a runner. Now I run 5K 3 times a week, which is something
amazing.
I never
Well done. I mean, Waz,
yeah,
amazing. I think it's just lovely. I think it's just people just always astound me, and I think that you're, like you say, I think it actually takes you just saying all of that, actually just have a bit of perspective, just go, wow, that's phenomenal, and you've done such amazing things. So in terms of,
thank you, Alex.
Can you tell us a bit more about the project, the 493 days project? Because I think that's something that's really inspiring that you're doing, and really fits with the theme of today around, you know, the unity and courage for. I don't know if you heard the back end of Sarah Ellis and Danny Bridges' conversation when they were saying about. Obviously, we're talking about Black Lives Matter, and we're talking about a few other subjects around that. And Sarah was like, "Yeah, well, I'm gonna fight that for you." And I really like that attitude towards life. And what you're doing there is exactly that: is to say, well, I see something that I care about, and I see that this is causing pain to people that I love, and I'm going to do something about it. And I think that's really powerful. So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind just telling us a bit more about that.
Super, yeah. I mean, the project came about where a Deloitte survey was released around women's impact in their careers in the pandemic. So they surveyed over 400 women in 7 countries, and 85% of those women said the pandemic had negatively impacted their lives. Well, I kind of went, okay, we know this. It's pretty damn obvious. And it was information that was being shared that was kind of pointless. There's nothing to be done with it. It was obvious. So it made me then reflect. It made me then think about all the women that I was aware of and I was around that were doing amazing things, making choices they may have not made before, and how they built their own resilience and overcame these things. So I wasn't trying to see what the pandemic was doing, but I was trying to see what stories I could find about these women's of overcoming and being more resilient. And the plan was, I set myself a goal of 100 women, which is a little bit ambitious. But,
what are you? Ambitious? No.
Yeah, ambitious. And I'm very glad to say that, including Christine, I interviewed 15 women over about a 2 or 3 month period and put a documentary piece together. So we interviewed them in here, and we also did some portraits as well. So I was trying to, and one of the things around that, which I'm sure I've mentioned so openly, is the project's also a kind of underlie a ongoing lifelong project for me, what a strong woman looks like. Now, something that we are confronted with business day to day is business is visually very masculine. We have a lot of masculine poses that are arms crossed and kind of, you know, it frustrates me that we can't create a narrative or a visual for a woman in business that shows their personality and their strength that's not a direct masculine connotation. So part of this project was for me to do some more research and more depth and filling in and asking, what does a strong woman look like? And that was the imagery that we were trying to create within it as well. And that's an ongoing project for me to do. But with 493, what we did with it as well, that we premiered it on our business birthday, our 5th business birthday. We always have annual business events, and I know you
missed this one. The Rona got me.
So sad about that. But no, it was great. We had a great attendance. We had 20 people turn up. We live streamed it as well. We had lots of really great things. So we premiered the documentary, which was a real challenge for me because we took all of this content and we were, you know, we had interviews that were 45 minutes long and trying to put it into one thing. And then my editor gave me like the rough cut, which was 2 hours long. And then that took me 3 solid days to cut it down to 20 minutes. So I have a super admiration for all my editors and my video production people, that it's so much of an effort to put that into a short form piece. So we premiered that. We then had a panel discussion with 3 of the women that took part to discuss how they felt being part of this project, and it was really great. We had lots of really good questions, and we got some great press coverage as well. So we are going to be continuing this project. So season 1 was last year. Season 2 is going to be started to be shot in February, and it's going to maintain all the way through to November this year. Kind of what we want to do with season 4 is to do look back and say, a year ago, you took part in this project, what's changed, how has it made you feel, that kind of thing. So it's about showing these women's experiences and stories, no matter how, in their opinions, benign or normal or boring. It's just having that ability to share that story with other people, for that person to watch the story, connect with it. We had some great people. We have a lady who is a Paralympian athlete that took part in it. We had a lady who moved from Australia all the way to the UK for it as well.
Alex Wallace was in there. Alex Wallace?
Yes. I think it was Alex Wallace.
Oh, I've got the wrong. I've done the wrong thing, but can you hear me better now? Sorry, I was trying to mute that other mic over there.
We're going to be moving forward to season 2 then.
Right. Sorry, my bad. I'm tired. It's my bad.
It's really, really awesome.
So, Jemima, can you put the links to this stuff in the comments on the Facebook and LinkedIn thread? There's a new thread that's going up on LinkedIn at 2:00. So please do put the comments on there. So just so people can back this and maybe put other people forward for it.
Definitely. And something that we've identified and something that we champion within our business is, being an ally for diversity in BAME and women in tech, is that we really want to demonstrate and show more diverse women. And that was the feedback I got from season 1, is that we did have somebody who is disabled, but visually we need people of color. We need people to come in and share their stories because they maybe have a different opinion and things like that. So I will definitely share those links with you as well.
Awesome. Right, I've got 2 questions. First one, what color do you want me to change this to? Like blow up box. I have basically lots of different variations of red, green, blue, pink, orange, yellow.
Do you have yellow?
Yellow, yeah.
You gotta have
yellow.
Yellow
It is.
For the collective.
We're in the yellow. Brilliant. And my second question is, what in 2022 are you most excited about?
That's a super good question. Adventure, I think. That is, of course, probably. Yeah, I think one of our values is being adventurers. That in business, we've got some super amazing clients coming up. Some projects we're being involved with, 493 coming through. As you know, I'm a ridiculous connector, so the connections I've been making recently are amazing and inspiring. Adventuring out of Cambridge, now being able to drive, yay. So being able to experience different places. But no, I think I'm feeling really confident in my own self that I've been able to run a business all the way through a pandemic, that we stand out differently because we have a cause and a mission that we're dedicated to doing. And I think generally just making a real big point on, as you say, being reflective and, looking intuitive, being that intuitive eating, intuitive exercising, and reflecting and seeing, what best we can do, what best I can do with my time and energies, and what I can do to impact people in a positive way.
Beautiful. Well said. Very well said. Well, thank you so much, Jemima, for being you and for being a wonderful member of this community. you are, we run these NAM challenges, and we've finally got our digital badging membership, so we can get our digital badges out. There's a the ultimate badge is the super connector. You're definitely one of those, and I think a lot of members would back me up on that. I just think, thank you so much for what you give to the community, and you deserve all the success that you inevitably have.
Thank you really much. Connection for us is super important, being a collective and being a stronger group together with more diverse ideas. And that's why community like Shifties is super important to me. And I will carry on continuing supporting as much as I can.
Absolute legend. And thank you, everyone in Cambridge who's listening as a result of Jemima forcing you to listen to my voice all day, which must suck. Thank you very much. See you later.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Absolute legend. Love Jemima. So, 1:30. I've got my next guest waiting in the wings, physical guest this time. Mr. Jamie Archer's driven over from Cambridge after setting up the Are You OK, Mate drop-in centre, and he'll be joining me in 3 minutes. Do I have to say it? Like, comment, share, donate. That's gone up now. I'm pretty certain we've gone past the £3,000 mark. I'll have a look after Jamie. But yeah, phenomenal. Absolutely amazing. Right, brilliant. I will see you in 3 minutes. 2022, I'm speaking up for mental fitness for business owners.
I'm speaking up for young people who need somewhere safe to stay in 2022.
Hey everybody, Barbara Fernandez here, and what I am speaking up for in 2022 is the benefits of comedy for mental health. Whee! Whether you do it as a comedian like myself, or whether you go to watch it and enjoy it, it really works, and it's cheaper than therapy. Bye!
In 2022, I'm speaking up for normalising conversations around mental health.
In 2022, I'll be speaking up for everyone that doesn't believe in themselves.
Morning, I'm speaking up for everybody that thinks that they are helpless.
In 2022, I'm going to speak up for resilience in business and for mental health.
I'm speaking up for people who are trying to find positivity through adversity.
My name's Lee Smith. In 2022, I'm speaking up for forgotten industries and how to maintain a positive mindset.
Hi, I'm speaking up for positivity and resilience and raising funds for our charity, CPSL Mind.
I'm speaking up for deeper connections.
In 2022, I stand for positive mental health and well-being and being a force for good in our local communities.
I'm speaking up for believing in yourself. You're incredible.
Hi everyone, it's Rachel Hales here from Get Synergised. I'm going to be speaking up at the Shifties Live-a-thon, and I can't wait. I'm going to be speaking up for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. Look forward to seeing you there.
Live-a-thon 2022, I'm speaking up for suicide awareness.
Hi, I'm Courtney, and I am speaking at the 2023 Live-a-thon with Alex, and in 2022 I'm standing up for disabled rights and the inclusion of disabled people.
I'm standing up for men's mental health.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I'm speaking up for those who want to keep trying.
I'm going to be talking about young people and their mental health and their mental fitness, and some of the ideas that I've got about how we as a community should get behind them, get involved, and help them to feel supported, connected, and inspired during these challenging times.
Hi, I'm Claire, or you may know me as Beth, and I am speaking up for mental health in our education system, also for the wider support of the families affected.
Hi, my name is Janine Hornsby, and I am very proud to be a guest at the Shifties 24-hour Speak Up Live-a-thon, helping to raise £10,000 for CPSL Mind. I'll be talking to Alex about the biggest cow bag in my life. Her name is Linda. She is the most judgmental, critical bully I have ever met. She has something negative to say about everything that I say and do.
Okay. I've got I just need to dial you up here. 1 second.
Yo. Is
There
it
we
working?
go. Yeah, you're in, man. You're in. Well, Long trek.
Yes.
It's been long 24 hours, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It's been a good 24 hours. It hasn't even felt like 24 hours.
Mad, isn't it?
But the credit's on you. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
I'm just got to sit here.
Just got to sit here. That's because you daren't move because of the football game yesterday.
Honestly, my legs, mate. I tried to run. So yesterday I forgot and I tried to run up the stairs and I just failed on my face because my legs just failed on me. So useless right now.
Can I just say, you might not have seen it. There's been a tweet by CPSL Mind this morning thanking the guys for yesterday, saying what support that's going to go and get real local people into getting support. And
that's beautiful, isn't it?
This is like I put it. So I've got a group chat with all the lads from yesterday, and I stuck it in the group chat, and I was like, that for me, that's what it's all about.
It's really interesting because there's so much of this conversation that we can delve into, but I think yesterday was I don't know if you heard earlier, but I said I found it really weird being in a changing room.
Okay.
Like my emotions going back into a changing room after not being in a changing room for God knows how long.
Yeah.
It's a contradiction. As an environment, it's a contradiction of everything you stand for.
100%.
And actually seeing you in that environment, I thought was really inspiring because I don't know, everyone felt very comfortable and it was different to what it used to be. Like,
Back in the day.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. So this is where we've evolved as a society. So there's so much to be said for people going, toxic masculinity still exists. And it does. Like, we're not going to talk about that. But we'll talk about the good side of it. That environment yesterday shows how much society has changed in the fact that they're all my mates that 15 years ago, could I have gone in that changing room and admitted to my mates who I play football with week in, week out and admit that I suffer with mental health problems? The answer to that question is no. Yesterday,
100%.
100%. You saw it. You saw it afterwards. You saw it in the pub afterwards. Like everyone coming up and saying like what a great cause it was, like, and like even hugging each other.
Yeah.
And it just shows how much society has moved. And that all comes from stuff like this where men can say,
have a conversation.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. And they're my friends, for God. Do you know what I mean? They're my friends, and they are the people that we can talk about. And as I said so I dropped a note in the chat as well, and I said that's what it was all about for me.
Yeah.
We didn't have to stand there and get deep with each other, but we heard like you'd have seen it. You see old friends reconnecting.
Yeah.
How are you doing? But there was actually some meaning behind how are you doing.
Yeah.
And it was like for me that was the.
Well, I could tell it meant a lot to you, man, and it meant a lot to me. The fact that you put it on and contributed to the target and wonderful.
Yeah, no, it meant so much, and it was amazing.
How amazing am I at left back?
Mate, the shift you put in. Do you know what? We spoke about it yesterday afterwards. So Alex at one point was playing two positions. He was playing left.
I was dominating.
He was playing left back and left midfield, and
Steve's in the circlet.
Steve's
Steve's gone to Sook and to meet you, and he's not there. He literally's gone there to meet
Steve,
you.
I'm sorry, man. Is he coming here?
He's coming here later.
What time is he here?
I don't know. I'll find out. I'll tell you after this.
Yeah, Steve. Well, if the timings work, mate, I'll be here for you. No, it was great, and you were amazing at left back yesterday.
Yes, that's all I wanted. Right interview done.
You were fantastic, and that's it. It was good.
It was a good laugh.
Do you know? Let's go a little bit deeper on this. Do you know the one thing that I really hope happened, and there'll be no telling unless I sit down and have a conversation with him, is because my son was there.
Yeah.
As a 12-year-old, I wanted to show him what being a friend looks like.
Yeah.
Like, it was no accident that I had him there because I was like, right, we often, and I've spoken with Luke Newman about this, about checking in with our sons, about talking about mental health. So I told him what we was raising money for, and I wanted him to see lads checking in with each other and giving each other a hug and just being there for one another. And I won't tell if that had an effect on him until it actually has to have an effect on him. Does that make sense?
I think it will happen for a sequence of little moments just like that.
Yeah. And I hope that's what he got from it, as well as his hat trick.
Yeah, you get it. I mean, that was controversial, to say the least.
Yeah,
but,
very controversial, but he got it, and he didn't shut up about it.
But that finish was banging.
His third goal was a proper finish. No, it was good. It was really good.
So, okay, who is Jamie Archer, and what is Are You Okay, Mate? And I'll tee up on a third question of why is environment so important when it comes to normalizing the conversation around mental health?
Okay. So I've been waiting for this one. Let me just say I've been waiting for this one. So who is Jamie Archer? Jamie Archer in 2022 is a different Jamie Archer that was in 2021. There is a completely different Jamie Archer that was 2020. That is nowhere near the Jamie Archer that was in 2019. And by that, I mean that I've put on a few extra pounds, but what I'm saying is...
I think you've lost weight, haven't you?
I've lost, I think it's fluctuated, but I've gone on a journey, and the Jamie Archer in 2022 is a very happy, very grounded in the sense that I know what I'm supposed to be doing now. I have no problem with admitting that I lost myself last year. I massively lost myself. And through what's gone on in my personal life, it showed me that. And it was like, right, as I said to you, I wasn't where I thought I was as a person. And then through what happened in my personal life, made me realise that I'd lost myself. And it sounds so cheesy and it sounds so American. But like now as I sit here, for everything that's happened in literally the last 2 to 3 weeks, I'm very passionate about just making us men feel okay about not being okay and talking, and not only that, and it's providing framework for people who, because we have this conversation that be there and support.
Yeah,
brilliant, do that, but some people don't know how to be there and support.
No, they don't.
And what I'm very passionate about now is say, if through someone that's needed someone to be there and support, like this is what we need. We need someone to recognise the signs. We need someone to ask us a question. Yeah. We need someone just to check it. Like, I can't tell you how important that is. Just checking in, just one text, are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It's not a big thing, but it feels like a big thing when you're in that space.
Exactly. Which segues perfectly into what is Are You Okay, Mate?
Yes.
Now, Are You Okay, Mate is a concept born out of a really, really difficult place in life.
Yeah.
It come from me visiting the lowest anyone can be, and that's taking their life. Now, I'll never apologise for talking about suicide.
No, I think it's important.
It is. I apologise for it triggering people, but I never apologise for talking about it.
I might say just, and I really appreciate you opening up. But if that scrolling bar at the bottom is there for a reason, if any of this triggers you in any form,
100%.
Please do reach out. They're there for you.
Yeah. So, Are You Okay, Mate came out of a suicide attempt in 2017. Are You Okay, Mate came out of a breakdown in 2018. Now, 2018, I tell it all the time, I was more unwell in 2018 than I was in 2017.
Why is that?
Because in 2017, when I attempted, I realised that I had a purpose in the sense that I had my boys, and no matter how low I got in life, I couldn't leave them. I just can't. But that doesn't mean I can't get any more unwell. And in 2018, I was ridiculous. I was so unwell, Alex, so unwell, to the point where, one night I didn't, I laid in bed and cried for 6 hours straight. There was, at the point of when I literally went into crisis and broke down, I hadn't slept for 6 nights. I hadn't slept.
Oh, no.
It was crazy because I was falling asleep downstairs, and then the second I'd get up and go to bed, I'd lay in bed, and then all of these horrid thoughts were coming in and they wouldn't go away. Now, anyone that suffered with that will know exactly what I'm talking about. So when I went to the doctors, let's be clear, 2018 was my worst, but it was also my best because it was a turning point. And when I went to the doctors, got the help that I needed, in my mind, I was like, I'm not the only guy on the planet that goes through this. I'm not the only man that struggles with his mental health. I can't be. So I had a vision in my head. What did I need at that point? Yeah. which I think, you know, you tell me from a business point of view, that's
the best projects in the world.
That's where all the best business, like, what do you as a creator need at the time? So I was like, what could I have done with? And it was like, I could have done with a space where I could have gone in, be it on the high street or wherever, and we're going to get to that in a sec, by the way, my vision for this.
Yeah.
That I could have gone in and said, do you know what, I'm not okay. Like, help me.
Yeah.
Help me. Instead of me having to visit a place like with my faith, somewhere where I could have physically spoke to another person who I didn't know, who wasn't a friend, who wasn't my dad, who wasn't my brother, who wasn't a colleague. It was someone, a stranger off the street. I could have said, look, I'm not okay. Like, help me. Yeah. And that's where Are You Okay, Mate was born. And it was like just checking in. Like, just, I've lost friends to suicide. I've been suicidal myself. And I think the one takeaway is that they don't talk. People don't talk when they're in that place. I didn't talk to anyone. And if I can make a little bit of a difference to ensure that that doesn't happen again to someone, that's where Are You Okay, Mate come from. And that's where the vision, like today,
that's awesome, man. The space is brilliant. That's brilliant.
Like, honestly, I can't, the emotion that I felt today, like walking in and seeing the physical space through something that come from something so bad to this. And yeah,
it's a beautiful thing, man.
Beautiful thing.
But I can tell you, and there's a reason why, and thank you for sharing that, because I think, you know, it's important that people understand where you're coming from. But the reason I asked the last question around environment is because, you know, since you've been here at the hub, we witnessed and supported and dealt with something together with someone going into crisis. That was my first experience of, I was like, thank God you're here. Because, you know, half the team are mental health first aid trained, but you can be mental health first aid trained, but a word that came up earlier was empathy. And, you know, you have ultimate empathy towards someone in that situation
100%.
Because of everything you've just described.
100%.
And that was, well, first, there's two other things. So I will come back to that in a second, because the result of that I was angry about, and I want to talk about that. I think it's important we use this platform to talk about that. There were two other scenarios where people within this building took their time out just to speak to you and say, I'm not okay, mate. Literally, that's what they said. Off their own back. There was no, I didn't see it coming.
No, nor did both occasions, nor did I.
No one saw it coming, but the environment was there. The words were spoken. The beacon was shone to say, this is a safe place for you. And I think, I thank you for bringing, I felt like we were that. I like to think that's why you're here.
100%.
But I think you've also helped us develop that environment to make it a safe place for the people. So I thank you for that. The first time this happened, and when you're sitting in A&E for 6 hours, waiting for that person to get help, but because they've done so well to give up alcohol, therefore they were turned away and couldn't get the help. How does that make you feel?
At the time, I felt really angry. Now it just makes me feel sad, in the sense that we are, I don't want to go into a political rant. I'm not.
No.
But
it's an important element of the conversation.
100%. But because our NHS is so stretched dealing with other things, that someone who actually told the words, I'm going to kill myself, was then deemed fit and healthy to go away because of everything they've done. I just feel sad, and I just feel like there needs to be more done. But sadly, mate, for however much me and you try to change the world and try to do good in the world, we're not going to do it alone. It takes a collective effort to do that. To answer your question about environment, why is it so important? It's very simple for me. Anyone out there that works, that's in the workplace, you spend, on average, 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week 60, 70 hours a week, some people, within your working environment. People with families spend more time with the guys at work than they do with their family.
Yep.
The young people in this building spend more time with us than they do with their parents on Monday to Friday. Is that right? No. Is that the way of the world? Yes. So creating an environment that says, do you know what, you're as safe here as you are at home is massively important, because this is where the bulk of your life is spent. And I don't even think it's hard to achieve that, Alex.
No.
I really don't. In fact, we're living proof that it's not hard to achieve that.
Good intentions and be a good human.
Be a nice person and just be there to say, are you okay? And if you're not okay, educate, you know, and this is where the education and the training and everything else comes in. If someone isn't okay, right, okay, flag goes up, let's do the signposting, let's offer the support that we can, you know? And yeah, that's why the environment is so important to me, because people need it, mate.
So I remember you told me a story about creating an environment on a construction site. I think that's really a good share, because I think a lot of people could take inspiration from that. Because if you're I think it's easier for us in this kind of environment. You know, we got, you know, we're like a creative consultancy. You know, we're not. I mean, you've worked around. It's not a normal place. I think it's quite a unique place to work.
For me, on a personal level, this has been the best place I've ever worked ever.
That's wonderful.
Like, it really is.
But I think it's important that the safe spaces are created anywhere. And I think you managed to achieve that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So in the construction industry, they have a thing called Time to Talk Day, which is talking about mental health, and you get sent out these beautiful little leaflets and these lovely posters to put up in your canteen. You get an email from your construction secretary in the morning saying, today's Time to Talk Day. So I got it and I was like, right, Time to Talk Day, we'll make it.
You took it seriously.
Time to Talk Day. I'm going to forget about finishing houses. I'm going to forget about having diggers track around for 3 hours. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to talk. So what I'd done is I sent my forklift driver, Simon, and I went up to him. I said, Simon, I said, do me a favor. I said, get round site now. Tell everyone I want them in the canteen at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And he was like, right, okay.
But they all thought they were getting sacked.
Well, so anyone that's worked in construction, you'll understand that you get these toolbox talks where a site manager stands up and he tells you about pedestrian walkways and dust. So honestly, I could hear them all grumbling as they were coming in. And I'd lined the chairs up as in a presentation style, and I'd set out tea and coffee, and I'd sent my labourer Dwight up to get some biscuits from the shop, and he'd come back. So, and I could hear them all grumbling as I was coming to, what does he want? Like, what's up? What's up? What have we done wrong? And I said, just come in, take a seat. And I shared my story. Yeah. And I shared it outright, and I was honest. Bitch, by the way, is the most nervous I've ever been. Yeah, Reason being is because I was taking a group of men and talking about the most taboo thing in that environment.
It's not talked about.
It's not talked. It's never been spoke about, because we're conditioned, because we're men, we can't talk about it. So I sat down and I told my story, and I finished it off with, look, this is what this is for, to talk. And, you know, you lads spend 45 hours a week on this site. I don't want 1 hour of your time while you're spent on site in crisis. I don't want 1 hour of your time to think that you can't talk to me. I'm never too busy to talk to. And I thought it's going to be received in two ways. I'm going to get the lads go off and go, what was that? And I'm going to, it might, like I always say to you, Alex, if I'm talking to 30 people, I'm only really talking to one. And that's the one person that needs to hear what I'm saying. So I'd done that talk, and then the lads all went off, and it was really lovely, because over the subsequent days, I had one of the scaffolders come up to me. Now, if you was to look at this scaffolder, he's massive, like absolutely huge. He come up and opened up to me and said, like, Jamie, I've been through exactly that. Like, thank you for talking about it. I had another lad come up and talk to me, and this lad had actually been off sick. And he opened up to me and said, this is the reason I've been off sick. I've been getting treated for anxiety. And both beautiful stories. But for me, on a personal level, and what made me think this is needed is I actually started to get quite unwell at work. And I wasn't, you know, as my mood goes up and down like a roller coaster some days. I was in quite a bad place and I just didn't want to be there. And I was just lent on a pedestrian barrier, just woe is me, my life, you know, listening, all the negative thoughts, everything I go through. And he won't mind me telling you his name. A guy called Darren Coe. Now, Darren makes Shrek look good looking. Like, honestly, Coe, he's 7 foot tall, 8 foot wide. And like, it's your typical ground worker, man. Hands like shovels. And he come up to me. Now Coe he's always been a bit of a mick taker. And he come up to me, I thought, oh, I can't be done with this.
Yeah.
And he went to me, he went, "Are you all right, Jamie?" And I went, "What?" And he said, "Are you okay?" He said, "You've been really quiet today. Like, are you all right?" He said, "Do you want to come and have a cup of tea?" He said, "You can offload on me." And I was like, wow. Like, I was like,
the least expected person.
The least expected.
Yeah.
And I was actually like, yeah, Daz, do you know what? I'm not all right. I'm not doing well. And we went and had a conversation. And at the end of it, did I feel good? Yeah, I did. And I said to him, like, "Thanks for that, Daz." And he's like, "No." He said, "You told us, like, what you go through. Like, you told us, like, how your mood drops."
You gave him permission to do that.
Yeah. And again, leading into the "Are you okay, mate" thing, it's just something I think everyone should be doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, if you've got people that work for you or work around you, create the environment that we've created here,
Absolutely.
where both those guys felt comfortable enough to say, "Jamie, I'm not okay." In the same way, and I said this on our podcast, like, I know that I could walk into any room in this building now at any given time and say, "Guys, I've got 5 minutes."
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's a beautiful thing, Alex.
That's all you've got to do most of the time.
Yeah.
In terms of it's giving people permission.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
saying and not asking, "Are you okay?" if you don't actually mean it.
Yeah.
And we say it, we flippantly, "Are you all right? Yeah, you all right?"
Yeah.
But hey, actually, that whole "Are you okay?" No. "Are you okay?"
Ask twice.
Ask twice. That's come up a few times today.
Ask twice. Say, "Are you okay?" Yeah. No. Come on.
Yeah.
I get it all the time.
Yeah.
I get people message me like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good, mate."
It's getting annoying us. You're like,
And they're like,
"No,
"Are
I'm
you
actually
really
all
okay?"
right.
I'm like, "No, I'm actually really, I'm really, really well." But no, and
That's nice.
that's where it all came from, mate. And
That's wonderful.
and to see it in the flesh today, and the vision for the future is that we get these everywhere, because, as I said, like,
they're crucial, man. They're crucial.
They're crucial, and they're not hard to do.
No.
They're not hard to do.
No.
Especially places like Tesco's. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense.
Because they used to have community spaces. I don't know if they still do them. But
they've got community officers. So.
How easy would it be to have one in there?
Excuse me, sorry.
That's all right, mate. I'm that boring.
No, I'm sorry, man. this second, it always happens. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. Listen, bro, you're doing well. You're doing well.
Mate, honestly, I've enjoyed watching you discover you again. If that makes sense.
Oh, mate. Yeah. No, and
thanks for coming back. And it was weird because you were here last year.
Yeah.
Which was wonderful, because that was almost like the first time we've met.
Yeah.
Might have even been the first one.
Yeah.
No, actually, no. Did I find you in a garage and ask you to speak? Was that
3
one?
days before?
That was right.
I bumped in. I'd literally gone in. I'd gone in to buy a bottle of wine. Not that I've got an issue. I'd gone in to buy a bottle of wine.
That was right. I saw you. I was like, ah.
And as I come out, so we'd been introduced like on socials and stuff. And then as I come out, you was like, "I want to talk to you." And I was like, "Oh crap, who are you?" And then and do you know what's been lovely? Like, being able, and we spoke about this yesterday, being able to come and share like the growth. And like I say, so I'll bring this full circle and go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
The Jamie Archer in 2022 isn't the Jamie Archer that you met in 2021, in the sense that I've been hurt, man. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
I've been hurt this year. Like,
I know.
I've gone through it massively this year. And like, one of the biggest factors that's kept me going when I've felt like giving up so many times is the support I've had from you and the community. Like, coming into this community was like, I remember going to the first brunch.
That was fucking mad, wasn't it? Everyone just cried for the entire time.
And I came away from it and I was like, this is where I'm supposed to be, Alex. Like, I've been hurt, man, like so many times, in the sense that I don't mean people have hurt me.
No.
Like, I've visited some places I don't wish on my worst enemy to visit. And now the fact that I'm in a good place despite the fact I'm that close to tears, that I'm not only in a good place, but I'm also being enabled to impact others. And one thing I always say is I don't do this for Jamie Archer. I don't do this for my boys. I don't do this for shifties. I do this for the one person out there that needs to look to me and say, do you know what? Like, he's gone through it and look what's being achieved as a byproduct. Like, this is what I'm saying. Whenever you hit that point in life, no matter how low you get, no matter how hard things get, there is a way back. It may not be instant. It may be 4 years in the making.
Yeah.
But trust me, it gets there. You get there.
Absolutely.
You know, and yeah, it's a big year, man. And yeah, it's 2022 is going to be a big year for Are You Okay, Mate?
That's a beautiful message as well.
Yeah.
So I got 2 questions.
Go.
What colour do you want to change that to?
Green.
Okay. And what are you most excited for in 2022?
So 2022, I'm just excited for life, man. Like, yeah, I'm just excited for life. And I mean this with as much authenticity and truth that I know. For the first time in 5 years, I'm excited for life. Like, genuinely, when I say that I've rediscovered myself, the last 9 months, been through some pain. I've been through a test, man.
I know.
But to get to where I am and how I feel as a person, I know that no matter how, I've just rediscovered myself and I've rediscovered life, and I'm just, I'm excited for life.
It's buzzing, isn't it?
Absolutely buzzing. And just keep an eye out for the Are You Okay, Mate podcast.
Yeah, you know. It'd be great, mate. Bro, hey, mate, thank you for sharing that.
No, you're welcome.
Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Right, big shout out, Jamie. Then follow him on Instagram. It's probably the best place.
Yeah, hit up the Instagram, Jamie Archer 23. We've got the YouTube channel dropping in February. We've got the podcast Insta dropping in February.
Madness.
You're going to be sick of this face.
Let's hope so, mate. Let's hope so. Awesome. Right.
Oh, just before you go,
big
shout out to Alex, because I just mentioned the podcast. I've used today as a podcast guest list. So there's going to be so many of you watching that are going to get DMs off of me.
Hasn't it been a phenomenal?
Oh, man, do you know?
Because you've been watching from the watch party.
So I've been watching from the watch party. I've just watched a bit in there. Like, the people, KD, hook me up with KD.
I know.
There's so many of you guys out there that are going to get DMs off me off the back of this. Like, I said to you yesterday, didn't I? I said, I really need to.
You literally said that to me.
I said, I need to build a podcast list. And, but no,
we've done it for you.
Like, big up, man.
Oh,
Yes.
Sweet. All right, look, I'm going to be back in 3 minutes with the amazing Janine Hornsby, who I can see waiting in the wings so patiently, and I can't wait to speak to her. Right, see you in a few minutes. Important message from CPSL Mind.
Love.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Live-a-thon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Live-a-thon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing.
Okay. Thank you, Ali. And goes without saying, it doesn't go without saying, so I'm going to say it. Need to donate, right? We're at a stage now. I still haven't updated that thing, have I? I should update that so you actually know where we're at. But we're over £3,000, which is amazing, by the way. Like, absolutely amazing. I'm seeing donations come through. Please keep doing so. Get this shared. Like, comment, share, do your thing. Invite people to the stream. But next up, I've got someone who I met. Funny enough, I think I met her through Jemima, who was on a couple of guests ago, and who's an amazing connector of people. And Janine's blown my mind ever since I met her. I think she's a phenomenal person. One of the most intelligent people I've ever met in my entire life. She's got more letters after her name than I've ever seen anything before. I had instant imposter syndrome just getting an email from her, which is interesting because that's very much what she's here to talk to us about. So I welcome Janine Hornsby to the stage. Hello.
Hello.
You all right?
Yes. How are you doing? What, 6 hours in?
6 hours? 14 hours I'm in now. I know, it's horrible. It's not horrible. It's absolutely amazing. And I love everything that's going on. It's just been beautiful.
Can I ask a real practical question?
Of course you can.
How are you taking moments to have a wee break? Is that your
That's that ad break.
message from the sponsor, right?
That's the message from the sponsors. Quick, run. Run for the toilet. Yeah, no, it's fine. And I've got some fuel ready to fuel me up after this as well.
Hill.
So
Love a bit of hill.
yeah, exactly. So no, I'm quite all right. And yes, you're right. I've just seen Christine. I do have to do a TikTok dance, but I don't know if I have time to do that. One way or another, we'll do it. Jamala's here, and she wants to get me viral on TikTok. So we'll deal with that later.
Absolutely.
So I thank you for joining me. And I saw your obviously your submission, and then obviously watching your video that you sent in, I thought was brilliant and such a great representation of the challenge there. And I love how you have named the challenge and everything. So I think if you could just give a bit of an introduction to you, what you're about, a bit about your past, if that's okay, and just to give us a bit of an understanding of who Janine is, that would be wonderful.
Bloody hell, we're going to need more than half an hour, I think.
Give us the shortest version you've got.
Shortest version. Well, I was a very weird kid. I think very short attention span in that I was always looking for the next shiny new thing. So I was in the swimming team, field hockey team. I did scuba diving. I did rock climbing. I was in an animal welfare group. You name it. I was in the club and I did it. I even think I did knitting and crochet for a term or something. But yeah, I was always trying to do as much as I possibly could. I was very active as a kid, drama group, dance, everything. And then sort of struggled to think what I wanted to do when I left school. Very much wanted to go down the acting route because in theatre you get the moles and the voles. The moles hide from the light. They're the people dressed in black in the background, and the voles find the light. And I'm very much a vole. I always wanted to be centre stage, and I thought I was going to be an actor. I did do for a while. So my first degree was in performing arts. I did an honours degree in performing arts. Moved to London from South Africa. You may have noticed I've got an accent.
I wasn't sure, no.
Yes. So I think I had £50 in my back pocket. I was 21 years old. I left my whole family in South Africa, and I was moving to London. And I went through an agency who got me a job in a hotel, who said I'd be close enough to London to do auditions. And I ended up in Stow-on-the-Wold in the Cotswolds.
Nice.
Yes, nothing but sheep and pubs for local people. It was a bit weird and definitely not close enough to London. So ended up doing that for a year and teaching drama at a local drama school. which actually feeds into the West End. So I've trained a lot of young people who've gone on to the West End.
Oh, wow.
Very nice. And they had a semi-professional touring theatre group attached to that called Rolling Stock, which I was in for a good few years. And then sort of fell into teaching. So I did my PGCE and taught science of all things, and drama. So I can blow things up with flair.
Love that.
I don't know why anyone would let me loose with chemicals, but there you go, they did.
Oh, I love that.
And then after about 12 years of teaching, had nervous breakdown, which most teachers do at some point. And then decided I had to sort of rethink what I wanted to do. So I did a master's in literature, always been a keen writer, sort of majored in playwriting. Did a few plays that won awards over the years, but quite difficult to make a name for yourself and a living out of that. So it's always been there as a hobby. And then I did my MBA, which kind of saved my life, and ended up in marketing. So now I work for the lovely Marshall of Cambridge, doing all sorts of fantastic projects, and yeah, loving life.
Janine, how many is that? How many degrees is that?
4. I have 4
that's
in counting.
crazy. So
And I absolutely want to do a PhD next.
Where does that drive for that come from?
My inner saboteur and my need for perfection.
So can you? So some people would have seen the ad and seen you on the ad. I hope you didn't mind me including it on there, because I wanted to include the full part of it. Would you just explain your relationship with this being while I sort of reach behind and plug my laptop in? But I'm here. I'm fully present. I'm fully present.
Yeah, so I've had a very complex relationship with my mental health over the years, and sort of went through stages of various darkness eras, sort of teenage years, quite heavily in self-harm. Had a breakdown later on as a teacher. Always felt like I was never good enough. If I was never first, I was last. There was no such thing as second place. I never really understood where this competitiveness came from, but it was always competitiveness against myself. It wasn't about anyone else. So if I did a degree, it was, as soon as we did an assignment, I was the first one to ask everyone, what did you get? What did you get? What did you get? Not because I wanted to beat them, a little bit because I wanted to beat them, but because I wanted to know that my mark was better than what I'd done before and better against everyone else. So it was always benchmarking. And over the years, I realized that this voice, this inner saboteur, this critical voice that used to come up was so horrible and so mean. And I'm a nice person. I try to be nice and kind to everyone. So why am I so mean to myself when I'm so kind to everyone else? Well, it can't be me. It must be this other being, which I've named Linda. Linda's an absolute bitch. And she likes to from time to time and just tell me that I'm shit and I'm never good enough. And I will never be as cool or as intelligent or as knowledgeable as the other people in the room. I'll never behave as corporate or, have a shaved head. I've got a tattoo on the back of my head. Like, who the hell am I to sit around a boardroom table, right? So yeah, I named it because I just felt like if I could give it a name, I could say, this is Linda taking control, I've had an eating disorder in the past. That was Linda. It was Linda telling me I was too fat to ever be loved. And I've now learned that when Linda shows up on her cardboard box with a megaphone, I can say, thank you very much for your opinion, but kindly bugger off now. Or I'm too busy to listen to you now. Can you make an appointment for next week, Tuesday, please? And often Linda forgets to come back. So that's always
wow. That's a wonderful share. How has it? I mean, you seem super confident in that conversation with Linda now.
Yeah.
Has it that kind of always been the case? Like, how did you? Has there been a process? I do know you had Jamie on here just before. We were talking about environment, and
he's
I must
phenomenal.
say,
I really like
he's
him.
a wonderful guy, and there's a great comment in from Christine for you that says, "Fuck you, Linda."
Love it.
I love that. I do know because I've met Joe Boyd, who's a phenomenal thinker in this space.
What she doesn't know about mental health and well-being is not worth knowing.
She's brilliant, and that environment. I've been in the environment that the Marshall Centre in particular has. I get it, but you can't have always been this strong and super confident in dealing with it.
And I'm not always the strongest.
No, and I don't doubt
moments.
it. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I'm interested in the process. I think there's a good opportunity.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, just digging a little bit deeper into what forced you to realize it at all, and what brought your attention to it, and take it seriously, and kind of what moved you into that acceptance to enable you to go off and explore that further.
Yeah, as I said, I've had a very complex history with mental health. So it started really in secondary school. I would say very early on, maybe 10, 11 years old, I started self-harming. And it was self-harm before self-harm was a thing, right? I'm 40 years old this year. Nowadays, you go into school, kids know what self-harm is quite often. And, I was a teacher. It was heartbreaking. They would be talking about it very openly on social media, showing their scars, showing their self-harm marks, almost like a badge of honor. When I was at school, nobody did it. I actually thought I was the only person in the world who did it. I thought there was some freakish thing that it was just me. And I remember I had a particularly difficult night. I can't remember what set me off, but we had a flat roof, and I lived in Port Elizabeth, and it was raining. And I always used to go and sit on the roof if I was having a bit of a tough time. And I sat on the roof and I self-harmed. And normally I would be conscious enough to do it somewhere where it could be hidden by clothing. But for some reason, and I can't remember what set me off, I just went to town all over my legs. And I remember not focusing on where I was cutting myself, but more on like the blood dripping into the water, and it was making flowers, and it was just calming me down. And it wasn't until I stopped and I realized, oh shit, I've literally cut myself from the top of my thighs to my ankles and both of my legs. I can't hide this, because we had to wear skirts at school. Right. And I had to go into school the next day. And I remember I wore my gym, my PE joggers. And I managed to get into school without my dad questioning anything. But when I got into school, the teachers made me put on a skirt. And I was kicking off and saying, no, I can't. But they made me do it. And even when they saw the marks on my legs, they still made me walk around school the whole day in a skirt.
Wow. Bloody hell, Janine.
Yeah, it was horrible. And the kids then didn't actually understand it either. So I was being pointed at. There was whispers. People were giggling and laughing, calling me an attention seeker. And I just remember it broke me. So, of course, my parents were called in and I was sent to a psychologist. And the psychologist sat me down. And I remember he asked me if it hurt. And at the time, like when you're cutting, like certainly with me, there's so much adrenaline. I just said, no, I don't really feel it. You feel it afterwards. Of course you do. But at the time, I didn't. So I was just being honest. And his response to me, well, he said, well, you may as well join a circus and go and cut yourself in front of an audience then. Join a free. So that was my first introduction to my mental health.
I mean, that just what year was this?
I was probably the equivalent of year 8.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah. And I had no concept of what I was doing, that it was normal or that other people did it, or it was crazy.
I'm sorry that you had to go through that, because that's just like, for me, that's just bizarre to me. I just can't believe that's the response that you would get. So you're forced into basically growing up and looking after yourself in that sense of like, you had to make sense of it yourself. No one else made sense of it for you, essentially, is what you're saying.
And so Linda was born because, in the back of my mind, if an adult who's a medical professional could turn around and say I was a freak, well, I must have been a freak. You know what I mean? Yeah. There must have been something fundamentally wrong with me. And so I always had this voice saying, like, it's wrong. You're terrible. You're not normal because of what you're doing to yourself. And I sort of got to a point where I got over the self-harm, but then it manifested into an eating disorder. So I was no longer harming myself with a blade. I was now harming myself by restricting food. or binging and purging. So I went through cycles of I would binge and purge, I would starve myself, I would binge and gain a lot of weight, I binge and purge again. So it was just kind of an atypical eating disorder where I would go through the cycles of all of it, which really came to a head in 2012. So relatively quite recently, where I was hospitalized and sent, feeding tubes and Adam Brooks and all this stuff. So then I thought, well, do I have the self-harm? And then there's this other thing. And then I had a breakdown. And then I self-medicated with alcohol at one point. And, there was always there was something else. And I realized it was all connected. It was all through this voice telling me I wasn't good enough. And whatever I was doing was just pushing the self-destruct button because I was listening to Linda constantly.
Wow.
So, yeah, and I think once I realized that, it's really helped me come a long way too. And I think the moment I realized it, I'm unhealthily obsessed with Drag Race, RuPaul's Drag Race.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I love drag queens so much.
Yeah, I watched 1 or 2 episodes. I can't remember how or why. It was one of them things where I think it was on at 2 a.m. or something. I was like, this is interesting. And then it really is interesting. It's fantastic. It was really cool. And it was interesting.
RuPaul has got the best advice in the world. So, I mean, if you're not into drag queens, try and get past that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Watch the times where RuPaul is talking to, each person individually, because he's got amazing advice and amazing insight into mental health. And it wasn't until he started talking about the inner saboteur and that inner voice telling you you're not good enough, I was like, oh, it's Linda.
There's someone else.
Yes.
There's someone else.
Yeah.
It's not. And what a long time to wait to have that realization. I'm so sorry you kind of gone through it, but as has been a big theme throughout today, through that adversity, through those realizations, now you are where you are now, and you seem like you're in a really good space. The fact that you can come and talk about this is wonderful. What is your relationship now with your mental health? What is your relationship with that subject?
Generally, it's okay. I am medicated. I will say that. So from my breakdown in 2014, 15, funny thing about a breakdown, you don't know you're having one until you've had it.
I bet.
Everyone around me could see my behavior was just spiraling, but I just didn't see it at all. But yeah, ended up leaving teaching, which is sad because I love teaching. I just don't love the system so much. They put so much on teachers in terms of the hours you have to work and just the pressure for your students to perform. It's just crazy. But yeah, so I think once I had that breakdown, I went through maybe a year or so of trying different medications until I found one that works. But now I'm at a point where we're tapering down and I'm coming off of the medication altogether. I also think that I made a discovery recently that kind of makes a lot of sense. So Jo Boyd, head of wellbeing.
Yeah.
She said to me recently, she was like, just humor me, Janine. Can you do a self-assessment for adult ADHD? So I did one. And it said if you score 4 or more, you should probably seek a diagnosis. I scored 12.
Did you actually? Wow. I haven't done one. I should do one. Wow. Yeah.
So yeah, and I've started that process. And actually, if you look at the symptoms, it makes so much sense. All of my obsessions with different things in my childhood, hyperactivity, struggle sleeping, lots of things that sort of just kind of fall into place. And I don't think people should get a diagnosis to have a label slapped on you, but I do think having that as that makes sense.
It's awareness. It's awareness, isn't it? And again, we've talked a lot around tools and network and family and community and the beautiful things we have around us in our lives that can support us in whatever we are. And as soon as we have we can't accept ourselves if we don't understand ourselves. I think that's what it comes down to, doesn't it? And the fact that you know that, and the people around you now know that, and you beautifully shared that with us as well, which is just wonderful that you can just completely just share your true self in that way. That helps you. That helps you move forward. That helps you develop. That helps you deal with that in the best possible way, which is with other people's support, right?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
That's
And
lovely.
also, you know, as you briefly touched on the culture at Marshall and Marshall Center is, you know, 100% of our management team are qualified as mental health first aiders.
Yeah.
We talk about mental health so openly. We talk about it as openly as we do physical health. So saying that you're having a bit of a down day or a bad day is the equivalent of saying I've got a headache. And just having that ability, it makes such a difference. There's no stigma attached at all.
You work across quite a broad range of industry, really, at Marshalls, and you've got quite a good visibility. And obviously, I know it's an ever-changing beast, is Marshalls. It has been for a very long time in that sense. A very innovative company to work for. Is that your department, or is that broader than that? In the sense that is that because just so happen to have Joe, you, Tim, etc. in a room, and that's your culture, or is that wider beyond Marshalls in other industries that you work within?
I think it's becoming more like that. I think certainly we're trying to lead the way by example, by saying, look, what we're doing. Yes, we can have these mental health discussions, but it's not going to end up with everyone crying in the corner. It's actually going to mean you can come in, you can have that discussion, and you can be more productive during your day because you're not worrying about those things. That makes a big difference. And I think we're trying to lead the way for other industries, definitely, to say, you know what, be open and honest, talk to people, because I think back in the day, it was very much, you know, you left your home life at home. If you're having financial difficulties, if your kids are not well, if, you know, there's a family issue, whatever, leave it at home. But for people, we can't do that.
No.
So rather bring it in and let's talk about it and then find a way to crack on.
I think that's wonderful that we live in an environment that we can do that.
Massively.
That's awesome.
I think had that been the case when I was a teacher, and had we had the facility to be able to be open and honest about how we were feeling, I never would have had a breakdown.
That's such a shame, isn't it? And in you know, what's most amazing career option, like I mentioned earlier, I've always dreamt of being a teacher. Something I wanted to be when I was younger. Maybe one day I'll do some, but that's such a shame. Like, that's such a fundamental part of our young people's needs, is to have inspiring teachers. And you are such a brilliant person to be around. I've been involved in workshops and stuff. We've collaborated on a few bits. I'm looking forward to collaborating with you more in the future as well. And we have so much fun. You know, you've got such a agile, innovative approach towards the way you think and do business. And I think that's what we need young people to have as inspiration. So hopefully some parents may show this video to their youngsters and show them what is possible by a human. So well done for everything you've done.
Absolutely. You know, had somebody sat me down when I was a kid and said, you know what, you've got this inner saboteur, but you know what everybody else does too? You're not alone. We all have the same thing. Everyone's got that little voice, that critical voice telling you you're not good enough. But actually, we all are kind of good enough. We're fine.
Absolutely. And you know what we say to Linda?
Fuck off. Fuck you, Linda. Thanks, Christine.
You got some love in here. Lynette, who was on earlier, I'm not sure if you caught her interview, but I'd have a look if you can.
Definitely.
She's taking the Linda on.
Have it.
Tracy, wow, Janine, very deep. I can relate in many ways. Just not found Linda yet. Well, you will.
You will.
You will find her. Luke, your honesty is inspiring. D douche, Mrs. D. Christine, there you go. Thank you for being honest. Linda doesn't stand a chance. Beautiful. Well, I thank you, Janine. I'm so excited for 2022, and I'm really excited to see Shifties and Marshalls, you know, come together and do some work together and make some impact together in a business community as well, because there's such synergy in the way that we operate and the way that we think that we can make a big impact. So I'm looking forward to that.
Definitely.
But for the moment, I've got two questions. One is, what color would you like the box to be turned to now?
Oh, what's it now?
It's green at the moment. I've got red, blues, pinks, yellow, orange. Like, take your pick.
Let's go yellow. It's nice and sunshiny.
Yellow.
Right.
Ah, yeah, I like that. I like that. Very nice.
Positive.
So let's turn the brightness up a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. And my second question is, what are you most excited for in 2022?
Oh gosh, there's so many things. I think Marshall's going to have a really big year in 2022, so watch the space. But also, as you said, just collaborating more with other businesses like Shifties and seeing what other impact we can have in the local community, because I think businesses need to really focus on their local community, not just on making money or taking over the world.
Absolutely. Love that. Love that. Well, thank you so much, Janine. Send my love to all the team.
Definitely. Thank you. And good luck for the rest of it.
Yeah, well, I'm there. I'm nearly there.
You are nearly there.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Janine. See you later.
Bye.
Fuck you, Linda. I love Janine. Awesome. Absolutely love that. Right. I am going to be back in 3 or 4 minutes with Tim Lovett. Now, Tim is a great guy. I've got to know him very well over the last couple of years since moving our offices into town. He's a great supporter of what we're doing. He's donated a lovely prize for today, and he's always first to get involved. But I think his story is really interesting and represents a common challenge, I think, for people just like Tim. So, yeah, Tim will be joining me in a moment. In 2022, I'm speaking up for mental fitness for business owners.
I'm speaking up for young people who need somewhere safe to stay in 2022.
Hey everybody, Barbara Fernandez here, and what I am speaking up for in 2022 is the benefits of comedy for mental health. Whee! Whether you do it as a comedian like myself, or whether you go to watch it and enjoy it, it really works, and it's cheaper than therapy. Bye!
In 2022, I'm speaking up for normalising conversations around mental health.
In 2022, I'll be speaking up for everyone that doesn't believe in themselves.
Morning, I'm speaking up for everybody that think that they are helpless.
In 2022, I'm going to speak up for resilience in business and for mental health.
I'm speaking up for people who are trying to find positivity through adversity.
My name's Lee Smith. In 2022, I'm speaking up for forgotten industries and how to maintain a positive mindset.
Hi, I'm speaking up for positivity and resilience and raising funds for our charity, CPSL Mind.
I'm speaking up for deeper connections.
In 2022, I stand for positive mental health and well-being and being a force for good in our local communities.
I'm speaking up for believing in yourself. You're incredible.
Hi everyone, it's Rachel Hales here from Get Synergised. I'm going to be speaking up at the Shifties Live-a-thon, and I can't wait. I'm going to be speaking up for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. Look forward to seeing you there.
Live-a-thon 2022, I'm speaking up for suicide awareness.
Hi, I'm Courtney, and I am speaking at the 2023 Live-a-thon with Alex, and in 2022 I'm standing up for disabled rights and the inclusion of disabled people.
I'm standing up for men's mental health.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I'm speaking up for those who want to keep trying.
I'm going to be talking about young people and their mental health and their mental fitness, and some of the ideas that I've got about how we as a community should get behind them, get involved, and help them to feel supported, connected, and inspired during these challenging times.
Hi, I'm Claire, or you may know me as Beth, and I am speaking up for mental health in our education system. Also for the wider support of the families affected.
Hi, my name is Janine Hornsby, and I am very proud to be a guest at the Shifties 24-hour Speak Up Live-a-thon, helping to raise £10,000 for CPSL Mind. I'll be talking to Alex about the big...
Okay. Now we've told Linda to fuck off. You missed out, sorry. Janine, who's just on, had she called her inner saboteur Linda.
Oh, right, okay.
So we gave Linda some abuse. Got rid of Linda. So, welcome back, everyone. I've got Tim Lovett with me today, and I just want to say thank you for all your support because, again, donated a gift to this campaign, supported Street Food Fest, supports anything that's going on basically locally. So massive supporter of local business. I really appreciate it, man. Especially when it's something for the community, you're like first on board, which is just wonderful.
We're local. We like to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for joining me today.
It's all right.
So I could go in many directions straight away, but I'm not going to go too deep to start with. Can we just get a bit of an introduction into your life as it is, in the sense of your route into business is interesting and it plays a part, I think, and how you found that transition, I think is also very useful.
It's going to be my therapy session, I think.
Yeah, sorry, man.
No, it's good.
It gets deep in here, you know.
You don't ever, you know, one of the things of being in business is you don't often, unless you program it, you don't stop.
No.
You know, as Ferris Bueller said, didn't he? And stop and look around once in a while. You can miss it. And you don't necessarily sit back and reflect. But no, so I got into, so we own a family estate agency on the Market Square, Love It Sales and Lettings, which has been in place under one name or another since the early 80s. Mum and Dad set it up. I chose not to go into that route when I was going through education. Studied urban regeneration, people and places and developing communities. Finished university in Sheffield and worked for a housing association and regeneration consultancy. Was working on some Olympic projects before the Olympic Games and throughout the Olympic Games, which was really, really exciting and fantastic. And then I can't remember how it really came about. I was chatting to my dad. I met my now wife and in London, and we was looking to settle down and move out of London. And you know, we got talking about would I still be interested in, or would you reconsider joining the family business again? Dad's retired, mum's retired. They're sort of running it from afar, but not really.
Yeah. Okay, is that such a thing?
Yeah. It keep tabs on it. But, you know, it's not on the shop floor, so to speak, and not growing it. Just kind of treading water. And for some reason, I thought actually, this could be a good opportunity to be able to. My contract was coming to an end where I was on the Olympic project, and I could have stayed at the housing association, but thought change of scenery and
the skills transition, I suppose, or not as well as you.
Not really. I
wished,
mean, going from what was essentially a Quango, government funded industry into going for estate agency. We're hated by everyone. It's all money, which it's not. But
no,
that's presumption. So that was quite a bit of a shift in mindset going from one industry to another. But it's all bricks and mortar. And I loved it immediately. I really, really enjoyed the notion of having a business that you can tweak, control, and adjust. I did a couple of years. Yeah, I had a couple of years, obviously, learning the business and learning the industry, and still a hell of a long way to go, I'm sure. But just being able to bring in new ideas and see with property at the moment in estate agency and real estate, we're quite a bit behind a lot of other industries with regards to technology, but we're catching up and. It's really exciting.
That's intriguing.
I think. So I joined in 2015, and so I've been there 7 years now.
Yeah.
And these last 6 or 7 years have been where property technology has really come on. So it's been really interesting to join at the same time as seeing that. So and try and introduce some of that.
So what you're saying is you are the bringer of technology to estate agency. Is that what you're saying?
No, probably the bringer of technology to our estate agency. But,
That's interesting though. It's an industry that's ripe for disruption.
Definitely.
And if you're coming in with a new, you got that new gen mindset, and you're like, well, let's have some fun with it. I think one thing, you say about urban regeneration. You talk about urban regeneration. I'm a massive advocate for community-driven projects, and I think we need to see. I think we're actually better in this area than we give ourselves credit for, and that's usually driven by businesses. That does transfer. I think that does transfer. I mean, your family's had a history of doing a lot of stuff for the community.
Yes, I mean, and that's I didn't really touch on that. So that was one of the parts of what I wanted to do when I decided to join the family business. Was I was working on funded community projects previously. It's like, actually, why don't we try to do something in our community, because we always used to. Mum and Dad were always historically they'd be involved in The river. I don't know if anybody remembers the Riverside Challenge. Where Dad was in Rotary, 41 Cloud Brown Table. He built the play park. Actually, not as it is now. The previous generation reiteration of the play park.
Much better back then.
It's much.
Yeah, I loved that thing.
But yeah, they used to do support loads of community projects, and the business community was really tight as well in the 80s and 90s, and business was done in the pub on a Friday night.
Absolutely.
And we've lost a little bit of that, so I'm glad Shifties has sort of helped to bring that back in St Neots anyway.
We're working on it. So there's a lot of red tape around here,
There is. And the other thing, I was used to working in I was working in Hackney, Tower Hamlets, Newham. You just had money thrown at you because it's one of the most deprived areas of the country.
They're
so
driving it.
You want to run this project? Sure, here's some money. Here's some money. It's not. I imagine it's not quite so easy in St Neots. There's still pots of funding, but it's not as readily as available.
No, and then when there is, it's tick boxes and a pain in the arse to deal with. That's the issue. I always say with that sort of thing, from my experience so far, move out of the way, just give us the money, give us permission, and you're welcome to take all the credit if you want. I'd be blunt about it because I think it's important that there's a lot that can change around here. I had earlier this morning we had KD from Romsey Mill and Mike Farrington from Concrete Roads, and then Danielle Bridge was on. We were talking about Paynes Mill. Paynes Mill here, just at the back, obviously, it's... I had friends when I was younger who were in there. And now, my understanding is, it's actually not very well staffed. There's a lot that can be done. That's right there. That's right on my doorstep. I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot. I don't know. You're not hearing about this in the press.
No, that's true.
Speak Up's not in the press.
No.
Black Cat Hood. Big shout out, Black Cat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Cams and 105. But we're not in the traditional press.
No, that's true.
I haven't seen it much posts from the council about this, and I'm getting a bit annoyed about it because there are things I don't care about this, but when there are things happening in our community that we can actually do. You saw that I was on the phone to you about the John Lewis thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is ridiculous. Why don't we could just deal with this immediately? And it's and again, it's slow. It's trying to.
That's the thing, unfortunately, with
anything.
Local authority, there's
it's always a problem
and hurdles and what have you. But
anyways,
but you're right about the just give us the money and let us get on with it. My first job out of university was I got a job as a graduate on this for this regeneration consultancy in London, and they said, right, here's the job, here's the contract, brilliant. I said, oh, fantastic. I moved to London, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, we've got your first contract. You're going to be working on your first job. We're going to be working on a contract just outside London. Oh, okay, cool. Where is it? It's in Luton. Not quite just outside London. Is it? You're going to be on the Marsh Farm estate. I was like, oh, right. Is that famous for the riots? Yeah. Like, yeah, that's the one. Oh, okay. And I was there for 5 months.
Wow.
And that was New Deal for Communities project program, 10 million over 10 years, 50 million over 10 years, loads of money put into it, but it was all controlled by Luton Borough Council. And you had so many brilliant things going on at community level. We had this big hub space in an old industrial unit, loads of community projects, people wanting to work together, but they're just held up constantly by the Borough Council.
It's so frustrating, man.
The whole idea of New Deal for Community was it was community led, but
it's not, and it's a big problem. It's a big problem, and I think, it'd be interesting to see how that transition. And I thank you because I do think, if we're going to get there, I don't doubt it. You'll be front in line centre with us to try and make those changes because it's so important that we do. It's fundamental. Sorry, couldn't help myself. We end up in a tangent. It was, but it's important. It's a shared passion, but I think there is a tie. What I was getting at is there is a tie-in because that experience in Luton, is great experience to bring that into the community here, and that's clearly a passion because you continue to do so.
I have to remember I've got an estate agency to run as well as
and I think that's that's what I really want to talk to you about today, and that's why I asked you to come on. Is you've been through a lot, like you've had a lot of change over the last couple of years. It's been you probably knowing someone, because I bought a business. The first business I inherited from my grandma, as you know, the ironing shop. And I bought a couple of businesses in my time, and it's usually 2 or 3 years before you actually like, okay, yeah, I know what I'm doing now. Or I feel there's the culture's, you know, reshaped how you want it to. There's a lot of work to be done, and then you get in your flow, and then obviously coronavirus comes. So you know you've had a bit of a weird journey. So what, from your personal point of view, with your mental health at the center of that point of view, how has that transition been? You know, how have you dealt with it? As honest as you can be.
I think probably the first few years, fine, all right, not too bad. I think the last couple of years, I've definitely found it harder. I mean, coronavirus obviously has brought its own problems, but alongside, you know, for me on my personal journey, we've grown a family as well during that same period. We had our firstborn Leo in 2016, so I was a year into the business then. And we've just had our third.
Yeah, of course. Congratulations, man. So, yeah, that was September, was it?
Yeah, August the 30th. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, so now a family of 5, whereas it was just me and my wife when I joined the family business, is now a family of 5. And it brings its own challenges. 3 kids under the age of 5, as well as trying to develop a business that, you know, estate agencies, peaks and troughs. It's really hard to know. You don't have a crystal ball. You don't know what's coming. We don't know what's coming this year. We can talk about it and say we predict it's going to do this, that, and the other. But you don't expect a pandemic to come in. No. And for us, it's ours is a very much a face-to-face business, and it's all about communication. And I think we got off quite lightly during the pandemic at the beginning, 2020, you know, March, April, May. We had to work behind closed doors. We had to work from home. But the government were quite quick to reopen the housing market.
Of course.
It affects so many other things. So from the beginning of June, we were able to work in skeleton shifts as long as we weren't all sort of mingling within the office behind closed doors. But those few months where we were all working from home, it started off and it was fine. It was great. I was like, oh, this is great. We've got a big WhatsApp group. We've got 12 staff, 13 staff. And we're all communicating all the time and just, you know, if so-and-so rings, that and the other, right, I've got an appointment here, viewing here, blah, blah, blah. And it's fine, a bit of banter as well. But then towards the end of it, it started to fall apart.
Really?
Yeah, it's just people getting frustrated and, you know.
People going quiet as well, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, can't really go into specifics on people, but it's hard to keep tabs and you have trust in everyone. But you know, you have certain people who go very quiet on the WhatsApp and you're like, oh, all right. And then, you know, or perhaps then not respond to emails very quickly. You think, actually, they've kind of gone quiet for the last week or two now and check in with them, but they don't really answer calls and don't have to, you know. But actually, I'm very busy. I'm getting on with it. Okay, fine. I know that we definitely had some issues in the office with our team in terms of being able to deal with the situation. And
that's honest to you, man.
Yeah, and it's hard. And for me, I think this last year has been really difficult, just because dealing with the onset of another child,
another human,
as well as they're trying to keep saying and trying to grow the business more.
Yeah,
and, it has been difficult.
So I mean, you know, this work-life balance term comes into play. It's come up a few times. I haven't attacked it yet. I don't believe in it.
Right.
For business owners.
What, that there isn't a balance?
Well, I don't. I think work-life balance. So this is my point of view. I'm not going to hide from it. For business owners, I just don't think it's achievable. I don't think it's even healthy to think it is. For me, work-life balance is a friend of mine I described earlier who is, you know, he works in PR and communications for a big growing company that he'll definitely have some form of shares in as well. And he's working 4 days a week on a 5-day-a-week salary, chooses what he does with his time. That's work-life. That for me sounds like work-life balance. That is 99 times out of 100. And you tell me from your own experiences if you think I'm right, wrong, or somewhere in between. Not achievable for many business owners.
Because if you're a business owner, you want to grow the business, you also need to deal with any shitstorms that come up.
Yeah, which you don't have control on.
Yeah, you try to predict what's going to come, and all of
Which
that.
you don't have control on.
So you can't sit still. You can't rest on your laurels and have that balance. No, it's rather than work-life balance. It's a juggling, trying to juggle everything in spin plates, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can blend it. I think, you know, I do believe you can blend it. I do think that, you know, if you treat you heard from Jamie, who was on just before, you know, you can have a family feel to an office and make it a place that feels like life as much as anything else.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it's damaging for business owners. I think you should, for staff, I think it's different. But thank you very much. But I don't know. I think blend is a better word. I think blend is a better word, because let's get the blend right for your circumstance. My blend now is very different to 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I was chasing.
Yeah.
I was chasing. You know, I was building, I was hustling, I was growing. You know, we'd literally grown 100x in terms of our revenue. We were blowing up. Like, I was on hunt mode. Like, we were employing every week. It was mental. Now I'm like, no, chill vibes, because I did that. So that's cool, because I can go all in, and now my focus is, okay, now I need to focus more on the well-being of myself, for my relationship with Christine, to make sure that we focus on ourselves and the development of our people, so they can go off and do the things that we wanted to do. We had to lead the charge to start with. There's no way we're going to get work-life balance during that process.
No, you're right. And we've been very, my wife and I have been very conscious of these last 5 years, the children raising, or having the children and getting them.
That dynamic
started. We've just, we've got to the point where it's like, wow, we've literally not given ourselves any time over the last 5 years. You tried to give everything to your kids, or you're not left with it, and your business, and you're not left with anything any other time. And it's like, right now, we know we're not going to have any more kids. We've got our family of 5. Very happy with that. Let's invest in ourselves now.
Nice,
so that's what we're.
That's nice.
That's what we've pledged to do.
That's a conversation. Yeah. But that's great, right? That's a conversation.
That's something I'm not very good at. My wife's very good at it. I'm not really good at talking openly about that kind of stuff.
Oh, really?
I'll talk, but
it's not you.
Surface level. Surface level, and it's actually, you need to dig a bit deeper. So
needs to put a mic in front of his mouth, basically.
Not put a coffee in front of it.
No, it's open, man. I really appreciate you sharing that.
So, but my advice would be just talk to people, talk to friends, professional advice.
Yeah.
I'd advocate counselling, definitely.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful.
It gets a bad rep, but not a bad rep. Sorry.
It's just it's culture, man. It's just traditional culture.
Get to the US, it's no thing.
No, exactly.
It's weird if you haven't got a therapist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've already got the other way around.
It's personal development, isn't it? You don't have to talk to them about problems. It might just be, all right, I want to improve this. I want to do that. I want to do this.
That came up a lot today.
Has it? Yeah.
We had PT in at 6 this morning, and we were talking about that. And we had a coach in, Sarah Anthony, who's a leadership coach. I think she's probably on the stream. I think they enable us. They teach us things, and they're facilitators for us to learn about ourselves.
Yeah.
I think that's, if you use a PT analogy, I'm useless in the gym. Honestly, I'm so bad.
Yeah.
I go to the gym and I don't know what I'm doing. I look at everything. I'm like, I don't know what that is. I've been in there loads of times, but I need a PT.
Around a lot.
Yeah, I don't really do anything. I'll talk to people and stuff. I'll have a chat and whatever. But when I've got PT with me, I'm focused.
Yeah.
I think the coaching is coming into the UK market. Obviously, it's very accepted in Dubai, very accepted in US. I've been watching that market for a while.
Yeah.
UK is coming along. I think it's interesting to see this new wave of business owners coming through, taking on the family businesses that are coming in, and they're I mean, I don't know if you heard any of Janine's conversation before you were on. Phenomenal, the Marshall Centre over at Cambridge.
Cambridge, yeah.
So, and they were talking about the way that they deal with mental health and well-being in their office is just very forward thinking. I would classify. I've been over there a lot. I would classify them at 2-3 years ahead of most industries in the way that they treat their staff, and their productivity, their innovation, their growth. Everything is driven off the back of I look after my people, and that's the fundamental of everything we do. And I think it's good. It's a good thing. It's going to be a weird transition for some people, but that is the way of the world. That's the way it's got to be.
In our industry as well, where it's a bit more of a traditional sort of industry. But I go to a bi-monthly meetup with a group called Inspire, and it's down in London. It's other estate agency owners across the country, and we're in a group of 6, but we've become a really close group, and we sit and talk and share ideas, what have you. And I was meeting with them last month, and there's a guy that has an agency down in Crawley, similar age to me, similar kind of setup, and he said during the pandemic I brought in a hotline, a phone line for my staff for mental health, mental health issues or anything that they want to talk about they don't feel comfortable talking to him about. I think he's got 12 staff as well, and I get a report each month from calls made. It's completely anonymous, doesn't say who's
but
made
just
the
say
calls
volume.
And he said, and I thought it might be one. He said, I knew one person who was struggling. I thought she might use it. And he said it was over 60% of his staff.
Wow.
And I couldn't. In real terms,
but that's
7 or 8 staff. But he couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Well, I said it earlier. I said it earlier. Jamie was on earlier. We've had, and we're open about it. You know, we had one member of staff going to complete mental health crisis. We've had 2 people proactively outreach and say, I'm not okay. Yeah. This is good.
It's good that
it's a good start.
Came out and
actually, you know, it's environments that enable, it's leaders like that want to enable people to do that, because that starts a conversation about performance. It's not all about reactive. It might be that might be that might get them started. But as you know, when you develop yourself and what you put in your brain and what you tell yourself every single day, if we all start enabling that conversation rather than making it a stigma.
It's so easy for you to not sit and take stock and realise the journey you've been on and where you've got to, and actually the place you're in at the moment. And it might be that you are really struggling, but you don't necessarily see it because
because life's crazy.
Because life's crazy because you've got there over such a long, slow period and slow time. But so there's something I'd like to do more is definitely try to give a bit more to our staff in terms of anonymous help if they need it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you haven't already, mental health first aid training, one of the best investments we have ever made as an organisation.
Do you deliver that yourself?
Danny B. Danielle Bridge from ABC Life Support. Yeah. One of the best investments. Like, get ready for the day after for tears and laughter to appear.
Really?
I will go as far to say that anyone who's watching this who's had mental health first aid training or been involved in or witnessed the change, the best way I could describe it is that. Really? Get ready for the culture to change when you allow and enable people to have the conversation like that. A beautiful thing, man. Really beautiful thing. Wow. Yeah, amazing. But yeah, anyways, look, Tim, absolutely loved having you on. Yeah, sorry, Mal, giving you. We've gone into this. I've seen some comments on here.
Is that D as in Mrs. D?
Mrs. D, work-life blends. Yes, never thought of it that way. Yes, we do. I do believe work-life balance. Yep. I think it sails a lot of HR systems. Just saying. Well, look, Blue Monday. Why are we here? Yeah, we're challenging Blue Monday. Why are we here? Everyone sees the adverts. Turn the TV on right now. Guarantee you see an advert for a holiday.
There's a lot of. There is no balance. I agree. Yeah.
I mean, business owners, I'd hope this would be the general belief. This is nice. So Sarah Anstey, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Love that. Surprise coming for you. She's a coach. Love it.
I'm going to get a load of phone calls, aren't I?
It's Jackie. Beautiful. Well, look,
Jackie, good to see you, Jackie.
So I've got 2 questions.
Yep.
One is, what colour do you want me to change that to?
Oh, what's the choice? Let's go with teal.
Teal?
Yeah. My son has one with this dinosaurs, but it's got the same control.
Oh,
It's his favourite
wicked.
colour. Always goes with the team.
Well, I must say, big shout out to Andy
cool,
Bloom.
yeah.
So Andy Bloom, who's co-owner of Elsie Mays, he's got a CNC machine. He's got a little side hustle.
that?
Does this? Yeah,
Really?
yeah, sick in it.
That's awesome.
My second question to you is: what are you most excited for in 2022?
Oh, that's good. I thought you were going to ask me what's the property market going to do.
No, I'm not going to ask you
No
that.
idea. What am I most excited for? I think probably what I said, like myself and my wife investing in ourselves and, and seeing where we are in 12 months' time. Because, you when you have kids, you tend to abandon yourself for a little while.
Well, you as a father to father, you make the ultimate sacrifice and the right one. But
you only have so much time, and you can't give it all to yourself, can you?
Absolutely not. No, well played,
That's
man.
probably what. Yeah. Ask me in 12 months' time. We'll probably be in the same place, but a bit more sleep, hopefully.
Well, I appreciate your support, man.
Thank you.
Top man. Lovely.
Are we doing?
Oh, I'm definitely handshakes. I've been handshakes for a while. Right. I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes' time. And we are now 1 hour away from the last stream. So we're going to switch streams at 4 o'clock because Facebook doesn't let us stream for any more than 8 hours. And we'll be at 16 hours at that point. So yeah, please do continue to like, comment, share, donate. Phenomenal prizes, including prizes from the likes of Tim and his company donating to the cause. Over 70 prizes donated by local businesses. And all you've got to do is donate a $5 and you could be in with a chance of winning spa trips, a Bohemia voucher. Was it £75?
£75.
£75? That's a lot of cocktails.
It's difficult to know. When you're in a business, we'll give away something to do with our business. We can't really give away houses. So.
Well, you could try.
Well, we
I
could
don't know. Maybe next year, man. But yeah, look, hook us up. Get this out there. Much appreciated.
I do have one other thing to mention, but it is also a sponsorship thing.
Yeah, go do your thing.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go on.
I don't want people to donate towards us instead of you guys. But my staff are doing a sponsored parachute jump.
Oh, nice.
Just before Easter to raise money for leukemia research and brain tumor research. My fellow director Graham was diagnosed with CML type of leukemia last March, in the middle of the pandemic. He's only 51. It's something that can be managed with tablets, and it's a very common cause of cancer. But he has decided he wants to jump out of a plane to raise some money for the research for leukemia because of all the sort of help that he's had over.
Oh, well done, man.
You can find out more. Just drop me a line if you want to find out more. But we've got to just give
put a comment, man. Caring and sharing, man.
Okay.
Put when you get back to the office, put a comment on the Facebook page with the
just giving page. But yeah,
legends. No, very nice too. Awesome. Right,
I'm not jumping out of the plane.
Well, in which case, don't bother. No, that's great. All right. I'll see you guys in 5.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Live-a-thon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Live-a-thon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Live-a-thon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. We had a couple of surprise visitors in between as well. Big shout out to Gary Lee and Mark Hansad. So Mark Hansad, actually, we were just talking about it. I posted about it briefly a few days ago. So I've been smoking for 20 years, since I was 13 years old. Wow. So I'm 33 now. And on Friday, I've had it booked in for ages. It just happened to fall on this week where everything was changing. And I got hypnotized. So I went through the process of being hypnotized and it was phenomenal. And so now I don't smoke.
Oh, good for you.
Which is great, isn't it? I mean, I know it's only Monday, so I maybe shouldn't celebrate too fast, but genuinely, you know, if ever I was going to smoke, it was going to be at a party, which was Saturday night, which was Christine's 30th party, and I didn't smoke.
Good.
And today, I probably would have smoked a lot last year. So I don't know, done all right.
Doing well.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all going on, isn't it? Right, I have, if you hadn't noticed, I've got someone with me. This is Naomi, and she owns Elsie Mays. So for those who don't know who you are, beyond the fact that they now know you own Elsie Mays,
yeah.
And I've already plugged Andy, by the way, for this a moment ago, because we keep changing it every guest. Could you introduce yourself? I know from the last couple of years the impact that this whole time has had on you and how you've managed to deal with that in such an amazing, positive, forward-thinking way. Would you be so kind to share some of that journey over the last couple of years as well?
Absolutely. So I own Elsie Mays Electric Lounge, which is just off the Market Square in St Neots. So I opened it just over 3 years ago now. So it's a cafe and bar. I'd actually just quit my job. I worked in the charity sector, doing marketing, brand, digital, that kind of thing. And I just wanted to work for myself. And that was the end of sort of my
no
career.
negotiation. That's happening.
No, well, exactly. And actually it was when I'd quit my job, I didn't really know what I was going to do. I'd actually quit it the year before I actually left. Yeah. And then we found the building that we're in now, and it was just amazing. And it felt like it needed another purpose in life, because it was formerly a nightclub and just awful. So
it was it was a nightclub. It didn't last long.
No, it didn't. So anyway, we wanted to bring that back to life, and that's where the idea for Elsie Mays came from.
You certainly did. And there's a great picture on, if you head to the Shifties blogs, there's a great blog you put on there, and you put the picture of you. I still remember it, you with the dog.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stood in this space looking around, and then you, Andy, and your father, I think.
Yes,
at the front.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a really, really well written piece.
Yeah. So yes.
Not like you worked in marketing or anything.
No, not at all. So went on to open that, and it was mostly my love of baking, which I got from Elsie May, my grandmother.
Yeah.
that kind of inspired it. And here we are still standing today. And actually what's really exciting is this is a bit of a preview, but we're officially opening the bakery this Friday.
Yes.
So we've grown the business to have the bakery
Amazing.
as well. So we've been practicing. And when
I've been following, you've been literally like all sorts.
There are not many hours where we sleep at the minute because it's obviously bakeries work at night. We have the bar that works in the evening, so there's lots going on. So it's been a massive learning curve. I mean, it's been incredible. We've learned so much. It's all new equipment. I'd never seen some of this equipment in the flesh before.
Yeah.
I got it in the bakery, so we just kind of have to go for it, give it a go, and see how it goes. So
it's amazing.
Yeah, and it's
and that was off the back of a crowdfunding campaign.
Yeah, phenomenal crowdfunding campaign by the local community, which I'm forever grateful for.
Well, we're all grateful for it now because we get to eat gourmet fresh bread.
Yeah, so it's we're baking every day, trying different things, developing our recipes, which undoubtedly we'll carry on doing every single day that we have it open. But it's exciting and scary, all in equal measures.
I've got so much time for you and Andy. Your energy towards what you're doing, just life generally. I mean, you picked such a hard time. It's such a difficult time to start a business in that industry. Obviously, you didn't really have enough time to even get your feet under before you. So I just had Tim on. Obviously, Tim was 2015, so he had a bit of time, and it was in the right industry when it comes to house sales have gone through the roof. But if you look at when you got in, you barely had got started, and it was like coronavirus, bang, have some of that. And it's like, oh my God, it was just.
Yeah, it's certainly been a test of having to be adaptable at any given moment. And obviously with the hospitality industry, the rules and restrictions changed so regularly that we had to learn to be fleet of foot. And my team were brilliant because literally next announcement came in, we would digest everything, work out, get the meter ruler out again, try and measure the distances, putting new policies in place and make sure we understood it the best as we could because it wasn't always clear. And then, partly where the bakery came from, it was always sort of in the back of my mind to do this, but I'm not a baker professionally. It's not where my skills were.
No.
And I thought, well, actually, this is an opportunity for us to do this now because it's something that will really help our business. It's part of the community. It's something that's missing from the community.
Yeah, absolutely.
And actually, the pandemic showed how much people like to support their local business, be able to go get those fresh produce that had been baked that day.
Yeah, it's great. And I'm dribbling. Honestly.
So it was sort of, in some ways it was very challenging, but in other ways it was very positive.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So yeah, it was good.
No, it's cool, and you've got. I know you've got so many different. Are we out of focus, Christine? She snuck in, ruined it for her. So yeah, I think it's cool. I think I like the vision around wanting to help others bake as well. So it's obviously been. Obviously today is very much focused around mental health, mental fitness.
Yeah.
It's clearly quite a therapeutic thing for you. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, I've been known to, in my past when I've worked in corporate, and I used to work in social media. So some days, I'd have to do social media all day, responding to people and on, we'd get stuff trending and that kind of thing. In between, the chaos of trying to respond and keep up with everything, I'd just start baking in between, responding to everything. Even though there's more messages per minute coming in than I have to type. I need to just calm. I need to do baking, and it's very therapeutic. And sometimes it is frustrating because certainly with stuff like sourdough, it's 30 to 48 hours in the process from starting to finishing a loaf.
It's crazy.
So you think you put all of that work in and then it goes wrong at the last minute. It's very frustrating.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. My attention span is awful when it comes to that sort of thing. I just wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, we've had, I suppose, in some ways, you had to rethink how you look at it because every time you do it, you learn something different. You understand when it goes wrong, what that feels like and what might be wrong in the process that you can then do to change it, adjust, and then you have to then do it again.
Yeah, of course.
So, kind of practicing stuff over and over again is, in some ways, it's quite therapeutic.
Oh, no, don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Mindful in some.
I'm looking forward to the lessons. I must admit, because you are going to do some of that.
We are once the bakery is fully up and running, probably springtime.
Nice.
The bakery school will actually be taking place in the bakery itself.
That's
so
amazing.
You'll be able to learn where it all happens for us.
That's awesome.
Well.
Isn't it? And you don't get that anywhere.
No,
not in like towns like this. You don't seem to see that anywhere.
No,
I think it'll make a massive. I think it will make a massive difference.
I think it will. We're really looking forward to actually the baking school part. That is a bit that I'm particularly excited about, and we get to be creative every day. We get to do new things and try different stuff. It's the joy of having your own business. We're it's up to us what we do and how we. Obviously, it depends on what the customers want as well.
Well, of course, but sometimes.
Sometimes, but equally, we can try new things.
Yeah, but you're there to inspire them, aren't you? And that's the thing. And I see that on your Instagram all the time. There's always some fresh, random thing that will seemingly random to me, because you know what I'm like with food. But I'm like, okay, that looks really cool. What was it? There was like a chocolatey bread loaf.
Yes.
What's it?
It's called babka. So it's like an Eastern European.
Yeah, look.
bread. Often it gets platted and then served as a loaf. But Dan, who's my head baker, he did them into bun, and they just came out beautifully.
Oh,
but just
looks glorious.
They were. It's like, don't eat them all before you give them away.
No, that's cool. So is that the vision then? Obviously you've got a baking school coming up.
Yeah.
You've got subscription services.
Yes.
And box subscriptions.
Yeah, we're hoping to kind of go into the online sales sort of thing. That will certainly come into probably Q2, Q3 this year. A lot of it is dependent on working out the storage or the packaging and everything.
Yes.
We're not exactly a big space, so it's a lot of logistics. But we'll also hopefully have online baking school as well, so we'll be able to do stuff online. And
that's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. So there'll be lots of opportunities to learn and get involved and try and sort of share what we know as we've learned it, because we are learning. We learn every day.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it? I think the best teachers are learners.
Absolutely.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
If you stop learning, then what good are you to anyone else? Quite frankly.
Exactly.
That's interesting. So I'm just interested to understand how you've managed those stresses. I've been trying to get out of my guest today something that people that are watching this back can take from themselves, in the sense of, maybe a lot of people are considering, actually, you know what, I'd love to run a bakery. I'd love to run my own bar. I'd love to, because you've done them all. You're done and doing them all. You're a wonderful cafe in the daytime. At nighttime, you turn into a cocktail bar. You've got the bakery going on. You've got the online stuff coming soon. Honestly, mentally, how has that been in terms of a challenge to you? Was it what you expected? And if so, what was that? And if not, what was that?
I suppose, yes. I mean, undoubtedly, running a business like this, it's full on 24/7. It doesn't really stop. There isn't, I think last year I had 10 days off in total, maybe, give or take. I think I had 2 weekends away, and that was it. But I mean, when I say days off, I don't mean I have weekends, because I don't. I work.
No, exactly. Well, of course, yeah. So every weekend
you give up an awful lot, and obviously, that is a big consideration for running any business, and certainly in the hospitality industry, because even when the doors are shut, the operation doesn't stop. It's always still going.
There's deliveries, there's just the staff issues, there's recruitment. Yeah,
absolutely. So it's always a challenge. I mean, the last 3 years, if I'd have predicted what was going to happen, it was certainly never going to be where we are now. What it's probably taught us is how to be adaptable and fleet of foot and keep on moving, because the pandemic has been challenging, but equally business is always going to be challenging.
Yeah.
And in some ways, it's probably helped us think a bit more agilely and to actually kind of go, well, maybe that's not working. We have to change. But it's pushed us to our limits in terms of the mental side and actually keeping yourself sane. It just, with a business like this, it doesn't stop. There is no let up. You know,
No.
if some days I'm having conversations at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm still working at 11 o'clock at night. So
Wow.
they're very long days with many hours and it's physical work because you're baking and stuff. So, you know, my average sort of walking day is about 22,000 steps on that's quite a quiet day for me.
Yeah, right.
It's a lot of sort of moving around. But
You've got to have, met your father, I've met obviously Andy,
Yeah.
and you've got wonderful staff. Like,
amazing.
you've got really good people. Like, how important is the relationship you have with your staff and the people around you when it comes to your own mental health and managing that? Because nothing wrong with challenge, right? You like the challenge. You everything about you says you've always loved the challenge.
Yeah.
But I don't see you as someone that would ever want to partake on something alone.
No, I mean, people around me have been phenomenal, really. I mean, I've had to sacrifice an awful lot of family time and things like that to run this business. You know, I don't see my family anywhere near as much as I would like to. I've got, you know, or be able to give them quality time in a way. But I can't. My team are just incredible. You know, they've been there for me when I've been at my lowest, and they're there to help me make it my highest.
They're lovely people. They really are.
They're just incredibly dedicated, and I'm very fortunate to have the people that I have around me, really, to be able to do what I can do.
Well, you've attracted it.
Yeah.
And, you know, in the culture that you've created, and you know, you being yourself, you've attracted nice people.
Yeah, we're lucky. And nice thing about our, you know, we have a bit of a laugh and a joke as well. And you know, some days you do get tested, and you know, when you've got 20 odd orders kind of staring at you on the board and a queue of people at the till, you know, it's very easy to get flustered. But they're just brilliant and just keeping calm and working their way through it. And
well, they crack on, don't they? They don't mind
they
that.
really
and
do.
They've just got lovely. They say they understand people, and they care about their customers, which is lovely.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So we had earlier on, I don't know if you caught it. There's a lady on here, Sarah Lovett Edis, and she runs the Shush Experience.
Oh yes,
the Tick Box.
Yeah.
And I came out for afternoon tea one day in Elsie Mays with Christine, and I was surprised to see madness of like cabaret going on in there. And it was fantastic. It was absolutely amazing. Is that I've been reading. Obviously, I do a lot of research into the high street and retail and that sort of thing, and I'm very excited about the future around experiences.
Yeah.
Is that something that we'll see more of, do you think,
I hope
moving
so.
forward?
Yeah, I mean, live music is actually my background because my first profession is I'm a cellist. So I've been doing music since I can remember, and I've played instruments all my life. So I still play in orchestras now. So when I'm not at Elsie Mace, I'm actually performing. So I keep myself out of trouble quite a lot of the time. But live music was always a part of what I wanted to do with Elsie Mays. It was part of what my grandmother loved. She was very much a supporter of music. So obviously the last few months COVID is just
basically it doesn't exist.
Yeah. So we're hopefully the events will be coming back and thick and fast, and definitely want to be able, when we're in a kind of safer place to do
It was
so.
mad. It was brilliant. It was funny because Andy came up on the Friday, I think. It was like, yeah, so don't be alarmed if the fire alarm goes off for the weekend. I was like, what do you want about, dude? It's like, yeah, there's some fire. Okay.
Yeah, it was just an average day at our place.
Yeah,
really.
it sounds about right, doesn't it? No, it's wonderful. Just quickly before kind of wrap up, we had this really interesting conversation this morning with KD from Romsey Mill.
Yeah.
And Danny, we were talking about relationship with music.
Yeah.
And young people, music being an outlet, but also we were talking about it being an inlet in the sense that it's a way in to young people in terms of through a conversation.
Absolutely.
Orchestra says to me lots of people.
It does.
And where there's lots of people, there's community, and when there's community, there's change. Have you experienced what has that experience been like for you coming into an orchestra, but also seeing the change in young people getting involved in that sort of activity?
I mean, my life I've been playing with groups. You know, I've been playing with groups, small groups, big groups, all sorts. So, you know, since I think I started playing like most children, when they want to get into music, start with the recorder. But I actually was a flautist. That was my first.
What's that?
Flute player.
Oh, okay.
So I played the flute. And I got, I took it further on. I actually started the cello because my flute teacher at the time told me I had sticky out teeth. So my teeth stuck out.
Right.
And she told me I would never be a professional player because my teeth stuck out.
Wow.
I was about 8.
Oh, what a thing to say to an 8-year-old. Wow, brilliant.
Me and my family in our practical way went, all right, well, just play the cello then. It's a string instrument. That'd be fine.
Wow.
But the nice thing about playing in music is a way of communicating in non-verbal ways. And you have to learn so many skills as a musician from playing, you work as a team, you work as a section. So in one of my orchestras, my cello section is about 10 players. So, you'll have to make sure you're playing together, playing consistently. But if you don't all play together, then you're all playing slightly differently. So that doesn't work. So you work as a team to then listen to the rest of the orchestra. So it works on your listening skills. You have to watch what's going on, but not just the man waving the stick in front of you, but what else is going on around you. So you learn so much from playing together, and then you build that sort of team culture.
Yeah.
So, most of the musicians I play with now, I've been playing with for 20 plus years.
Wow.
So, it's a really lovely
those
vibe.
relationships.
Absolutely. And there's something about playing music to a live audience that you just can't get anywhere else.
Yeah, I bet.
There's those moments, and one of my favorite part of a concert is when you play, there's like with the orchestral works, sometimes they go on for an hour, they're mostly somewhere between 40 minutes or so. And the audience, in the traditional sense of how audiences should behave, don't clap in between any of the movements. So it can be quite pretentious in some places, but actually that's not how it really should be. But once you've got to the end of playing a massive work with 100 players playing, all the sound of the orchestra,
all coming together at one moment,
and then the conductor and the orchestra play their last note, there's this kind of moment of silence, and it's just incredible, that feeling of what you've just done, and the audience are sort of taking in what's just happened. You can't beat that feeling. It's absolutely incredible.
It's like a exact moment crossover of optimism and anticipation in one hit.
Absolutely. And
how
also
cool
the emotion of what you've just been through in this kind of, I hate to use the word journey, but my one of my conductors always says, you come to rehearsals on Tuesday nights and you play it. When you play it in the concert, it's different. And I'll never get a concert day on a rehearsal day. No. There's something about a concert that just brings the orchestra together. It's incredible. And of course, that makes you stronger as a group of people when you play together.
Nice. So, an advocate for humans getting together and doing cool things.
Absolutely.
In every sense. Baking, drinking, playing instruments.
Yeah,
get involved.
Do anything.
Amazing. That's amazing. So I've been asking 2 questions of everyone. First, what color would you like this changed to?
I'm going to go with orange.
Orange?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice, isn't it, actually? Oh, like that.
Yeah.
How do I turn that up a bit deeper? There we go. Beautiful. And the second question I have is, what are you most excited for in 2022? And that could be for you, that could be for business, that could be for something completely external.
Well, for me, selfishly, I'm just looking forward to bread. The fact that,
me too.
But yes, I think for me, it's just about sharing. I mean, sharing what we know, sharing what we do, and learning from others, because we don't know everything, and just being able to collaborate and bring our knowledge together with other people would be just amazing. So that's what I'm hoping that this year will be about.
Beautiful. That's wonderful. And I thank you for all your support.
Oh, well, thank you for your support as well, because, the Shifties and the community and yourself and Christine have been amazing.
Oh, well, it's the whole idea. That's what we do. We help each other out. That's the whole premise for the attitude towards business. Well, it's much appreciated. And I appreciate the gift as well for the raffle.
Yeah.
So if you donate, you can also win a prize from Elsie Mays. You can win a voucher for their beautiful bakery, or cocktails, or food, or just go there for lunch. Like, they're pretty adaptable, to what you want.
Dog.
Yeah, bring your dog as well. Yeah, lots of dogs in there. Well, thank you so much.
No worries.
Okay, and we're going to be back in 5 minutes. I'm really excited for this. I've got Courtney here. It's a conversation that I know she was nervous about coming here for, and I know it's her first time on camera. So I really want everyone to bear that in mind, and give her a lot of support for her coming on. So really appreciate all the support so far. And as Christine says, please keep donating. We will be switching to a new stream at 4 o'clock. And off the back of that stream, I want everyone on there. That's the last run, last 8 hours. 8 hours. Last 8 hours. That one, I want that shared absolutely everywhere. Let's go on this. Let's finish this on a big bang. Cool. Right. We'll be back in a few minutes. 2022, I'm speaking up for mental fitness for business owners.
I'm speaking up for young people who need somewhere safe to stay in 2022.
Hey everybody, Barbara Fernandez here, and what I am speaking up for in 2022 is the benefits of comedy for mental health. Whee! Whether you do it as a comedian like myself, or whether you go to watch it and enjoy it, it really works, and it's cheaper than therapy. Bye!
In 2022, I'm speaking up for normalising conversations around mental health.
In 2022, I'll be speaking up for everyone that doesn't believe in themselves.
Morning, I'm speaking up for everybody that thinks that they are helpless.
In 2022, I'm going to speak up for resilience in business and for mental health.
I'm speaking up for people who are trying to find positivity through adversity.
My name's Lee Smith. In 2022, I'm speaking up for forgotten industries and how to maintain a positive mindset.
Hi, I'm speaking up for positivity and resilience and raising funds for our charity, CPSL Mind.
I'm speaking up for deeper connections.
In 2022, I stand for positive mental health and well-being and being a force for good in our local communities.
I'm speaking up for believing in yourself. You're incredible.
Hi everyone, it's Rachel Hales here from Get Synergised. I'm going to be speaking up at the Shifties Live-a-thon, and I can't wait. I'm going to be speaking up for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. Look forward to seeing you there.
Live-a-thon 2022, I'm speaking up for suicide awareness.
Hi, my name is Courtney, and I am speaking at the 2023 Live-a-thon with Alex, and in 2022 I'm standing up for disabled rights and the inclusion of disabled people.
I'm standing up for men's mental health.
Hi, I'm Dee, and I'm speaking up for those who want to keep trying.
I'm going to be talking about young people and their mental health and their mental fitness, and some of the ideas that I've got about how we as a community should get behind them, get involved, and help them to feel supported, connected, and inspired.
Okay. So I've got Courtney Reeve joining me in a second. Now, Courtney and I met through the Sook Space in Cambridge. I'm very excited to bring her on, actually, because it's a prime example of, obviously, our primary aim when we opened up the sandbox in the Sook was to sell your products and make our members money. Essentially, that was our primary. But actually, when Courtney wandered into the store and engaged with Charlie and the team, we found someone extremely passionate about not only the representation of disabled people, but also the unwavering support for local business as well. And this is just someone who just strolled off the street into Sook, which is what's happening today. So she's actually inspired a lot. And she's just getting ready to come on. And please do bear with us. Christine is going to try and summarize where we can in comments as well. But we're going to talk about disability. We just need to give her a moment, if that's okay. So if you just bear with us, we'll be just a moment, and please, lots of support in the comments for Courtney when she comes on. So just bear with me in a moment. I'm just going to play the CPSL ad whilst I just get Courtney comfortable, and we'll be right with you. Thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Live-a-thon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Live-a-thon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Live-a-thon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health.
Fine, you'll be honesty. Okay, welcome back. Thank you everyone for your patience. I'm here with the wonderful Courtney, and she brings Maltesers. You're now my new favourite guest. You're bringing Maltesers. No one else brought me Maltesers. You know that, right?
Oh, and
So thank you so much.
Yeah.
And you've been over at Cambridge supporting our Souk spaces.
I taught.
Just an amazing supporter. So
Thank you.
as I was explaining before Courtney come on, I remember meeting you via Charlie in the Souk space. So we were over there, and I believe you were supporting a business before. What was it called? Unhidden? Is it Unhidden?
Unhidden clothing.
Unhidden clothing.
They actually need. Hang on, Joanne, don't worry, that's my mom.
So that's your mum. Hi, Joanne. Lovely to meet you.
And
You have an amazing daughter, and your support. So what really caught me, obviously, as you know now, I'm super passionate about small business. I'm super passionate about local business, and your passion for that business that you were supporting, and you were coming to see them. You weren't coming to see us.
No, and so I came to see what was next at Unhidden, because I knew Unhidden was closed, and Unhidden closed, and closed down. So they was only there for like 12 weeks.
Yeah.
And so I knew a little bit about you, so I knew because
It wasn't all bad news.
No, I don't know how. I just follow you on
Thank you.
and Instagram, like I told you would take in order to take one. And the name of the other company.
Shifties? Souk?
No.
Yeah.
So I kind of knew I was doing then.
Ah, nice. And they said, "Who's this guy, Alex?"
Yeah.
This guy. Well, look, it's absolutely amazing to have you on, and we had some wonderful conversations since. And I just think I've got to know you a little bit more since then. And I think what you're doing already in your communities and where you operate. So, for instance, the work that I wasn't even aware of, the stuff that you've been doing with C3 Church around accessibility is really important. So, look, I want you to. You've got something to say. And I want you to use this opportunity to do that, and I'm here to support you in that process.
Oh my God! Yeah, thank you. And also our questions in the chat because donating is really on my heart, so I'm a little bit nervous.
It's a little bit nervous, and Christine will try and summarize some in the chat as well.
Was just because I had gone through a death as well. And so I want to make sure we make it. And Rachel!
There's Rachel, yes.
Rachel, hi.
There's Rachel.
Rachel, hi. Hey, Rachel, you were amazing earlier. Really, really happy to.
She helped you.
Yeah, I mean, Degrees has been amazing, like Degree Church. And, they had taught me so much. So it's like, so grateful to Degree and Rachel and her partner Ed and
beautiful people, aren't they? They're wonderful people.
Incredible people.
Incredible people. Well, look, you've got a badge here, and I want to ask you about this badge because I think it's an important question, is it not?
Yeah. Well, it's not. I don't know how you are.
Can you show it to the camera?
Yeah.
I'll show it to the camera. Let me show it to the camera. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. Detailed isn't a bad word, and I don't want to really talk about what it does because it's kind of like that. I don't have time. Suddenly, I want to talk about the person who gave me, and I got a connection, and because I wasn't sure what do I get, like this is a huge opportunity for me to really inspire people, and who do I have, what do I share, how can I really make impact, and I didn't donate it. The person who gave me this badge is a friend of mine, and I've got permission to share her story because sadly she can't share it.
So what's her name?
Her name is oh my God, you don't even know she knows me. And her name is Georgie Hume.
Georgie Hume.
Yeah, we met in 2014, and we met while I was working at a dental and adult and family with Tourette's control. I don't have Tourette's, but I'm passionate about learning about Tourette's and other mental health because I'm passionate about inclusion.
Yes.
Which kind of really makes sense. And Georgie was there. Now, Georgie, I liked her in her mid-30s at the time. And her Tourette's is quite severe. Like, her Tourette's when we met was constant.
Really?
Like, totally glaring and everything and blinding. You know what they say about Tourette's, seriously. Like,
So, and that was, so her Tourette's was always like that, regardless of circumstance or regardless of situation?
If she wasn't talking, she was sitting at the 2 degrees better. No, totally, like total tick. And sadly, her Tourette's got worse, and her Tourette's is now so bad that she had to use a communication device. And she's in a wheelchair, and she had to wear padding. And the reason why Georgie thought I really got to know was, you thought I really got to know her.
Yeah.
I was really, I was really embarrassed. Not embarrassed, I was really uncomfortable. I'm really, for me, I don't really uncomfortable around Teddy because even though still to this day, they're really bad for the way I was around her when we left net because she is now one of the closest friends that I had ever met. She is one of those people who, it's the reason why I die every day to inclusion because she.
Right. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. You honestly, you got all the time. You take time.
Because I think so many people would look at someone like her and then
Take your time. It's all right.
I knew I was going to cry.
I thought I was going to cry first. You've gone and done it. You take your time. Honestly, relax. Please take your time. We're all waiting to hear from you. It's fine.
I knew, like, the thing that got me with Georgie is her Tourette was OCD at the time and it's worse now. I walked away from her because I don't so uncomfortable because of her Tourette. And yet now she's one of the most, and now I did it regret that I walked away from her because she, at the year, the question is, and on my birthday, we send me a Christmas card, send me a birthday card. She is, and she, like I said, her Tourette is now worse. She's in a wheelchair, she's a communication device, she got Tourette padding all over her body to protect her. And yet, that's not, and I stayed in that uncomfortable. And that's why I'm so passionate about inclusion, is because I nearly missed out on one incredible person.
Did you see that? Did you read that?
Jackie.
So Jackie.
Don't make me laugh, don't cry.
With lots of laughs. We'll have lots of laughs.
I've been watching it.
I think it's so it's something that's.
Can I just finish what I was
please do.
saying?
Yeah, go on.
And as I nearly missed out on one of the most special friendships I had ever met. Like, I never met anyone as special like when Georgie, and I wanted to share her story because she can't share it because of her level of threat, but also I can't think of a better story to sum up how important disability inclusion and disability awareness is, because I nearly missed out. I nearly missed out on like an incredible friend because of my uncomfortableness of her condition. So I dated all the time. How much she means to me, and yet I don't think she understands it. So I wanted to share her story today because I wanted to honor the woman that I know and love. And Georgie, if you're watching this, I love you so much. I hope.
She sounds like a beautiful person, and she'd be very proud of you, I'm sure. And so honourable for you to share her story.
어쩌다 했던 저도 so yeah, and I just let you and questions.
I just want to see the love for you. Can you read some of these? You see these lovely messages?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Your passion is so important. Like I said this to you, Rachel has said it to you as well. Your passion is so important.
And
I love it. And now we all know why.
And I never shared it publicly.
No.
This is the time I shared Georgie story publicly. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for choosing this as a platform to share that story, because
I just wanted to, because I think people need to understand that, we are talking about mental health, and I don't need to talk about mental health. Oh my God. Oh, died. Oh, come on. Oh.
you deserve that. Bless you. Do I have to open the Maltesers? Do you want some? Should I get the Maltesers open? There you go. Hey, honesty. You got me going. Look, you got me going. Everyone's crying.
I'm crying.
Honestly, not only brave. This is the first time you've spoken on camera like this about this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And to come here and share your friend's story in such a meaningful way. Jam wants to come and hug you. Jam wants to, can Jam hug you? Jam wants a hug. Of course, Jam wants a hug.
Thank you so much for coming and sharing your story.
Come and join us.
Come and join us, Jam.
Yeah, we can.
Look, we can vibe. We can vibe with Jam. Jam in with Jam.
And I wish Georgie was here to see this, because I'm not doing this today. I'm doing it for her.
You're not doing it on your own.
You're not doing it on your own.
Proud.
Georgie will be super proud.
Georgie will be so proud.
Oh, do it. Come on, Jam.
I'll sit next to you.
Come on, Jam. Come on, Jam.
I'll sit next to you.
Oh.
It's 12 o'clock. We're all going to cry, guys. We're all going to tears. That's it.
So you've just been listening.
Yeah, and then I don't know.
These comments are beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know.
The whole live stream want to come and give you a hug. I'm giving a hug on your behalf.
Okay,
like,
there's a lot of hugs going.
And I did throw that into why I do what, and I'm running out of time. Sorry, and I only got 10 minutes, and yeah, I don't know how long we got, and can we only got like 9 minutes.
We should eat Maltesers.
Yeah,
eat some Maltesers. You made such an impact today.
Do you want to go into like things we can do? Like,
yes, you tell us what we can do.
Tell us, educate us.
I don't want to educate you guys, because I'm not an actor, not like that. I think it's not just. I don't want to.
What should we be aware of as a community? What should we be aware of when it comes to accessibility? What should we be aware of?
I think thirdly, inclusion. I think that was the most powerful thing I learned from Georgie's story, is that Georgie, Lou, come on, die!
What have you done? What have you done?
Come on, guys. Jam's here.
My God.
So let's go back to, because we've got 9 minutes. I feel it's really important that we get this awareness out here.
Can we add time? Because I don't feel like 9 minutes.
No, if we need to go for longer, we'll try our best. For sure.
Okay. I think what is the issue is just being willing to like that we don't know what the answer when it comes to disability.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing that I just have learned. I don't know what the answer, but I feel really honoured to, like when I met Georgie, I didn't know how to handle her. But done it, I just was like, do I walk away or do I get to know the person who done the action? It's like on me.
But that's beautiful because you
Yeah.
could have walked away, but you thought, let me, you know, see where this relationship could go. Let me see what I can learn. And look how you, like, she's impacted you. Look how Georgie's impacted you.
And not just me, that everyone on watching this live.
That's beautiful.
This is the inclusion, and this is why it's so important to actually. I want to talk to Jamie about how we should create a day for mental health and disability awareness. I want to take it to Nan said that I want to hug Georgie because that isn't one regret when we met.
Don't cry.
Another hugged her. Another looked her in the eye and said, I love you. I had never done that. I think that was the regret in walking away from her. And I think that's why I'm so passionate about people with disabilities, especially those like Tourette, autism, all their sort of stuff. It's because I really missed a really special friendship because I was so uncomfortable around her Tourette. And sorry.
There's things that, like, even us, like, just so much that you share just in that, like, just not letting our fear stop us from getting to know somebody, just really not being scared of, you know, and just trying to get to know somebody despite whether they're different, and just really accepting that difference because it can really be so beautiful. And I feel like, you know, just the way you've described that is just I've taken so much from that. I've learned so much from it. Thank you. Honestly. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I don't believe Georgie's story just highlight why I do what I do.
You've got a purpose, and I feel like the message and the awareness, like the thing that you've got across to us is to not have that bias. Is to not be scared to ask those questions, to communicate, and to give a hug because we might regret it later on down the line.
It's not just that, it's also what sort of society do we want to create in our spaces?
100%.
Like, do we want to create spaces that are actually including everyone?
We 100% need inclusivity.
Like, are we really turning the time on that?
Yeah.
And I think, can we just shout out this is going? So this is going in one of the amazing sunsets. So please,
Go Cat.
Go Cat.
Hello, and this is going to say, I just had to say that.
Shout out to you.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah. So if you guys got any questions in chat about inclusion, disability, or anything like that, please put them in the chat. And
guys, you got any questions?
We can connect with you as well. From
on Facebook, Courtney Reeve, just send me a DM.
Let's connect with Courtney, guys.
Because literally the Facebook stream ends at it kills 8 minutes. 8 hours. So I have to set up a new stream.
So you ended the session. You ended the session on a high, on an emotional high, a roller coaster. Because I came in crying and now I'm smiling.
2 questions I've got for you.
Okay.
One is, what color are we changing this to?
Okay.
So you've got to pick from the colors. Which one would you like to change it to?
I don't think we've had that one today.
Which one are you going for?
I think you could just do the top ones.
Purple.
Let's go for the purple.
Oh, where's it not changing? Yeah. Oh,
Purple is the colour of disability.
And my second.
Purple's the colour of disability. That's why she's changed it to that. Beautiful.
And I'm going to say that will stay there for the rest of today.
For the next 8 hours.
For the next 8 hours.
Seriously?
Absolutely. And then the question for you, the last question, is what are you most excited about in 2022?
I think I want to do what I can to honour my friend. I think I want to honour her in a way that not just includes her, but other people with disabilities.
So create a whole community in honour of
not
Georgie.
the dad that a coach is. She taught me something that I feel like done, and I exactly talk to people all the time who had never felt included, that had experience or had Tourette's or had an autism or had a learning difficulty. And I learned something from Georgie that it was really, really just important for me to actually stay alive, because I can't just use this platform for no reason. I have to do something to do on myself. So, Georgie.
It's a purpose. When you have a purpose.
Yeah, Georgie, if you are the, like, what they just know that you are the reason why I'm here. You're the reason.
Georgie's the reason.
Bless you.
Georgie's the reason why we are gonna do some stuff in 2022.
Absolutely.
To raise awareness, have more inclusivity, and just
all inspired by your beautiful words.
Inspired by you, Courtney. So that's beautiful.
Beautiful. Right.
I'm gonna give you a hug. I'm gonna turn off.
Yeah, I'm gonna come hug. Right. So we've got to bounce. I'm gonna jump up on the other
I
stream.
might
This
come
is
on
gonna.
for like another half an hour before I go for my train.
Yeah. This is gonna shut off any second. So move on to the other stream and let's go. Let's rock and roll. Thank you so much. Can I have a hug? Absolutely amazing. Well done. Thank you so much for sharing that. Really was beautiful. Thank you. And thank you for the Maltesers.
Yeah.
Amazing. I'm going to scoff these right now.
You need it.
I know. I've got another 8 hours. That's fine. That's least of my problem. Don't you worry about that. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you for having me.
Oh,